Two Worlds I Studied at Hogwarts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Testing New Abilities. Hermione had been paying attention to Moon's analysis. After Moon said that it couldn't be Snape, Hermione's original doubts disappeared. Because compared to her guess, Moon's guess was more real. Although Snape has been ruled out, there are still 4 people. Isn't it a bit too much trouble for us to speculate like this? Ron looked a little lonely after he found out that the real murderer had not been found. He originally thought that they would do something earth-shattering tonight, but he didn't expect to walk into a dead end. It's not a big deal. At least this result can ensure that we don't move in the wrong direction. Hermione fully understood the significance of doing this. She had read many books and knew that it was better to choose the right direction first than to move forward blindly. Yes, Hermione is right. Although we don't know who is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone, since we know his plan, we can stop him. Although Harry was reluctant that Moon ruled out Snape's suspicion, he was more concerned about how to stop the thieves' conspiracy. No. Harry, I think you'd better not stop it. After hearing Harry's bold plan, Moon stopped him firmly. Why? If it's really one of these professors, it means he's disguised well and has fooled most people, even Dumbledore. Moon couldn't give a clear explanation for Harry's question. He had promised Professor Sprout that he wouldn't talk about strengthening the Devil's Snare. Especially when Moon met Cedric yesterday, the little wizard had told him that another 10 pots of sleepaphase fungus had been moved away by Professor Sprout. Devil's Snare plus the growing number of water lily fungus pots. Moon was sure that no matter who it was, even the professor, would be stunned when encountering such a combination. Moon didn't explain to Harry, but Hermione next to him had already guessed it. The little witch had already known about strengthening the protection on Tuesday. And yesterday she also heard about the little mushroom. Combining all of the above, plus Moon's current expression, Hermione guessed that this kind of protection should not be easy to mess with. The discussion about who was the murderer lasted until late in the little lion's dormitory. Moon thought a lot during this period, and was also a little worried about the reckless character of the little lions. It was not until the next day when he arrived at Hagrid's hut on time that he found that the Forbidden Forest guard was also worried. I shouldn't say so much, right? Fluffy and Nicholas Flamel, this is arranged by Dumbledore. It's okay, Hagrid. In fact, we know much more than you think. Moon was very sure that only the little lions knew about the professors guarding the Philosopher's Stone. To be honest, you really don't know how to comfort people. Hagrid looked at Moon helplessly. Don't say that. After repairing the wand, I may be able to give you a good idea to save your work mistakes. Really? Hagrid's decadent look disappeared immediately. Of course, I won't lie. Repairing Hagrid's wand was something that had been agreed last week. For this purpose, Moon went to Senior Bernard to borrow snail grass glue. After preparing all the tools, Moon carefully took out Hagrid's wand. He first made a mark at the break. Then he selected a section of the newly found wood that had the closest texture. I'm going to cut off the part of the wand that was completely damaged, and then replace it with this section of wood. Seeing Hagrid staring at it with some worry, Moon explained what he was going to do next. This repair method was found by Moon in the library. Because many pieces of Hagrid's wand had fallen off at the break, it was impossible to repair it directly. Mr. Ollivander sent magical wood from the same tree. This gave Moon the opportunity to use the safer and least impact repair method. Oh, okay, I'll do as you said. With Hagrid's consent, Moon quickly cut off the damaged part of the wand with a carving knife. Then use clean up to clean up all the dust, debris and various dirt at the break. Put the selected wood on it, and after it is neatly connected according to the direction of the grain, take out the carving knife to cut off the excess part. In the middle, you also need to dig out a position for the wand collar. Finally, apply glue and wait for it to dry. From morning to afternoon, it took Moon 6 hours to repair the wand. While waiting for the glue to dry, he had another bowl of authentic bubble cakes at Hagrid's place. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after checking that the glue was completely dry and there were no defects in the repair, Moon handed the wand to Hagrid. You can try it. Oh. Really? Hagrid was very excited after picking up the wand. He walked around the room several times, not knowing what spell to cast to test it. Finally, when he saw a bottle of wine left over from last night on the cupboard, he picked up the wand and pointed it at the other party. Refill the wine. As Hagrid finished chanting the spell, the red wine began to churn in the glass bottle, and then slowly returned to the full bottle state. Ah, the taste is the same. It's Ms. Rosmerta's craftsmanship. After Hagrid tasted it, an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. This is the red currant rum I bought from the Three Broomsticks last night to celebrate Gryffindor's victory, Hagrid said and poured several mouthfuls into his mouth in succession. Okay, Hagrid, I know you're very happy today, but if you keep drinking, you may not be able to hear my advice. Seeing that Hagrid had no desire to stop, Moon stopped him. Don't worry, little Moon, I can drink a lot. Moon didn't believe the nonsense of a drunkard after drinking, especially since he himself had the experience of being drunk. He knew that what he said after drinking was not credible. Bottle flying, a flying spell, was used, and less than half a bottle of rum fell into Moon's hands. Oh, what a beautiful, flying spell. I didn't learn it in the 3rd grade. Seeing that Moon used another, flying spell, to summon the bottle cap into his hand, Hagrid knew that his plan to celebrate beautifully could only be postponed. I won't drink any more. Tell me what your suggestion is. Hagrid sat down in his big chair again. Oh, it's easy to understand. If you're worried about the plan being leaked and the safety level being reduced, then why don't you try to strengthen the protection? Moon's suggestion was naturally the same as Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare. It's just that strengthening the protection of the Devil's Snare is a passive way to deal with the sleepy face fungus. Hagrid's case is completely the opposite. He needs to take the initiative. Strengthen the protection. For Fluffy, that's right, Moon told Hagrid a little about the changes at Professor Sprout's place. After knowing that he could do this, the Forbidden Forest guard had an incredible look in his eyes. Oh, what a genius idea. Maybe I can find stronger gadgets in the Forbidden Forest. Moon didn't know how Hagrid would increase the protection of the big dog. When he left, he saw Hagrid had packed up his equipment and stepped onto the path to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After coming out of the cabin, Moon did not go back to the castle directly, but came to the Black Lake. After learning the new spell, Moon has not really tried to fight with other magicians. And there just happened to be an opponent in the Black Lake who is more suitable than a magician. The giant squid was still very happy to see Moon again. It seemed to like the magic smell coming from Moon. After Moon expressed the need for a sparring partner, the giant squid took the lead in attacking. Moon immediately cast obstacles. In this duel, Moon was no longer defending alone, but used thunder explosion and burning flames to counterattack. However, in Moon's view, these spells that could threaten the life of a wizard were just tickling for the giant squid. After practicing with the 8 arms of the giant squid in turn, Moon finally dragged his tired body back to the common room. Tonight, Moon will return to Xilin, but this return will be different from the past. In order to test his new abilities, Moon prepared some experimental items in advance. A set of Oxford reading tree. A set of paper manufacturing technology and simple printing technology. Of course, the most important thing is a small spider caught from the castle. After packing all these things into a suitcase, Moon grabbed the suitcase and got on the 4-poster bed. After midnight, when Moon and the suitcase disappeared, Harry couldn't fall asleep because he was thinking about the thief. When he looked up, he found the empty bedboard opposite. What is this? Whenever Moon needed to leave to study magic, Xilin would stay in the room. He had also experienced Moon's return 4 times, but only this time did Moon have a black briefcase in his hand. This is the information I bought when I was studying magic. You can buy information in a dream. Xilin used to think that Moon was recruited by a great magician to study magic, but now it seems far from the case. Moon didn't pay attention to what Xilin was thinking. After he found himself back on the Scarlet Moon, he quickly opened the briefcase. Oh, fortunately I'm still alive. The little spider survived successfully. This made Moon know that he could not only invite Bengbeng to visit the Scarlet Moon, but also complete his plan to exchange what he had in the 2 worlds. Is this the magic book you brought back? Why can't I understand a word? Xilin didn't understand why Moon was holding a spider in a daze for a long time. He had been curiously staring at the 3 sets of beautifully made books. No, those are books for Sophia's enlightenment, and for Mimir's printing of the Song of the Anvil, Moon explained casually. I can understand enlightenment, but printing poetry, and doing it as fast as your spell, is it possible with just these 2 books? Xilin knew that Moon had promised Mimir to help spread the Song of the Anvil. But before, he only thought that Moon would use magic to do this, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. Of course, You have to know that compared to magicians, ordinary people are actually smarter. For example, these two books can definitely change the culture of the entire continent. Seeing Moon's serious attitude, Xilin knew that the value of these two books should be very great. Then I have to watch them carefully and not let others know. Seeing Xilin holding the paper-making and printing books tightly in his arms, Moon laughed. Actually, it's not necessary. These two books are not the best. I will bring back more and better things in the future. That won't work either. The future is the future. If these two books are really as powerful as you said, they will not only help Mimir, but people from the Federation and the Empire may also want them. Xilin's words reminded Moon. He originally only wanted to help Mimir spread the bard poetry, but he didn't expect that these two books might arouse the covetousness of others. You are right. We still have to keep this matter secret. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xilin was about to leave with the two books, and Moon stopped him again. Wait, these two books actually won't be understood by anyone if you take them out. If you want to make them work, you have to find a workshop. No, it's better to have our own workshop, because there is no land now and there are not enough living materials. The families of Bengbeng naturally cannot engage in their original farming. So they can only choose between the workshop and fishing. Both methods are now possible, and the workshop is the most stable and reasonable one. Although the Scarlet Moon was acquired not long ago, Moon already had some ideas about the subsequent arrangements for this large ship, so he naturally couldn't go fishing again. Workshop. I think it's okay. Let Old Hall and the others farm. It's better to open a workshop, and the secrets of these two books won't be exposed. Xilin immediately understood Moon's suggestion. He quickly ran to the table and took out a cash box. Although Moon set out from Xilin to the Vina Islands with 80 people, he didn't spend a penny and made a lot of money. Among them, he made magic potions and sold them to gold for 200 gold coins. About 300 gold coins were seized from the pirate ship. After dealing with the pirates, Gold sent another 500 gold coins for protection. This is not counting the income from the pirates who were bountied. Moon estimated that he could get at least another 100 gold coins. We have about 1,000 gold coins now. I remember that a workshop in Xilin is worth at least 200 gold coins. I estimate that this port will double. After counting all the money, Xilin closed the cash box and put it back in its original place. Moon came over and cast a thief sense spell. The money issue is nothing now. Did Gold say that as long as you can make that kind of potion, he will buy it for 200 gold coins? The hemostatic potion made by Moon is much better than Chris's, so the price is naturally much higher. And after Moon agreed to keep Chris, the little witch contributed the only Selma flower she had. It turned out that in order to prevent others from coveting it, Chris had a complete Selma flower on her body. With this flower, Moon can make about 5 bottles of hemostatic potion, so he won't worry about having no money for the time being. By the way, speaking of potions, do you really plan to teach that little witch to learn magic? Xilin was actually not very confident in Chris. He always believed that magicians were hiding mice who would do anything to achieve their goals. Actually, I want to keep this little witch as an experiment, because I'm not sure if I can teach other people my magic. Although Moon can now travel between the two worlds and use Hogwarts magic in this world, he is not sure if others can use it. But don't worry, I will teach her how to make potions first, and then observe slowly. Chapter 152, Unexpected Discovery. Moon has actually been thinking about the arrangement of the little witch Chris. In addition to wanting to test the magic of Hogwarts and see if other magicians in this world can master it, Moon actually wants to cultivate his own magician force. With the help of magicians, he can accomplish things that ordinary people cannot accomplish, or help resist external invasion. Both the Manila Empire and the Gracia Federation do this, and they have similar organizations. And Moon also wants to build a comfortable and safe fortress for himself, so that he can study magic with peace of mind. This requires other people to help Moon deal with some things that he doesn't need to do personally. Of course, cultivating Chris from potions is in line with the other party's current magic foundation, and it can also prevent the other party from having any bad ideas. Speaking of potions, I don't know if you still remember this, Moon gave Snape an unknown potion for analysis, and half a bottle was left on the Scarlet Moon. Because the potion was seized from the Night Owl, and Moon knew that these people in black have always been Xilin's heart knot. I asked the potion master to examine this potion, and his evaluation of him, Moon was stunned for a moment holding the potion bottle. He didn't know how to repeat Snape's original words. Anyway, this potion is not a good thing. It can stimulate people's explosive power, but it is also very toxic, huh? In fact, I guessed it a long time ago. How can an ordinary person master that kind of power? Xilin was very disdainful of this kind of potion. Instead, he was more interested in the potion master that Moon mentioned. From what you said, you learned magic there. Will there be other masters? Of course, potions, herbs, spells, transfiguration, flying, and there is also a wizard who is recognized as the most powerful. Hearing Moon list so many masters in magic, Xilin couldn't help but feel a little dazed. He used to think that there was only one magic master who taught Moon magic, but now it seems that there is far more than that. Actually, we are a burden to you. Leave these messy troubles to me in the future. You just need to concentrate on studying magic. After hearing that Moon had such a good magic learning environment, Xilin knew that the future achievements of this little boy in front of him would be extraordinary. But now he has taken on the responsibility of guarding that should not belong to him. Don't say that. If it weren't for you, who would know if I would be here today? While Moon and Xilin were chatting, the Scarlet Moon was slowly sailing into the prosperous Nitsy port. The veterans were still working hard to learn how to operate the ship, and their families were very excited. 10 consecutive days of drifting on the sea gave them a very unreal feeling. Of course, the most excited ones were the slaves living in the cabins, because they were about to regain their freedom, and they were either crying or shouting. Of course, there were also a few people who were very quietly watching the island in the distance. After joining the Scarlet Moon, Lance was arranged by his old boss Xilin to guard these slaves outside this cabin. After confirming with Xilin what to do in Portnitz, Moon went to the deck outside and began to disguise the Scarlet Moon. Because this big ship was seized from pirates, and Moon didn't want to cause any more trouble. So he planned to temporarily change the color of the Scarlet Moon. After the old Willow Wand cast the color change spell 20 times, the Scarlet Moon changed from the original brown-black ship to a big black ship. After the color change magic was completed, Moon began to cast the Thief Sense spell on the big ship. Especially on the small house where Moon lived, and the items inside, he cast many layers of this kind of spell. Originally, Moon was still thinking about whether the magic wand should also be cast with a Thief Sense spell. But now that he can bring the items back, Moon decided to carry this magic wand with him in the future. When the sun slowly rose from the other side of the island, the Scarlet Moon finally lined up to enter the bustling port. What kind of port is this? Is it made of gold? It costs 5 gold coins to anchor for a day. Why? Hall, who was far away, couldn't help cursing after learning about the anchorage fee. Don't say that. Every ship has to pay the anchorage fee. The Scarlet Moon is a medium-sized ship, so it only costs 5 gold coins. If it's a bigger ship, it won't be this price, Karen was still explaining kindly. The first mate of the Thorn stayed with a group of veterans during the next 3 days of the trip. When Moon was about to go over and give the money to Hall to let them deal with it, Xilin took the lead and walked over. I will be responsible for these things in the future. You just need to concentrate on studying magic. With Xilin handling these chores, Moon was indeed much more relaxed. Xilin didn't let Moon participate in the docking of the big ship, supervising the departure of the slaves, guarding the family members from the ship, and arranging people to stay behind. After Moon found that there was nothing to do, he took Crisp off the ship to see if he could find some magic materials in this prosperous port. Outside the port of Nitsy is a very prosperous market. Because there are so many people getting on and off the ship here, naturally there are a large number of vendors selling various items. When Moon was still carefully observing whether he could find some potion materials here, a man in a black robe in the distance attracted his attention. It was a magician with a wizard bar on his head. It really deserves to be the largest port in the Vina Islands. I can meet a magician just after getting off the ship. Magician. Where is it? After hearing Moon's words, Chris, who was following beside him, looked around, but she didn't find anything. It wasn't until she saw Moon staring at a man in the distance that she looked over curiously. Sir, are you sure that man is a magician? Yes, and his strength is much higher than yours. Chris was not surprised to hear that his strength was higher than hers. After all, she knew her own strength very well. But Moon was able to distinguish the magician in the crowd at a glance, which surprised Chris very much. She still remembered that the liar teacher had observed her in the village for half a year before confirming that she had a talent for magic. Moon didn't know what Chris was thinking. He was just curious about why the magician was looking at the direction of the Scarlet Moon. The magician in the distance was just observing silently. After noticing that 2 children were looking at him, The magician Tucker glared at Moon and turned away. Let's go and see. It was easy for Moon to lock the magician in the crowd. So no matter how the other party took a detour, Moon could always accurately find the direction he left and ensure that the other party would not find them. After leaving the dock area, the strange magician went straight into a small alley. After Moon came in, he found that this was a very shabby flea market. The shops on both sides were very small and very old, and most of the things sold were some old things. Sir, should we go out first? It should be noticed that 2 underage children entered here, and there were many curious eyes in the alley. Chris had noticed that several men were glancing back and forth at her, which made her a little nervous. Don't worry, even if everyone here has bad intentions, they can't get 3 steps closer to us. After saying this, Moon strolled around the alley very easily, and looked at the magician in front of him from a distance. 3 steps. Why not 1 step? Chris quickly caught up with him again, but Moon ignored her and watched the magician in front enter a shop selling herbs. After Moon quickly followed in, he found that the magician had disappeared. The area of this herbal shop is not large, only 1 floor. But behind the counter there is a wooden door leading to the depths. Moon noticed that the white curtain above was still fluttering, and knew that the magician had entered. Sorry, guest, this is our living area, not open to the public. An old man with short hair stretched out his hand to stop Moon, who wanted to go in. This is just an ordinary person without a wizard's badge. Oh, okay. Seeing someone blocking him, Moon did not force his way in, but looked around this small herbal shop. There are many wooden cabinets in the shop, which contain all kinds of herbs. Boss, do you have a herbal atlas? After walking around, Moon found that most of the herbs in the shop were unfamiliar to him. They should be species unique to the archipelago. Moon now needed to learn about the herbal knowledge of this world, so he asked the other party directly. Yes, there are, but we don't sell them to the public. Hearing the owner of the medicine shop refuse, Moon just frowned and walked to a medicine cabinet. Well, I want to buy all these herbs. Can you introduce them to me, all of them? Yes, please calculate the price first. After hearing Moon's request, the boss quickly took out the account book and began to calculate. A total of 131 gold coins and 17 silver coins. If you really plan to buy them all, 130 gold coins will do. After the owner of the medicine shop took out the account book and carefully calculated, he gave a final price. Moon did not hesitate. He counted out 130 gold coins and put them on the counter. Now, please introduce each herb. The owner of the medicine shop had never seen a customer like Moon, especially after seeing the golden coins. He immediately showed a humble smile. Sir, I'm very sorry. This is a record book of all the herbs in our shop. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Okay, then I'll take it. But can you please deliver these herbs to the boat at the dock? Of course, I'd be happy to do so. Seeing that the other party's service attitude was quite good, Moon did not continue to insist on asking the other party to introduce the herbs. He walked to another medicine cabinet and pointed to one of the herbs. Can you give me that bouquet of flowers first? I like it very much. Oh, sir, I have to say that you really have a good eye. This is the Swampstar orchid, which can only be found on the island of Hephaestus. It is also the most expensive one in our pharmacy, worth 5 gold coins. Moon did not know the Swampstar orchid. He wanted to get this herb only because he had seen it in the scroll of analysis of unknown potions that Snape gave him. Swamp lily. This is exactly what this herb is called in the world where Hogwarts is located. Chapter 153 Being Targeted. 2 underage children spent a lot of money in a gloomy and dilapidated flea market. This scene was noticed by many people, especially after Moon and Chris walked out of the herbal medicine shop. 2 or 3 more people followed them. Should we follow the person who delivered the herbs? Chris noticed that someone was following them and pulled Moon's cloak tightly. Don't worry, there are still some animal potion materials that have not been bought. Let's go to the fish market to have a look. Moon remembered that Cedric and Sprout needed him to bring back some marine biological materials. There was also Professor Snape. Using new potion materials to exchange spells was a very cost-effective business for Moon. When Moon and his partner were about to leave the alley and go to the fish market outside, 13 strong men approached quickly from all directions of the alley. Their eyes were fixed on Moon's purse and Chris's pale face. But it was really just 3 steps, and all these people fell down without even a cry. Petrification curse, plus, throat lock. There was no fighting as it should be. The people around were just curious. Why did these people suddenly faint? After Moon dealt with these ordinary people, he stepped over them and left this dangerous flea market. It was also after Moon dealt with these ruffians that two magicians deep in the alley got the news. Just now, York sent a message that someone bought all the goods in the herbalist shop, including the Swampstar orchid. No, I still need this flower to save people. How could that old guy sell it all? You, forget it. Your potion refining level is not as good as mine. How could the Bailey Chamber of Commerce let you save their lady? But, no buts. The most important thing for us now is to find the lost key and the person who disappeared with the key. You reminded me that I found a big black ship at the dock today. The magic fluctuations on it are not small. Maybe the key is on it, Humph. I think you want to rob. After Moon bought everything according to the plan, he returned to the ship. He had just boarded the deck of the Scarlet Moon when he heard Hall complaining. The things in this place are really too expensive. A small workshop dares to charge 3,000 gold coins. That's right, it's just an empty shell, nothing. After hearing the loud voices of the veterans, Moon knew that they were not going well in finding a workshop. However, after handing this matter over to the veterans, Moon no longer planned to participate. After all, the veterans had more experience than Moon. After handing all the materials to Chris, Moon returned to the room and saw Xilin guarding Mimir. After the wandering poet learned that the books that Moon brought back could help him spread Anvil Song, he couldn't wait to learn. Because he couldn't understand the contents of these books, he could only learn from the most basic. Xilin thought that these books were very important and could not be known to outsiders, so he asked Mimir to read them only in the room and not take them out. But Mimir didn't care about these. He was now holding Oxford Reading Tree and studying carefully. Moon found that the old man had a high ability to learn languages. After he simply taught some basic knowledge, Mimir was able to know more according to the correlation. This invisibly reduced some of the chores for Moon, and someone was responsible for Sophia's enlightenment. If we want to open a paper-making and printing workshop, the land must not be too small, and it must be close to the water source. Such a location is too expensive. After seeing Moon coming back, Xilin told him the results of the day's search. They first found the person in charge of renting and selling houses, and then kept looking near the port. When it was getting dark, they ran to 8 places, 3 of which were more suitable, but the asking price of each one was very expensive. I also found out today that although the flow of people in Nitsiport is large, it is not suitable for so many of us to live here. Moon knew that if he wanted to build a paper-making and printing workshop, he must have a suitable location, and he also had to consider the issue of family living. And Moon himself also had to study magic, which required a place where there would not be too many people disturbing him. Considering all the current conditions, both Moon and Xilin gave up the plan to live in Nitsiport. Just as the two were discussing where to go next, Lance appeared outside the room with a slave. As a recruit trained by Xilin, Lance was assigned to take care of the slaves after boarding the ship. It was also today that after Moon and his companions got off the ship, 3 slaves left and returned to the ship. Sir, they want you to send him home. After seeing the appearance of the 3 slaves, Mimir took on the translation work. Go home. Moon looked at the appearance of the slave opposite with some doubt. He wore bird feathers on his head, painted his face with oil paint, and wore simple clothes made of tree bark. This should be the group of island natives captured by the pirates. Yes, they say you are the most benevolent captain on the sea and a messenger sent by the gods. As long as you send them home, the elders of their tribe will definitely treat them well and give the most generous rewards. Moon was a little uncomfortable with the flattering words before. However, when he heard that there was a generous reward, Moon did not rush to refuse. How can I be sure that what they said is true? The leader of the 3 slaves promised to send them home and give them gold coins and gems, which were not very attractive to Moon. But the leader said that there would be gifts such as land and houses, which was very attractive. After all, Moon was looking for a place to build a workshop and let his family live. After Mimir passed Moon's words to the other party, the slave leader pulled a bead from his neck and talked for a long time. Sir, Ben said that this is a symbol of his status in the tribe. As long as you can send him back, all the conditions just now can be agreed. Ben is the name of the leader of the 3 slaves. Moon took the bead and looked at it. It should be made of some kind of wood, with very fine workmanship, and the pattern on it is very strange. Sir, I think Ben's word should be credible. Xinjiang Island was originally the territory of the tribe, and this token does not look fake. Moon had learned from the sea chart that Xinjiang Island was one of the 6 main islands of the Vina Islands, and all the people living on it were tribesmen. Because these natives rarely communicate with outsiders, and intermarriage is limited to each tribe, Their number is not large. The Xinjiang Islands are also the islands with the most vacant land in the Vina Islands. Okay, you go down first. Let's discuss this matter and give you an answer tomorrow. After the 3 slaves left, Moon looked at Xilin, Hall, and Mimir. Now the 4 of them are the highest decision makers in the team. Of course, Mimir is mainly responsible for making suggestions, Hall is responsible for specific implementation, and Moon and Xilin are the ones who make decisions. After the decision was made, Xilin was responsible for commanding in the middle, while Moon studied his magic. I think we can go and take a look. Even if Xinjiang Island is not suitable, we can leave. I support Xilin's statement. Everything in Nixie Port is too expensive. With so many of us, we can't last a few days here. After hearing Xilin and Hall's opinions, Moon looked at Mimir. I also think it's better to leave. Salmin Island has been developed long ago, but Xinjiang Island is different. Another point is that there are Selma flowers there. Chapter 154, Magician Infiltrates. Since he was able to learn magic in Xilin, Moon has never had a good learning environment. Whether it was on the farm, at Neil's house, or at sea, Moon encountered all kinds of accidents. This made it a little difficult for Moon to realize his idea of steadily improving his strength. Now not only does Moon need a good environment to learn magic, but the family members of Veteran Lane also need a stable living environment. Although Moon didn't know the environment of Xinjiang Island, he was very sure that Port Nitz was really not suitable for them to live in. Expensive prices, complex personnel structure, lack of workshop production materials, high cost of living, all these factors added together, Moon also decided to leave temporarily. After discussing with several people, Moon issued an order to leave Port Nitz tomorrow. Watching Xilin and the others start to prepare separately, Moon came to the second-floor cabin of the Scarlet Moon. This place has been completely transformed into a new material storage area. After eliminating all the pirates, Moon made a major renovation of the entire Scarlet Moon. There are 3 cabins under the deck of the Flying Over. The first floor was originally where the pirates lived. After cleaning and renovation, the families of veterans temporarily moved in. The second floor was originally used to store various sundries and slave cells. Moon planned to use it to store all the materials. Although the materials stored here are only the herbs purchased today, Moon believes that sooner or later he will fill it up. The third cabin is a magic-restricted area. Moon temporarily set up a potion room and a practice room here, and the other rooms are temporarily empty. To enter here, you must get Moon's consent. After arriving at the second-floor cabin, Moon found that all the herbs had been sorted and classified. The little witch Chris was processing the potion materials. Very well done. The powder of the batfish maw must be ground finer and there must be no impurities. After Chris came to the ship, she took over all the preparatory work of the potion materials. Because she wanted to learn Moon's magic, the little witch worked very seriously. Okay, sir. Looking at the whole can of batfish maw powder that had been ground next to Chris, Moon thought that he might be able to exchange 2 more spells from Snape. Okay, let's stop here today. Don't you want to know why the potion I brew is more effective than yours? After watching the last batfish being dealt with, Moon smiled and looked at Chris. Sir, are you going to teach me how to brew potions? Yes, let's start with a hemostatic potion that you are most familiar with. Okay, after Chris got on board, she found that the hemostatic potion that Moon used on Lance and the others was extraordinary. Only then did she know that Moon was not only very proficient in spells, but also very good at brewing potions. The potion room was temporarily arranged in the innermost room of the third-floor cabin. It was originally a small warehouse where pirates stored gunpowder. But Moon had moved all these things to the second floor and applied multiple layers of protective spells. Now there is only a large operating table in this room, on which are Moon's tools for brewing potions. Every step will be made according to my instructions. Okay, Chris looked around after entering this small room. She was a little disappointed to find that there were no legendary powerful magic instruments in the room. However, after seeing the crucible with a different shape but very familiar, Chris still skillfully took out a human bone carbon from her messenger bag. Wait, we'll use an alcohol lamp to make the potion this time. Moon stopped him immediately after seeing the white bone carbon. But sir, my former teacher said that human bone carbon must be used to make potions, so that the potion can absorb the soul and enhance its efficacy. Absorbing the soul? This is the first time Moon has heard of this statement. Moon doesn't know if there are really magicians in this world who are studying the human soul. But he is very sure that when Chris made the potion, nothing about the soul entered the potion. I think what Aunt Whitney said is right. Your teacher might really be a liar, considering that Chris had never used an alcohol lamp to make potions. Moon didn't let her get started directly. After asking the other party to take out all the pre-made powders, Moon explained in front of her while refining a new hemostatic potion. At the beginning, you must ensure that the flame is stable, so that you can get the juice from the insect and vegetables. Put the powder of the ground armor scales and the batfish swim bladder together, and stir gently. After adding the flame snail shell powder, turn the fire to the maximum, and finally add the Selma flower. Moon deliberately slowed down the speed of refining the potion this time, just to let Chris see clearly. When the fragrance of the hemostatic potion spread throughout the room, Chris's expression was actually a little excited. Moon not only adjusted the burning method when refining the potion, but also simplified the entire process. Originally, Chris needed 3 hours to refine a hemostatic potion that was not very effective, but even if Moon slowed down, it only took 1 hour. Sir, it would be great if I could meet you earlier. Chris is now very regretful, not only because she did not learn the most correct way to refine medicine, but also because of the expensive human bone carbon sold to her by the liar teacher. 1 silver coin per piece. Her father sold 50 acres of land in exchange for a small bag. I don't think you would have wanted to meet me earlier. Moon knew that the little witch had been learning to make potions for 3 years, while he had only been learning magic for more than 3 months. When the little witch first came into contact with the liar teacher, Moon was still carving wood at Xilin farm. Seeing the little witch's confusion, Moon did not explain, but directly instructed her to make potions. Chris had experience in making hemostatic potions. Although the heating method had been adjusted, it was still relatively easy for her. After more than an hour, a bottle of black ointment with a similar color appeared in the crucible. It seems that it can be done. After Moon took the 2 potions in his hand and compared them carefully, he found that the efficacy was not much different. This also proves that magicians in this world can completely learn Hogwarts magic and potion making without any obstacles. By the way, where did you get your Selma flower? After the 2 potions were made tonight, there would only be 1 Selma flower, and Moon had to think about the future. I bought this from a passerby. He fainted outside the village. I saved him and then exchanged 3 plants with him. Do you know where the other person went? I don't know. The man just said he was going to Snow Eagle Mountain to look for the sacred tree. Moon already knew that Chris's hometown was at the foot of Snow Eagle Mountain. When he heard her say that the man was going to Snow Eagle Mountain to look for the sacred tree, a familiar figure suddenly popped up in Moon's mind. It was a magical big willow tree growing in a very hidden space. Could it be this? After refining the hemostatic potion, Moon found his current biggest buyer, Gold. When he learned that there were 2 hemostatic potions with the same efficacy, Gold readily offered a high price of 500 gold coins. Sir, I heard that you are going to Xilin Island. Is that true? Yes, you are well informed. I was just about to say goodbye to you tomorrow. Oh, sir, I didn't mean to find out about the voyage of the Scarlet Moon. After hearing Gold's explanation, Moon waved his hand. He knew that there were still many crew members from the Thorn on the ship, and it was actually very easy for Gold to get this information. Don't say that, Gold. After going through so many things, I think there's still a little trust between us. Yes, sir. Gold now respects Moon more and more. After receiving the pirate bounty today, he even wants to hand over all the money to Moon. Sir, I don't know if you want to explore. I know there is a treasure cave near Xilin Island. There is a group of sea monsters guarding it. Legend has it that there are many treasures in it. Treasure cave. Moon was a little confused. From the moment Gold entered the door, he saw that the other party was hesitant to speak, but he didn't expect it to be a treasure cave. Gold, you shouldn't be short of money, right? There are 3 large ships on the sea, which can go back and forth between the Federation and the Vina Islands more than a dozen times a year. With such a business, Moon doesn't think that the other party will take risks for a so-called treasure cave. Sir, who would think that they have too much money? Gold explained with some self-mockery. Moon shook his head, knowing that the other party did not give the real answer. Sorry, although I am really short of money now, I am not interested in such an adventure. If Moon wants to study magic in this world, he must buy a lot of magic materials and build magic research equipment. All of these now require money, not to mention everyone's subsequent expenses. But Moon will not worry about these things either. Especially after mastering the method of refining potions, the herbal material library is constantly filling up. Moon is confident that he can save his first pot of gold in this world through potion refining. Okay, if you really need it one day, you can contact me at any time, Gold said and was about to get up and leave. But Moon stretched out his hand to stop him. Sir, did you agree to go? No, someone broke into the ship. When Gold was about to leave, a loud cry sounded on the Scarlet Moon. This was the thief sense spell that Moon had set up yesterday. Ding-ding. After Moon finished speaking, the alarm bell on the cabin suddenly rang, and the veterans also heard the sound. When Moon quickly came to the cabin on the first floor, he saw Hall and his men preparing to go out. Uncle Hall, wait a minute, bring me the flintlock and the bullets. After seeing that it was Moon, Hall put the gun and bullets in his hands without any hesitation. More than a dozen copying spells were cast on the guns and bullets. The copying time of this kind of precision instrument is only half a day, Moon said after retracting his wand. Don't worry, as long as there is not a whole ship of pirates attacking, these 10 guns are enough. Hall distributed the guns and bullets to the veterans who followed behind, and then everyone quickly came to the deck together. Gold had been following Moon. He was originally curious about who dared to break into the magician's territory. But before he could see what the enemy looked like, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Gold knew the power of the flintlock. Even the magician in front of him almost fell into it. No, the captured pirates said that a magician had died under the gun. But now each of these veterans has 2 flintlock rifles. And plenty of bullets. Even if they encounter a small group of pirates, they are capable of killing them. Since Xilin took over the Scarlet Moon, he has implemented a patrol system according to the military process. 5 veterans plus Lance's soldiers patrol the deck every day in 3 shifts. And tonight happened to be patrolled by Lance's soldiers. When Moon came up from the passage, he saw 2 soldiers lying on the deck. And Lance and his men were holding long knives and surrounding 2 men in cloaks. These 2 people are magicians. Seeing their reinforcements arrive, Lance shouted loudly at Moon and his men. In fact, when Moon came to the deck, he had already seen that the 2 men had wizard bars on their heads. One of them had just 1 bar, and the other had less than 1 bar. Magician? A magician who breaks in will die? Hall didn't care whether the other party was a magician or not. In his opinion, the other party broke into the Scarlet Moon without saying hello, and knocked down the people, which was an act of aggression. The best way to deal with an act of aggression is of course to fight back. The 2 magicians were originally facing the encirclement of Lance and his 3 companions. But when he saw the 5 veterans pointing their gun barrels at them, Moon noticed that they had an incredible look on their faces. Where did you get so many flintlocks? One of the wizards said in fear. Haha, when you lie down, someone will explain it to you naturally. Hall had already pulled the trigger while speaking. Moon noticed that the one with the longest line of magic among the 2 magicians had begun to change his gestures rapidly when he saw the flintlocks appear. When the gunshot rang out, a simple ring on the middle finger of the magician emitted a blue light. When Moon was studying at Hogwarts, he knew that some wizards did not need a wand to cast magic. For example, the ancient wizards and the Wagadu school of magic in Africa. So when he saw the other party's gestures begin to change, Moon directly set up obstacles around the 2 magicians. This defensive magic can not only protect the people around them, but also hinder the speed of magic in all objects. Bang! When the bullet flashed past, Moon's protective magic just took effect and did not hinder the speed of the bullet. However, the expected scene of the bullet passing through the opponent's body did not happen. When the blue light flashed, Moon noticed that a reflective magic mirror appeared in front of the 2 wizards. Then when the bullet touched the mirror, it turned directly and shot towards Hall. Moon did not think much. Even if there were obstacles blocking in the middle, he still cast 2 floating spells to change the direction of the bullet. The last 2 bullets flew over Hall's head. Everyone back off. Don't shoot. Moon saw that the opponent's protective magic could actually rebound the attack, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. This was his first contact with the magic of this world. Chapter 155, Miraculous Magic Creation. Gold never thought that he just wanted to win over a magician to go on an adventure, but he encountered a battle between magicians. Especially after seeing that the 2 magicians on the other side were older and their magic power was not low, Gold secretly retreated into the cabin. The veterans who came out with Moon had a different attitude. Originally, Hall's shooting was just a deterrent, but they didn't expect that the opponent's magic could be rebounded, which surprised them. Especially seeing that Moon stopped attacking after trying an attack, the veterans couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Moon didn't have the nervousness of the veterans, and he was even a little excited at this time. Just now, he put a layer of iron armor spell on himself, and then fired a leg lock spell at the opponent. Unsurprisingly, the spell was also rebounded and hid his defensive magic. Moon could feel that the power of the reflected leg lock spell was actually reduced a little. And he also found that the power of the opponent's defensive magic was also weakening. After discovering this, Moon's psychological pressure was actually much less. He asked the veterans to raise their flintlocks and continue aiming, while he began to experiment with spells on the opponent's defensive magic. Leg lock spell can reflect back about 70% of the power, petrification spell is about 50%, thunder explosion is only 30%, burning flame is only 20%. After Moon put on a powerful iron armor spell, he began to experiment with attack magic one by one. The two magicians surrounded in the middle looked even uglier at this time. They originally supported this difficult defensive magic to resist the attack of the flintlock, and even thought of using reflective bullets to eliminate the enemies around. But they didn't expect the following series of changes to exceed their expectations. Before the bullet was reflected, they had already discovered a magician in the crowd. Before they could be surprised at the age of the other magician, they found that the rebound of the defensive magic was not successful. Just when they were about to remove the magic defense and attack again, the very young magician actually started the magic attack first. The two magicians didn't take Moon's attack seriously at first. After all, the magician was too young. But after seeing the speed and power of Moon's spell, their faces became more and more ugly. Complex gestures and difficult spells. This means that it takes a breath for the two magicians to use offensive means. And Moon can send out 9 petrification spells in the same time. That is to say, they have no confidence that they can guarantee to use magic attacks and escape smoothly after withdrawing their defenses. Moon's obstacles and iron armor spell have not been mastered for a long time. But with the blessing of the old willow wand, the defense strength and defense time that he can support have been strengthened. That is, after Moon sent out the third, burning flames, he heard a sound of glass breaking. The opponent's defensive spell was broken. Moon took the opportunity to cast 2 petrification spells to stop the enemy who had just changed his set of gestures. Boom! Boom! The two figures fell straight on the deck. Moon saw the unbelievable expression in their only eyes that could still move. Seal your mouth, lock your fingers, to prevent accidents. After subduing the two magicians, Moon walked over and pulled out the ancient ring, then said the most reasonable means of control now. Don't worry, the pirates have equipped the slaves with a lot of these things, which are enough to control them, okay, and remind me to cast a spell on them every hour. Moon was not sure whether these wizards would have other strange abilities. Anyway, he would do everything he could. Watching the veterans drag the two magicians into the cabin like dragging corpses, Gold walked out with some fear. Apart from Moon, he had never seen other wizards use magic to fight. After seeing the two adult wizards enter the ship, he originally thought that everyone present today would not be able to escape death. But unexpectedly, the two wizards were killed by Moon in the end. Especially the strength that Moon showed now was completely different from when he dealt with the pirates a week ago. Gold remembered very clearly that the fire magic cast by Moon was much more powerful than when he blew up the pirate ship. Sir Scarlett's magic power has improved too fast. While Gold was still in shock, the first mate Karen came to him. Captain, I want to follow Sir Scarlett. Moon didn't know what the captain and the first mate of the Thorn had discussed in the end. After checking the soldier's injuries, he took out the potion and gave it to Lance. Then he quickly went to the second floor of the cabin. This was originally where the pirates detained and punished slaves. Now, except for a few rooms filled with materials, the rest still retained the original punishment tools. Hall was very excited at this time. Since Moon became a spellcaster, he knew that magicians were not that mysterious. But it was still unbelievable that he could capture two magicians alive like today. Little Moon, go quickly. I will definitely ask all the information you just told me. Moon was actually very curious. He never remembered that he had a grudge against any magician. So he couldn't figure out why a magician sneaked onto their ship and attacked their soldiers. For Moon, it is now necessary to find out the origins of these two wizards and the magic secrets on them. Okay, remember to keep their hands tightly, and seal them immediately if they say any unintelligible words. Moon is still not sure what kind of magic related to interrogation there is in the magic world. What he can do now is to disrupt the spellcasting process of these magicians as much as possible. Don't worry, You want to study the ring? Go quickly, and leave these 2 people to us." Seeing that the 5 veterans all showed a confident look, Moon did not stay for long. Anyway, the 2 wizards have been searched, their hands are tied up with iron chains, and Moon has also imposed more than a dozen leg-locking curses on their legs. Behind each of them is an old soldier holding a ball-shaped gag tool. In this situation, Moon does not believe that the other party can still cast any powerful magic. Okay, if there's any unexpected situation, you can knock on the wall. Anyway, I'm next door. Moon did not know what methods the veterans would use. But seeing that they were so confident, Moon had to put away his curiosity and went to the next room to check the things he had searched from the 2 wizards. There were a lot of things found from the 2 magicians. Pens, notebooks, gold pocket watches, animal skin wallets, monoculars, and rings. Moon first checked the wallet and found that in addition to more than a dozen gold coins, there was also a Bailey Business Bank deposit note. The face value was 3,000 gold coins. Who said that magicians are like mice? Their lives are definitely much better than ordinary people. Moon put away the deposit note and then checked other items. The content in the notebook was more like a purchase record, with many herbs and or metals. Moon thought that this should be the material for them to make potions or magic tools. Moon actually saw one of the 2 magicians at the dock, but later lost it when purchasing herbs. At that time, this wizard had been watching the Scarlet Moon, but he didn't expect them to sneak in at night. The pocket watch did not have any magical properties, it should only be used to record time, but the material is very good and the gold content is very high. The monocular looks very strange. The lens in the middle is very thin, and there are some transparent strange patterns carved on it. The outside is a circle of black metal frame, which is also covered with dense symbols. There is also a black leather rope tied to the corner of the frame. Because he didn't know if the glasses would have any magic, Moon picked it up and observed it from a distance. At first, he didn't find anything, but when he pointed the glasses at his purse, Moon found that the purse was slightly twisted. Then he moved the glasses away and the purse returned to its original state. After trying back and forth several times, Moon guessed that this monocular should be able to see weak magic energy. No wonder the man at the dock wore glasses to observe the Scarlet Moon in the afternoon. After Moon returned this time, he cast the color change spell and the thief sense spell on the Scarlet Moon. The same spell was cast on his purse. And this monocular can just detect this slight magic fluctuation. So the other party was able to accurately find the Scarlet Moon among thousands of ships. This is simply a great auxiliary treasure for wizards who like adventure. Moon was very curious about the ability of the monocular. This was the first time he saw a magical instrument that assisted observation. In order to test the limits of this thing, Moon cast several spells one after another: obstacles, iron armor spell, fire spell. After several consecutive experiments, Moon found that the monocular had little reaction to pure magic energy, especially the higher the level of the spell, the smaller the fluctuation effect. But it reacted very strongly to some magic objects. For example, the alchemy key he got. After pointing the monocular at it, not only can you clearly see those tiny rune circuits, but you can also see different colors of magic energy. When Moon got the alchemy key, he already knew that this key was made of 3 basic materials. The main body is meteorite iron, the teeth are magma amber, and the handle is wrapped with snakeskin. When the monocular was pointed at it, the main body shone with transparent gold, the teeth were fiery red, and the handle exuded a rich black. This pair of glasses should be made for alchemists. After discovering that the monocular can be used to observe alchemical items very well, Moon was ecstatic. He was originally very worried about studying the runes of alchemy. Now with this pair of glasses, he can directly guess the true meaning of these runes, which saves him the effort of looking up a lot of information. Thinking of this, Moon put the monocular on the old willow wand. As the magic prop that has been with him for the longest time, Moon has always been very curious about how magical the old willow wand is. Through the monocular, Moon found that the old willow wand exuded a very rich green magic energy, which was mixed with a golden light that seemed to be substantial. The color of this energy emitted is several times higher than that of the alchemical key. After all, one color is already substantial, and the other is still transparent and you can see the key pattern behind it. It seems that the combination of the old willow and the unicorn horn core is indeed extraordinary, but I'd better not show it to others in the future. Moon didn't know if someone would snatch some special ones in the world where Hogwarts was. But in this world, Since someone can observe the energy fluctuations of magic items through items like monoculars, Moon can only try his best not to reveal the existence of the wand. After all, Moon's wizard bar is only 1.5 bars now. He hasn't met a powerful magician yet, but he can't say for sure in the future. I still have to learn magic as soon as possible and improve my strength. This is the capital to live well in the magic world. After putting down the monocular, Moon finally picked up the ring that could flash blue light. During the battle just now, Moon noticed that the wizard who cast the defensive rebound magic was relying on the ability of this ring. This won't be another alchemical item. Looking at the many complex runes and exquisite craftsmanship on the ring, Moon knew that his guess should be right. Did I poke the alchemist's nest, or does the magic in this world focus more on these alchemical items? Although Moon didn't have much contact with the magicians in this world, he always believed that the power of magicians came from knowledge and hard practice. For this reason, when he was studying at Hogwarts, he would spend a lot of time practicing spells. In this world, although Moon had only come into contact with 3 wizards, one of whom was dead, he had already harvested 3 alchemical items. And they were not uniform magic tools like wands, keys, monoculars, and rings. Not only were the shapes different, but the rune circuits on them were also completely different. This made Moon more curious about the level of alchemy in this world. It's a bit too early to make this judgment now. I still meet too few magicians. Maybe they are in the same group. Moon didn't know why this group of alchemists wanted to find him. Anyway, now that he has a monocular, it will be more convenient to study alchemical runes. Moon once obtained a book borrowing note from Professor McGonagall, and then found a basic material on alchemy in the library. The most obscure text, a preliminary study of alchemical runes. By reading this alchemical material, Moon already knew that the 3 foundations of alchemy are materials, structural processes, and rune magic circles. The most obscure of these is the last one, the rune magic circle. There are many types of runes, and each one contains a special magical meaning. Only by arranging the runes in an orderly manner according to a rule, and then engraving them on alchemical items, can a magic circle with magical energy be formed. The greater the magical energy of the alchemical item, the more runes are engraved on it, and the more powerful the magic circle formed. For example, Moon only learned last week about a mysterious philosopher's stone hidden in Hogwarts. With these glasses, maybe I can really study alchemy in advance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Inquiring into Defensive Magic. When Moon first studied alchemical runes at Hogwarts, he was actually very worried about one thing. That is, whether the magic runes between the 2 worlds would be too different. If they were completely different, it would increase the difficulty of his research. But now, through the monocular, Moon has found several magic runes with the same meaning from the alchemical key. In the most obscure text, a preliminary study of alchemical runes, a set of the most basic runes is recorded. The spiral symbol represents the meaning of continuous rise in circulation. Moon also found this rune on the teeth of the alchemical key. According to the records in the alchemical notes of the dead magician, the meaning of this rune is very similar. The key teeth are pursuing the cycle of a certain magical energy. And through the monocular, Moon also found that the magic circle composed of this rune constantly emits a flame-like color. This can be completely matched with the material of the key teeth. It seems that this symbol representing basic magical energy is not very different in the 2 worlds. Moon found that the monocular not only helped him to distinguish the similarities between the runes in the 2 worlds. Moreover, he could infer the energy of the magic circle composed of runes, which was really helpful for his research on alchemy. There was no sound in the interrogation room next door all night. Moon thought something unexpected would happen, but just when the sky was just getting light, Hall ran over excitedly. "Little Moon, they said everything, so soon? I thought they would have to resist for a while. After capturing 2 magicians last night, they were stubborn and didn't say a word except for disbelief. Unexpectedly, they compromised after just 1 night. Magicians are also human beings. They can't bear my punishment at all." Hearing Hall's confident speech, Moon became more curious. He had never seen the punishment methods of the veterans. When he came to the punishment room next door again, Moon almost couldn't recognize the 2 magicians. Although they were controlled by the petrification spell last night, they still maintained the graceful appearance that magicians should have. But when he looked at them again today, their eyes, which were originally bright and energetic, were now empty and lifeless. Their bodies were still shaking uncontrollably, their lips were moving slightly, and large patches of sweat appeared on the ground. How did you do it? Seeing that the two magicians were in so much pain, but there was no wound on their bodies, Moon became even more curious. Oh, nothing, actually just let the goats lick them all night. Goats. When Moon was studying alchemy in the next room last night, he did hear a few sheep bleating, but he didn't associate sheep with punishment at all. Seeing that Moon still didn't understand, Hall went forward to demonstrate. It's actually very simple. You just need to apply this sweet thing to the soles of the prisoner's feet and armpits, and the goats will keep licking after smelling it. When Hall applied honey to one of the magicians again, Moon noticed that the magician was trying his best to dodge, and a look of fear appeared on his face. But his body was still tied up honestly, and there was an iron ball stuffed in his mouth, which made him unable to resist it all. Soon the honey was all over the soles of the magician's feet, and then the goats licked it after smelling it. Moon saw the magician's face showing an extremely painful expression, and his teeth in his mouth kept knocking against the iron ball, and a burst of inaudible whimpering sound came out. The tongue of a sheep is very rough. When I was in the army, I saw them lick many imperial prisoners to death with a sheep. Moon noticed that the magician's spirit was actually a little exhausted, and his face was very pale. Worried that the other party would really die, Moon immediately stopped the punishment. Are they willing to talk now? Of course, answer whatever you ask. Very obedient. After the veterans took the iron ball out of the magician's mouth, Moon asked the question he was very concerned about. Who are you? Why did you come to my ship? The magician who took out the iron ball now tried to take 2 breaths, and then looked at Moon with lingering fear. We are unbelievers. We just noticed. There's energy fluctuations of the fire emblem key on the ship, so we came to investigate the situation. Is that all? Moon obviously didn't believe it. Yes, no, there's more. Seeing that Moon was about to wave his hand to let the goat come back, the magician swallowed his saliva and hurriedly added. We want to see if there are any magical secrets hidden on this ship, and then find a way to take them away. When the magician said this, he looked at Moon with an evasive look. It seems that these punishments are not unfair to you. As for the key you are talking about, is it this? Moon said and took out the alchemical key he got from the pirate leader. Yes, it is this. It took us 10 years to make it. It will take effect as long as the last rune is filled in. Why? Why is it here with you? Did you kill Holmes? The magician had been tortured very painfully, but when he saw the alchemical key appear, he was still very excited. I got this after I wiped out a bunch of pirates, and the Holmes you mentioned may have died in the hands of pirates. How? How is it possible? Believe it or not, you are captives now, and there is no need for me to deceive you. After hearing what Moon said, the magician wanted to argue, but suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Okay, I know we did something stupid, but I still want to ask you to let us go this time. Let you go? It depends on how many secrets you can tell. After experiencing the night owl incident, Moon already knew the importance of not leaving any tales. So now Moon just needs the other party to tell more magic secrets to make up for his understanding of this world. Soon, Moon knew more news. Atticus and Stuart are the names of these 2 magicians. They are magicians arranged by the Faithless at the port of Nizza, responsible for purchasing the materials needed by the organization and waiting for Holmes' arrival. As for the strength of the Faithless organization, they are not clear, but Moon did ask about the magical defensive magic they use, Mirror Light Reverse Tide. This is an advanced defensive magic circulated within the Faithless organization. The core of magic is to build a special magic field, like an invisible mirror with super reflective ability. When the enemy's magic and physical attacks enter the sensing range of the simulation field, the magic field will quickly capture the trajectory, attributes and force direction of the attack, and finally use magic to drive the precise and high-speed reverse reconstruction of the attack. It will bounce back along the path it came from, making the attacker suffer the consequences. After looking at the magic principle written by the magician, Moon was a little surprised. He also experimented with attacking this defensive magic last night, but it didn't seem to be as powerful as described above. It's because I only mastered the elementary, Mirror Light Reverse Tide. If Mr. Montoya were to perform it, it would definitely be destroyed. Moon didn't care about how the prisoner would mock him. Instead, he learned from this sentence that this magic was actually graded. Write down all the information you know about this magic. You are the devil. After letting the goat torment the magician for another minute, Moon got a detailed information on defensive magic. Although it's only level 2 now, I should be able to try to practice it, but this spell and gesture are a bit troublesome. Chapter 157 Someone is poisoned. The captured magician wrote down the details of Mirror Light Against Tide. This defensive magic should have 4 upgraded versions, but he only knew 2. This is similar to the Iron Armor spell that Moon learned. After the wizards in the world of Hogwarts made variations of the Iron Armor spell, they enhanced the power and protective ability of this spell, and then the Iron Armor spell also had different levels: Mirror Light Shines, Against Tide Surges, Allcomer's Return, Protect Me, Ancient Language. This is the basic spell of the Mirror Light Against Tide magic. Each spell also contains 3 sets of hand gestures, a total of 12 sets. This magic is indeed unexpected, but the spell casting method is too complicated. After Moon read the basic introduction of this spell, he knew that he was not suitable to learn it yet. Because if he learned it according to this step, when Mirror Light Against Tide was cast, Moon would have been able to cast at least 12 petrification spells. However, these wizards should have noticed that the spell was slow to cast, so they created a spell auxiliary ring. That is the ring that Moon snatched from the magician last night. According to the captured magician, with the help of this ring, the hand gestures can be reduced by half. The function of the spell ring is not only that, it is also an auxiliary item for casting the upgraded version of Mirror Light Against a Tide. Use light as a shield, go back against a tide, resist all blades, and rebound the edge. Ancient Language. This is the second upgraded spell that the captured magician knows. It increases the magic defense strength on the basis of the original spell. This is very similar to the enhanced Iron Armor spell that Moon learned, except that the other party has an additional function of rebounding magic. After getting this set of spells, Moon immediately verified the authenticity. Perhaps because he was not familiar with the spells and gestures, Moon tried 3 times before he succeeded. When this spell was cast, Moon could not see any traces of magic around him. But he could feel that there was a magic mirror in front of him that could completely cover his body. Let the veterans try to throw some small objects at him, and these things bounce back without any surprise. It has a large defensive area and makes it difficult for the opponent to react, but the casting process is too troublesome. After discovering the advantages of this magic, Moon decided to modify this spell when he had time. Ever since Moon learned the secret of spells, methods of spell modification in the library, he has never stopped studying spells. After recording the spell modification during this period of time, Moon has a better understanding of the basic composition of spells, and is also more and more confident in modifying spells. After the captured magician handed the gesture to Moon, he kept observing what the little wizard in front of him would do. Until Moon succeeded in this complex defensive magic after 3 attempts, and he didn't even bring a spell ring, the magician was immediately disheartened. It seems that there is a reason for our failure. Who are you? A magician like you must be famous. The captured magician has lived in the port of Nitz for more than 10 years and has done a lot of robbing other magicians. But he has never encountered such a big failure, and it was at the hands of a very young magician. Which made him very difficult to accept. What's the point of knowing this now? Moon looked at the other party helplessly. He actually didn't have such a big malice towards the 2 magicians, but Moon would not let them go. No, I just want to know who we lost to, so that we can maybe convince ourselves and make ourselves feel better. Hearing the other party's self-deception, Moon chuckled. Actually, I am a very peaceful person. If you just came on board to get the key back, maybe we could have a good discussion, but I didn't expect you to hurt people directly. Hearing Moon say that he was peaceful, the 2 captured wizards didn't believe it at all. If it was really peaceful, then what would it matter if they were tortured all night? When Moon was thinking about how to deal with the 2 wizards, Xilin, who had been in charge of all the things on the ship outside, came to the interrogation room. Someone came to visit outside, saying that he wanted to find a magician. Xilin glanced at the captured wizards casually, and there was no spirit in his eyes, as if he was looking at 2 dead people. After hearing Xalin's words, Moon turned his head and looked at the 2 magicians again. Look, if you come to visit like this, maybe I will really have a good talk with you. After all, I really love peace. After Moon finished speaking, he followed Xilin out of the room. The 2 magicians were gagged again in panic. Of course, the goat was always on standby. Leave these 2 magicians to me. It's not a good idea to keep them like this. After leaving the room, Xilin looked at Moon and said. He knew that Moon had not really killed anyone yet, and he didn't want these things to affect Moon's learning of magic. In fact, we can ask them about the news they know. After all, we know too little about the magic world. Moon did not refuse directly. He just wanted to squeeze the secrets out of these two magicians. Leave it to Hall and the others. I believe they will handle it well. Moon had never known that Hall and the others would torture before, but tonight it really opened his eyes. By the way, you must tell everyone not to call the full name in front of the magician as much as possible. After hearing what Moon said, Xilin was stunned. Are you worried about being cursed? Yes, although I don't know if there is curse magic in this world, we should always be prepared. Moon didn't know much about curses when he was studying at Hogwarts. He knew that most of this kind of magic belonged to the category of black magic, and the way the school taught black magic defense was really unsatisfactory. When there was no way to solve the magic curse, Moon could only avoid it as much as possible. I will remind everyone to pay attention. In addition, when will you meet the guests on the ship? Is there really someone? Moon thought at first that Xilin was looking for him. Yes, the person brought by Gold said that he was the head of the Mayor'sburg Bailey Chamber of Commerce. Judging from Gold's attitude, the other party should be quite powerful. Bailey Chamber of Commerce. Moon recalled that he seemed to have no intersection with the other party. From the cabin to the captain's room, this was where the pirate leader used to live, and now it has become Xilin's room and the reception room of the Scarlet Moon. As soon as Moon entered the room, he saw Gold bending over and saying something to a middle-aged man. Oh. This is the owner of the Scarlet Moon. Seeing Moon approaching, Gold hurriedly introduced him. Sir, they came to me, but I didn't take the initiative to bring him here. Hearing Gold's explanation in a low voice, Moon nodded and said he didn't care. Dear magician, I am Marcel Downs, the head of the Bailey Chamber of Commerce in Portnitz. It's an honor to meet you. The middle-aged man was wearing a black suit and a round hat. After Moon came in, he took off his hat and held it on his chest, and bowed to Moon gently. Hello, Mr. Downs, what do you want to do with me? Moon didn't know how the other party knew that he was a magician, but he didn't hesitate and asked the other party directly. Oh, sir, I'm presumptuous to ask if you bought a Swampstar orchid yesterday. Swampstar orchid, this is the most valuable herb that Moon found in the herbal medicine shop yesterday. It was also said by Professor Snape that there is only one powerful detoxification herb in the world in another world, Swamp Lily. Seeing that the other party directly asked about what he had just done yesterday, Moon just stared at him, and the other party did not answer. Oh, sir, please don't misunderstand, I'm not here for that flower, but I want to ask the potion master to save my life. After noticing that Moon's expression was wrong, Downs immediately explained. Help, I don't think you are poisoned. Moon knew that this herb called Swampstar orchid was a powerful detoxification plant, and the other party was looking for this herb, which might be related to detoxification. It's not me, sir, it's the eldest lady of our Chamber of Commerce, Lynn Bailey. After Downs explained, Moon knew the whole story. The eldest lady of the Bailey Chamber of Commerce was poisoned and looked for all the doctors on the Vina Islands, but none of them worked. Later, it was the magician who told them that the poison could only be detoxified by using potions, so they began to look for magicians who could make potions. But because most magicians like to hide, the Bailey Chamber of Commerce's search method is very rough. They found all the detoxifying herbs in the Chamber of Commerce and put them in every herb shop until someone buys them, and then they will find the buyer to confirm. As the head of the Chamber of Commerce in Portnitz, Downs counts the whereabouts of the herbs every day. After the Chamber of Commerce issued the order, he has visited 5 people who bought detoxifying herbs, but only this time did he find that the buyer was a magician. After Downs found out where the herbs were last night, he found Gold and led him to the Scarlet Moon. I can make detoxification potions, but I'm very sorry that I haven't found all the ingredients for making detoxification potions yet. Moon doesn't know how to use swamp lilies to make detoxification potions. After all, Professor Snape won't use only one remaining herb to teach students. But last week, Moon happened to learn another detoxification potion in the potion class, which can alleviate most of the basic poisoning conditions in the magic world. This potion formula was actually originally matched according to the swamp lily. But later, because this herb became extinct, the potion masters found 2 other herbs to replace it. Don't worry, sir. We have all the materials at Bailey's company. We only need a potion master now. Hearing the visitor say this, Moon couldn't help but hesitate. He turned his head to look at Gold and cast a whisper. Is Bailey's Chamber of Commerce very powerful? After hearing Moon's question, Gold understood instantly, and he lowered his voice and whispered. Sir, it's okay, you can speak loudly, they can't hear. After hearing Moon's explanation, Gold looked around blankly. He found that everyone around him showed a curious expression, and knew that this was another magical magic of Lord Scarlett. Okay, sir, in fact, Bailey's Chamber of Commerce has a very large business. I want to do business with him in Knitsport, but I usually don't see this director, Mr. Downs. Moon already knew the scale of Gold's business. 3 ocean-going ships traveled back and forth between the Federal Continent and the Vina Islands all year round, and should have an annual income of at least tens of thousands of gold coins. But even so, he still couldn't contact a manager of Bailey's Chamber of Commerce at the port. This made Moon roughly understand the power of this Chamber of Commerce. After Gold finished speaking, Moon thought for a moment and then cancelled the spell. He now really needed to know the various magic materials in this world. If he could establish a relationship with a powerful Chamber of Commerce, it would greatly facilitate Moon's progress in learning the magic of this world. After thinking of this, Moon looked up at Downs. I can promise to make an antidote, but I can't guarantee that I can save people. Moon didn't know anything about the poisoned lady of Bailey Chamber of Commerce, so he didn't dare to make a judgment in advance. But after getting Moon's answer, Manager Downs immediately bowed deeply. Thank you very much, Master. If you can't do it, I think there should be no other potion master in the Vina Islands who can save Our Lady. When Downs saw Moon, he didn't have much hope. After all, he had never seen a magician so young, not to mention mastering the refining of potions. But just now, Moon just casually cast a magic that could isolate others from snooping, which opened Downs' eyes. As the manager of Bailey Chamber of Commerce, he had seen several magicians in the family castle. But there are almost no magicians like Moon who can cast spells easily. You don't have to call me Master, just call me Moon or Scarlett. Moon never thought that he could become a master with his current potion-making skills. If Professor Snape heard someone calling Moon like this here, he would definitely roar uncontrollably. Okay, Mr. Scarlett, do you think we can set off now? Our young lady has been poisoned very deeply. Okay, how do we go? Oh, just take a boat. This should be the fastest way. Scarlet Moon was originally scheduled to leave the port of Nitsea today. Now with a guarantee of the Bailey Chamber of Commerce, their big black ship no longer has to wait in line to leave slowly. Seeing that all the ships were arranged to make way, Moon had a new understanding of the power of the Bailey Chamber of Commerce. Notify Ben, we will go to rescue him first, and then send him back to Xingjian Island. Mayorzu Castle is south of the port of Nitsea, and it takes about half a day to get there by boat. Now that winter is coming and the north wind is howling, the travel time has been shortened by half. So before noon, Moon saw a tall castle standing on the island from afar on the deck of the Scarlet Moon. Seeing that the castle was still some distance from the coastline, Moon thought they would have to get off the ship and ride a horse for a while. But the luxury of the Bailey Chamber of Commerce shocked him again. Sir Scarlett, this waterway was dug by the Bailey family for 3 years, and 2,000 people were mobilized at that time, just to allow the ship to stop directly outside the castle. Downs stood by and introduced the wide waterway in front of him. Moon estimated that this waterway was much larger than the canal he saw in the Muggle world, and should be able to accommodate 5 Scarlet Moons sailing side by side. At the end of the waterway, the Bailey family also built a wide berth. When the Scarlet Moon stopped, Moon saw 3 very luxurious and bright white sailing ships. And a brown-black 3-masted sailing ship of the same size as the Scarlet Moon, with a flag that Moon was more familiar with hanging on it. The flag was painted with a sun pierced by a sword. Moon saw the same pattern in the notebook of the 2 magicians captured last night. Chapter 158 Poison? Magic Potion. Mayorzu Castle is a luxurious castle that the Bailey family built after 30 years. The castle is not only equipped with exclusive waterways and large berths. In another direction, a wide road that can accommodate 5 carriages at the same time is built. There are also large horse farms and farms outside the castle. It was the first time that Moon saw such a large castle, which was larger than some small cities. Even the area of Hogwarts Castle is far less than the huge gray-white castle in front of him. If the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake are included, there may be a comparison. When getting off the Scarlet Moon, Moon only brought Xilin and Chris. The 3 of them first followed Downs to a luxurious reception room in the castle. After waiting for a while, the Bailey family came out to meet them. "Are you the potion master that Downs found?" The man was a middle-aged man with rare platinum hair, clear facial lines, and deep and sharp black eyes. When Moon saw the man, he didn't pay too much attention to his appearance, but looked at the wizard bar on his head. 2 grids. This is the magician with the longest career that Moon has seen in the current world in recent times. However, the look he gave Moon seemed unkind. Moon didn't care. He stood up and looked at him. "Yes, I am." After Moon answered, the blonde magician took a deep breath and stared at Moon. "It's hard to believe that you are a qualified potion master at your age, I know, so I came here in person." After hearing Moon's words, the middle-aged magician, who had a trace of sadness on his face, rarely smiled. "It seems that you are very confident, young man. I am Ryan Bailey. On behalf of the entire Bailey family, I welcome you." The Bailey family's own magician made Moon figure out the problem he had on the road. In the current world, the boundary between magicians and ordinary people is not so clear. There is no similar international statute of wizarding secrecy. The Bailey family has such a large business, which also involves magical herbal plants. If it were an ordinary family, it would obviously not be able to do it, not to mention that they would have to work hard to protect their property. But if there is a magician in this family, and his strength is not low, then all this can be explained. "You can call me Moon, or Scarlett." Moon also nodded to the other party. "Okay, Mr. Scarlett, although I don't know how good your potion level is, this involves the life safety of my niece, so I hope to test your ability." Moon actually thought that the other party would have such a request. After all, it is about a person's life, and he is indeed very young. "Okay, then do you want to see the potion I have made, or do you want to check my ability to make potions?" Moon is not afraid of any test. In his opinion, the magic of Hogwarts is obviously more powerful than most wizards in this world. "Now I believe that you can really make potions." After Ryan Bailey said this, he waved his hand to signal the servant who followed him to come up, and after giving an order, he looked at Moon again. "Mr. Scarlett, if you don't mind, I hope you can check both of the things you just mentioned. Of course, the Bailey family will also offer you the sincerity to satisfy you." After Ryan finished speaking, the servant who had just left had returned to the reception room with a tray. "This is a gift from our Bailey Chamber of Commerce to our magician friends. With this, you can buy all items in the Chamber of Commerce at a 10% discount," Ryan said and took a black round iron plate from the tray. "Of course, all the materials for your potion refining this time will be provided by us, and the refining fee will be paid twice." After listening to Ryan's explanation, Moon understood why this family could do such a big business. Not only do they have strength, but they are also willing to provide convenience to all magicians. This has invisibly increased the invisible strength of the Bailey family. For Moon, according to the Bailey family's approach, they must know a lot of magicians and have a lot of magic information, which is exactly what Moon needs most now. "Okay, this is a hemostatic potion I made. You can check it first," Moon said as he took a hemostatic potion he had just made from Chris's hand. After Ryan took it, he opened the bottle cap and observed it carefully. This seems to be just an ordinary hemostatic potion," Ryan couldn't help but murmur in his heart. His niece is now very poisoned, and he also found 2 wizards who are proficient in making potions, but they are helpless. Now Moon only took out a bottle of ordinary hemostatic potion, which made him feel more disappointed. As far as Ryan knows, the 2 wizards who are proficient in potions he found have at least mastered 7 or 8 kinds of potion-making techniques. And this hemostatic potion is only the lowest level for them. It is a hemostatic potion, but it should not be ordinary. Moon is very clear about the efficacy of the potion he made. This potion is far more effective than its original version. Even in the world where Hogwarts is, Moon has never heard of a similar hemostatic potion. Of course, the ability to produce such a medicinal effect should have a lot to do with Moon's combination of materials and techniques from 2 worlds. After hearing Moon's explanation, Ryan couldn't help but feel curious. He winked at the servant next to him. The servant immediately understood and stretched out his index finger, and used his sharp nails to draw a long line on the palm of his hand. When Xilin saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the person who could draw a blood mark on his palm so easily must be a master. When Moon saw this scene, he was actually very curious, because he knew that the servant in front of him did not have a wizard bar. And he could do this easily, and he must have mastered some special force-generating skills. Just like when Night Owl dodged the arrow, he could twist his body to a degree that ordinary people could not do at all. This was the second time that Moon saw the ability mastered by ordinary people. Moon had already tested the efficacy of the hemostatic potion, so he was not afraid of any accidents. But Ryan took a deep breath unconsciously after seeing the potion heal the wounds so quickly. Hiss. The effect of the medicine is indeed extraordinary. Mr. Scarlett, I wonder if you have more of this kind of magic potion. Our Bailey Chamber of Commerce is willing to buy all of them. You decide the price. I'm very sorry, this kind of magic potion requires the Trub's Selma flower, and I don't have much stock now. Moon was telling the truth. The Selma flower powder he had on him could only support the refining of 3 bottles of magic potion. And he planned to keep these 3 bottles for his own use. After all, there were also a group of people on their ship who often needed to use a knife. Selma flower? Our Bailey Chamber of Commerce seems to have it. Moon said that the Selma flower was needed to refine the hemostatic magic potion. In fact, he also wanted to find out whether the Bailey Chamber of Commerce had this kind of herb. After all, the Bailey Chamber of Commerce had a lot of business on the Vina Islands, and most of the tribesmen were concentrated in this archipelago. Moon guessed that the 2 sides should have intersections. The tribesmen release 10 Selma flowers every year, and our Bailey Chamber of Commerce is very honored to collect 3 every year. Only 3, yes, actually 3 is not a small number. After all, the yield of this flower is not high. Hearing Moon's curious question, Ryan patiently explained. The tribesmen on the Vina Islands are actually divided into factions. Xilin Island is the place with the most tribesmen, and there are 3 tribes on it. The Bailey family's business involves many aspects, and there are many intersections with the tribesmen, so they know a lot about the tribesmen. There are 3 tribes on Xilin Island. One is the Bengbeng tribe that worships the stars, one is the Lingshu tribe that believes in the sacred tree, and the other is the Xilin tribe that worships the ocean. The power of these 3 tribes is very large, with a population of more than 100,000. The Selma flower is one of the herbal flowers produced by the Lingshu tribe. At the same time, there are more than 30 small islands around Xilin Island. There are also more than a dozen tribes of varying sizes distributed on it, and they all have inextricable ties with the 3 tribes. After Ryan finished speaking, Moon thought about all the things about the tribesmen around him. The first one was of course Ben, who promised to send people home. According to the tribesman's own explanation, he was from the Star tribe. The other one was the 3 Selma flowers that Chris got. If we rely on the power of Bailey's business, we can only get 3 of these herbs every year. Then who is the person who gave Chris 3 Selma flowers? Will it have any relationship with the Spirit Tree tribe? However, these can only be known after Moon arrives at the Star Embers Island. Now he still needs to refine a detoxification potion to prove his ability. This year's Selma flowers have all been sold by Bailey's Chamber of Commerce, but there will be new flowers next spring. I hope to ask Mr. Scarlett to refine a batch of potions at that time. After asking someone to check the inventory, Ryan made his request. Okay, if there is a chance next year, I will help to refine it. In addition, this is the material I need to refine the detoxification potion. Please see if you have it, Moon said and handed a piece of pale yellow parchment to the other party. This was the material description he had prepared when he came. Mr. Scarlett, you prepared very carefully. Ryan took the parchment and started reading. He originally thought that there would only be some names of herbs written on it, but he didn't expect Moon to draw all the images of the materials. Of course, making potions is a rigorous job, and preparations must be thorough. Moon prepared this detailed illustration, of course, not just for thorough preparations. More importantly, he was not sure what these materials were called in this world. So he could only draw them for supplementary explanation. This is the intoxicating flower, black eggplant, sweetgrass root, pearl powder, pointy-horned horse horn, and pure spring water. Moon took out the antidote potion formula that Professor Snape had just explained last week. When he came, he asked Mimir to distinguish it. Except for the pointy-horned horse, the old man said it exactly. The pointy-horned horse is a unicorn, and the antidote potion needs its horn ground into powder. Mr. Scarlett, are you sure this is an antidote potion, not something poisonous? Ryan is not a magician who is proficient in making potions. However, during this period of time, because his niece Lynn Bailey was poisoned, he also learned a lot of herbal knowledge and knew that some of the herbs used by Moon were highly toxic. Among them, the intoxicating flower can cause hallucinations, coma, and even death in the poisoned person. This plant is called mandrake in the potion class at Hogwarts. And black eggplant is also poisonous. It can cause dilated pupils and blurred vision, and in severe cases it can also lead to death. It is called belladonna in the potion class. When dealing with these two plants, Snape asked the young wizards to wear dragon leather gloves. I'm sure that as long as you can find the right materials, I can make an antidote. Hearing Moon's confident answer, Ryan took a deep breath unconsciously. These herbal plants are all in the warehouse, but this horn of the unicorn may need to be borrowed from the outer island. Is that so? If you are in a hurry, I actually have this material, Moon said and took out a small paper bag that he had prepared. It was the unicorn horn powder. This is the horn that fell off when Moon made the wand. Knowing that the unicorn horn is very precious, Moon has kept it until now. After taking it, Ryan looked at it carefully. The Bailey family actually raised 3 pointed horned horses, but they never thought that their horns could be used to make potions, so they have been kept as ornamental animals on Hellfus Island. This horn should be a few years old, Ryan said as he picked up the horn particles. Yes, but it will not delay the making of potions. Of course, if the patient can wait, I can also wait for your horn to be delivered. No, just use yours. After hearing what Moon said, Ryan thought about his niece's worse health this morning, and then made up his mind. Okay, if you agree, please find a quiet room. I'm going to start making potions. Of course, there's a very suitable room next to the living room. Mr. Moon, you can tell me anything else you need, such as human bone carbon, gold crucible, and special tools for making potions. When Ryan mentioned the gold crucible, Moon actually hesitated. But thinking about the special nature of the gold crucible, he still waved away this little thought. The crucible can be made of tin, and the potion tools only need to be ordinary. Human bone carbon is not necessary, and you also need to prepare an alcohol lamp. Alcohol lamp. Ryan could understand that the potion tools required to be ordinary. But he was a little surprised to use an alcohol lamp instead of human bone carbon. The magicians that Ryan found 2 days ago all asked him for at least 100 pieces of human bone carbon to complete the potion making, although the potion did not work in the end. Yes, my potion only needs an alcohol lamp to heat it. Alcohol lamp? How is that possible? The potion needs to absorb the soul to succeed. Mr. Bailey, you didn't find a little liar? Just after Moon finished speaking, a magician in black clothes and a black hood suddenly walked into the living room. Another two-grid magician. Moon took a look at the wizard bar of the person who came, and then noticed that the magician was wearing a familiar ring on his hand. Chapter 159. What kind of magic is this? Montoya Henderson. He is the head of the Faithless organization on Salmon Island. The Faithless three-masted sailing ship anchored outside the Mayor's castle belongs to him. At the same time, he is also actively trying to reach a cooperation between the Faithless and the Bailey Chamber of Commerce, but he has never had the opportunity before. The poisoning of Lynn Bailey gave Montoya hope, and he has sent a message to the potion master inside the Faithless, asking him to come as soon as possible. Mr. Bailey, you said you would wait for our Faithless potion master. How can you find someone else? Perhaps Montoya is used to ordering other magicians among the Faithless, and when he came to the Bailey family's reception room, he was completely accusing. Montoya, I have been waiting for you for 3 days. Logically speaking, magicians from any place in the Vina Islands should have arrived, but you haven't. When Ryan said this, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. It was because you believed Montoya's words that Lynn Bailey's condition became more and more serious. Mr. Bailey, please believe me again. Our people will definitely arrive as soon as possible. Montoya just said one sentence, and found that Ryan Bailey had turned around impatiently, so he turned his target to Moon again. Mr. Bailey, even if our people haven't arrived yet, you can't find an underage child to make potions. That's your niece, the new helmsman of Bailey Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that the new magician involved him, Moon's face suddenly turned bad. But just when he was about to say something, Chris stood up. Although Mr. Moon is young, his ability to make potions is definitely better than many magicians. Teacher? Little girl, don't be fooled. After all, your teacher doesn't look older than you. Montoya kept his eyes on Moon after he finished speaking. He has lived in the Venus Islands for 30 years, but he has never heard of a potion master so young. I am young and have infinite possibilities in the future. Unlike some people who are old and can only stay where they are still pointing fingers at me, Moon said with a gentle smile on his face, but his words were very lethal. Montoya wanted to refute again, but Ryan Bailey came out to stop him. Montoya, don't say that the Bailey family doesn't believe in you unbelievers. This is the hemostatic potion provided by Mr. Scarlett, which is much better than yours." After Ryan Bailey finished speaking, he handed the hemostatic ointment to Montoya, and then he came to Moon himself. "Mr. Scarlett, the room is ready, you can go and make the potion first." Seeing that Montoya was still carefully observing the hemostatic potion, Moon pointed at him and said with a smile, "Can you give me my potion back? I think some older wizards can't understand it." Montoya's hand holding the potion bottle tightened. Just when he was about to throw the bottle to the ground in anger, Moon gently waved a wand hidden under his cloak. Flying spell, directly summoned the medicine bottle to Moon's hand. Is this summoning? Montoya had never seen such a light spell that could summon an item to his hand. In his impression, the only thing that could be related to this kind of magic was the summoning spell used by the Holy Church. But those church wizards in white robes used summoning spell, which required long chants and powerful divine staffs. But Moon just completed this effect with just a short spell that he didn't understand, which made him suppress the impulse to explode. Ryan Bailey was also very shocked. Because he was closer to Moon, he noticed that the hand under Moon's cloak waved lightly. But even so, he had never seen magic performed so quickly. The Bailey family's business is very large. They have shops not only in the Vena Islands, but also in the Gracia Federation and even the Manila Empire. So Ryan has seen many magicians, including spellcasters and court wizards, and there are no wizards in these two groups who can cast spells so quickly. Looking at Moon's relaxed look again, Ryan Bailey recalled the first generation of magicians who founded the family. Mayor Bailey, a very powerful wizard. The castle where the Bailey family now lives is named after him. The books preserved by the family once recorded that this powerful Bailey family magician could cast magic without gestures, only with spells. Although Moon is not as good as the ancestor of the Bailey family now, it is already amazing enough. Especially Moon is still very young. This reminds Bailey of what Moon said just now. "I am young and there are infinite possibilities in the future. Montoya, you can rest in the reception room first. I will take Mr. Scarlett to make potions myself." After Ryan said this, he lowered his head and smiled at Moon. "Mr. Scarlett, please follow me." The Bailey family's arrangements were very appropriate. After Moon came to the quiet room, he found that they not only prepared alcohol lamps, but also prepared multiple sets of utensils. "Teacher Moon, can I really study with you?" Chris was taken to the quiet room by Moon to do some auxiliary work. "Of course, since you already call me teacher, I have to teach you something new." Moon's investigation of Chris is still ongoing, but today this little witch can speak out to support him, which makes Moon's vigilance against her lowered a lot. "Thank you, teacher. I will definitely study hard." Chris was also anxious today and blurted out to call Moon teacher. But she didn't expect to get Moon's recognition, which made her indescribably happy. "Okay, let's get ready. First, wash the intoxicating flowers, cut them into small pieces, and then grind them into powder in a mortar. Remember to wear gloves." Moon had just made the detoxification potion last Friday. He succeeded in the first time in class at that time, and now he still remembers all the steps in his mind. Cut the mandrake into pieces and grind them into powder. Pick the belladonna leaves and squeeze the juice. Slice the licorice and set aside. Pour an appropriate amount of magic spring water into the crucible and heat it. When the spring water is slightly boiling, slowly pour the mandrake powder into the crucible, and stir gently clockwise with a stirring rod to fully dissolve the powder in the spring water. Next, add the belladonna juice and continue stirring. As the two materials merge, the solution will gradually turn light green and emit a bitter smell. When the solution becomes thick, add the cut licorice slices and let them melt slowly. The color of the solution will become softer and emit a light sweetness. Then, add pearl powder to slowly absorb and condense impurities and unstable magic energy in the solution. The last key step is to add the prepared unicorn horn chips to the crucible when the solution temperature reaches the critical point. Turn off the heat immediately after stirring 3 times. At this time, the solution will boil instantly, then slowly calm down, and finally turn into a clear light blue, which indicates that the detoxification potion is ready. This time, the time used is faster than at Hogwarts, and Moon is very satisfied with the results. Okay, it's time to test the patient. Chapter 160 The Missing Magician. When Snape was talking about the antidote in the potion class, he had intentionally mentioned the evolution of this potion. 50 years ago, when the swamp lily was still alive, the main ingredient of this antidote was the swamp lily. Now, Because this excellent antidote herb cannot be collected, potion masters have gradually begun to use mandrake and belladonna as a substitute. Of course, Moon now has the swamp lily. That means he has another antidote. If this one doesn't work, he can try another one. After coming out of the quiet room, Ryan Bailey and Montoya were waiting by the side. It's just that one was very anxious, and the other had malicious eyes. How is it? Did you succeed in refining it? Of course, seeing Moon smile, Montoya narrowed his eyes and spoke again. Mr. Scarlett, right? I see that you use poisonous herbs and a strange horn to make potions. Are you sure your potions won't kill people? Moon didn't know what the unbeliever was thinking. He asked himself that he had never provoked them, but the wizards of this organization kept provoking him. Of course I can test the potion. Besides, I have already made the potion. But you, Mr. Montoya, you can't make potions. What right do you have to question me? Moon found that after staying with Ron for a long time, his ability to hurt people has also increased a lot. I just want to care about Miss Bailey. Oh, then maybe you worry a little too much? After all, your last name is not Bailey. After Moon finished speaking, he ignored Montoya, who was so angry that he couldn't speak, but turned to look at Ryan Bailey. The dosage of this potion can detoxify about 3 people. Did you find someone to test the potion, or did you do it myself? Seeing Moon's confident look, Ryan Bailey's heart gradually settled down. He waved and called the waiter not far away, then looked at Moon. Mr. Scarlett, you've worked hard enough, let's do it ourselves. Moon found that the waiter who came over was the same one who had just tested the hemostatic potion. Because this time the potion was to be drunk, the waiter's expression was obviously not as natural as before. Moon first glanced at the waiter, then looked at Ryan. To show my sincerity, I can have some myself first. After Moon finished speaking, he was about to open the bottle cap and try it himself, but Chris immediately snatched it away. Teacher, I'll do it. Before Moon could stop her, Chris had already taken a big sip. Slow down. You don't have to drink so much. Half of the light blue potion was directly consumed, and Moon hurriedly took the bottle and put the cap back on. Humph, you must be acting. Montoya's voice sounded next to him again, but Moon ignored it this time and kept looking at Chris. After drinking the potion, the little witch kept frowning, sensing the taste of the potion. It's a little sweet and cool. Oh, it's getting hot again. Wow, it's so hot. Everyone around was paying attention to this little witch, and was also aroused by her words. Of course, except for Moon, because he already knew what kind of consequences this potion would cause. After Chris said it was so hot, a faint black gas began to float out of her gray hair. This was the toxins in the body discharged by the antidote. However, as the black gas became more and more, Moon was also a little surprised. Chris, have you been poisoned before? No, the little witch responded a little dazedly, and then suddenly remembered something. Oh, I drank the potion I made before. Could it be that I was poisoned at that time? Hearing Chris say this, Moon couldn't help but sigh that this little witch is really lucky. Snape once said in class that making potions was a very high mortality rate for magicians in the past. One of the reasons is that wizards who make potions like to try their own potions. Don't worry, the poison should be completely cured this time. When the black air on Chris's head gradually dissipated, Ryan Bailey finally smiled. I believe you, Mr. Scarlett. Let's go give Lynn the antidote now. After handing the bottle to Ryan Bailey, Moon and his party followed him to the patient's room. The Bailey family's castle is very large, but it is far less magical than Hogwarts. After walking up 3 long stairs, Moon first smelled a strange flower fragrance, and then saw the huge wooden door at the end of the corridor. The maid at the door saw Ryan coming and respectfully opened the door. Moon followed in and found that the room was really luxurious. The entire decoration style was all purple curtains, carpets, and the patient's face. Moon only took a glance to know that the lady of the Bailey family was indeed very poisoned. However, this family is also trying its best to save the other party, and the dense tiger-tailed orchids placed beside the bed are evidence. Among the herbs that Moon bought yesterday, there was this herb, which can absorb toxins in the air. It is worth 2 gold coins per plant. Moon estimated that there are about 500 plants here. After Ryan came to the room, he immediately poured the antidote into a small silver bowl. Then the maid walked through the flower path paved with tiger-tailed orchids to the bed and slowly fed the patient with a small spoon. Because the patient had lost consciousness and had no swallowing function, he could only feed the medicine slowly and wait for the medicine to slowly flow into the body. Mr. Scarlett, is the medicine ineffective? Why is there no effect at all? Ryan waited for a while, and looked at Moon anxiously. Don't worry, Miss Bailey is too poisoned, and it will take time for the potion to work. Humph, I think you're just acting. What antidote? You just want to deceive the Bailey family. Montoya had just said half of his words when the maid who had been guarding the patient suddenly spoke. Look! What is that? Toxic gas was slowly coming out of Lynn Bailey's golden hair. This was a purple-black poison gas, and the color was more intense. It really worked. Moon had also been observing the patient's changes. He found that after the poison gas was released, it was quickly absorbed by the surrounding tiger tail orchids. Perhaps because the poisoning lasted too long, the patient took almost 3 times as long as Chris to release the poison gas. After the poison gas dissipated, the patient still did not wake up. It's still useless. I think it's best to wait for our potion master, Theo Holmes, to come and really cure Miss Bailey. Montoya had actually been worried that Moon's medicine would work. Especially after seeing the patient's poison gas being eliminated, he guessed that the patient was likely to wake up. But this was the best opportunity for the unbelievers to form an alliance with the Bailey family, and he didn't want to give up. Ryan Bailey was also worried, but he did not question it like Montoya did, but looked at Moon again. Mr. Scarlett, is the dose not enough? Do you want to make another one for Lynn to try? Not for now. This dose can last for a whole day. Even if Miss Bailey is a magician, she has to wait until tomorrow to drink the second dose. Okay, then, wait. You just said Lynn is a magician. Ryan Bailey was relieved to see the patient's face return to normal. However, Moon's words aroused his suspicion again. Mr. Scarlett, Lynn is just an ordinary person. How could she be a magician? Moon didn't know why Ryan Bailey was sure that the patient on the bed was an ordinary person. Anyway, he saw the wizard bar above the patient's head after entering the room. Although the wizard bar was very small, Moon could still see about 1/10 of a grid. I don't know how you judged that she didn't have the talent of a magician, but I am sure she is a magician. Hearing Moon's affirmative tone, Ryan Bailey frowned and Montoya also made a mocking sound. Mr. Scarlett, do you know what you are talking about? The entire Bailey family has 3 rounds of magic talent tests. 10 years ago, our leader even said that there is no one in this generation of the Bailey family who has magic talent. Moon ignored Montoya. In his opinion, everything this wizard did today seemed to be deliberately against him. Ryan Bailey actually knew that Montoya was right. Every child in the Bailey family will take a magic aptitude test at the age of 7. And this test is not just once. The magic induction test for spellcasters, the meditation induction test for non-believers, and the magic talent tester that the Bailey family spent a lot of money to buy from the Magician Association. After these 3 tests, Ryan Bailey already knew that the young people of Lynn's generation did not have magic talent. Mr. Scarlett, I don't know what your judgment is based on, but Ryan Bailey wanted to explain to Moon that the Bailey family would never miss any child with magic talent. But at this moment, a strange change occurred in the room. Miss Lynn is awake. The maid was the first to discover that the patient had woken up. However, several magicians were more concerned about another thing. The patient actually floated up from the bed. And all the surrounding tiger-tailed orchids were also slowly rising into the air. How is this possible? Montoya was also very surprised. He knew what this meant. Ryan Bailey's face also became very excited. He first looked at Moon and saw that he didn't move, and then confirmed that all this was caused by his niece. After the patient woke up, he remained floating for about 10 seconds, and then slowly lay back on the bed. Lynn, how do you feel? Ryan hurried over and looked at his niece. After seeing that the patient woke up and did have magical talent, Chris became very excited. She had long known that Moon had the ability to observe magicians. But this time, being able to prove it from the Bailey family, who was denied by others, still made Chris feel a little incredible. She also respected Moon more and more. What do you think, Mr. Montoya? My teacher is right, isn't he? Seeing Chris's smug expression, Montoya left with a cold look, snorted and left. After seeing the magician leave, Xilin nodded to Moon and left as well. Moon had been observing the patient's condition. After he found that the patient's spirit gradually improved after waking up, he was relieved. Lynn, this is the magician who made the potion for you, Mr. Scarlett. You can wake up thanks to him. Thank you. Although the patient has been detoxified, her body has not fully recovered, and her voice is still a little weak. However, after the purple toxin on her face was completely eliminated, Moon discovered that the patient's appearance was actually very delicate. Her eyebrows were thin, her green eyes were like a lake, her nose was small and straight, and there were 2 dimples on her face when she smiled. The only flaw was her bloodless face, which made her look like a flower that was about to wither. The patient should rest well now. He should feel much better after taking an antidote tomorrow. Okay, then I'll let Downs take you to the guest room to rest. No, I'm more used to sleeping on my own ship. The people on the Scarlet Moon were still waiting for Moon to return, and there was also a faithless magician who had just left, which made Moon uneasy. After rejecting Ryan Bailey's request to stay, Moon followed Downs out of the castle and walked towards the big black ship. After Moon and Chris left, Lynn first arranged all the maids to go out, and then looked at her uncle. Uncle, how is my cousin? Oh, don't worry, I have locked him up in the dungeon, and the magician I invited has also been controlled by me. Uncle, my cousin should not know, why don't you let him go? Seeing the sincere look in Lynn's eyes, Ryan shook his head firmly again. Lynn, don't worry. Although he is my son, I will never be soft-hearted. If you can wake up safely this time, I will let him leave the castle and go to Xinjiang Island for training. Xinjiang Island? Uncle's people are all tribesmen, and they are not easy to get along with. It is precisely because they are difficult to get along with that he should be sent to train, instead of staying in the family every day and being bewitched by those magicians. Seeing that Ryan Bailey had already decided on this matter, Lynn could not object anymore. Okay, then do it according to what Uncle said. Well, you should take good care of your body next, and start learning the magic in the castle after you are fully recovered. By the way, have you never felt anything strange about yourself before? Ryan Bailey still dared not be sure that his niece actually had a talent for magic after detoxification. This made him more curious about Moon in addition to doubting those magic talent detection methods that cost a lot of manpower and material resources. No, I always thought I didn't have a talent for magic. Lynn only discovered her abnormality after waking up, but now she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Uncle, I'm already 16 years old. Is it too late to learn magic now? I'm not sure about that, but you just discovered this magic talent, so it shouldn't be too late. Hearing Ryan Bailey's ambiguous answer, Lynn couldn't help but think of the little magician who discovered her talent just now. Uncle, what's the matter with that young magician? Just after Ryan Bailey introduced that it was the potion made by Moon, Lynn was still very unbelievable. After all, Moon was too young. Mr. Scarlett, he should be the most talented young magician I have ever seen, and his strength is very strong. Is that so? Then will he stay at home? Hearing Lynn's hopeful tone, Ryan shook his head helplessly. According to Downs, this magician is going to Xinjiang Island. Don't worry, Lynn, you have a good rest. I will thank Mr. Scarlett for you. Okay. After Ryan Bailey finished speaking, he left the room. Lynn said leisurely after noticing that the surroundings became quiet. Uncle, you are still better to your own son. Xinjiang Island is really a good place. Thanks to Heath Iced Tea for the reward. 10,000 words will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 161, Island's Wizard Power. On the way out of Mayor's Castle, Downs was very excited. He never thought that a young magician he had invited could actually solve the family's problems. Especially since he had made great contributions in recommending Moon this time, his position in the Chamber of Commerce would definitely be further improved. Mr. Scarlett, thank you very much. You can come to me if you have any needs in the next period of time. This is Mr. Bailey's personal order. Downs kept hunching his back when talking to Moon, just hoping that his attitude would be more respectful. Moon had a very good impression of the head of the Chamber of Commerce. He had never shown any doubts about Moon, and even though he knew that Moon was very young, he maintained a respectful attitude. Mr. Downs, my animal horns have run out. Tomorrow I hope you can prepare all the potion materials. Don't worry about this. A speedboat has already set off this afternoon and is expected to get the animal horns you want tomorrow. So fast? Will they hurt these animals directly? After hearing that the Bailey family was so fast, Moon was a little worried about the unicorn. Oh, of course not. The Bailey family has been raising this kind of pointed horn horse for a long time. After some old horses die, these horns will be preserved. Hearing what Downs said, Moon instantly felt that coming to the Bailey family this time was a correct choice. Since the Bailey family has the ability to raise unicorns, there must be no shortage of magic materials, which saves Moon from looking for magic materials everywhere. Okay, and I also want to know about the magicians on the Vina Islands. For a long time to come, Moon will live on the Vina Islands, so he must understand the environment here. Especially when he just arrived on Salmon Island, Moon has already had a conflict with the unbelievers, which makes him have to be more careful. Oh, are you worried about Mr. Montoya? Downs had already seen it during the process of refining medicine today. Montoya has been blocking the refining of medicine, which will inevitably cause conflicts with Moon. Yes, what is the identity of this magician? After hearing Moon's question, Downs subconsciously looked around and found that no one from the castle was following him, so he answered in a low voice. In fact, Mr. Montoya is Mr. Ryan's friend. He had always wanted the potion master and the faithless organization to rescue Miss Lynn, but their potion master disappeared and has not been found yet. After Montoya said the name of the faithless potion master, Moon knew that their potion master would definitely not be found. Because Feo Holmes had been killed by the pirates, and Moon also obtained the alchemy key he carried. However, Moon originally thought that Feo Holmes was just an alchemist, but now it seems that he is still a relatively versatile wizard. Faithless? Are they very powerful? Yes, sir, their power should be considerable, but you have to ask Mr. Ryan for details. The contact between the Bailey family and the magicians is Mr. Ryan's business. Hearing that Downs said that the power of the faithless was not small, Moon felt a great sense of crisis. After boarding the Scarlet Moon to send Downs away, Moon saw Xilin, who had returned early. The ship has left. The specific situation on it is unclear, but I just saw a lot of slaves. The ship Xilin was talking about was naturally the sailboat of the Faithless that they saw when they arrived at the castle. Moon insisted on returning to the Scarlet Moon, just to find out what the other party will do next. Although he has left, the other party's attitude is still unclear. We'd better be prepared. Don't worry, I have asked Huel and others to follow the ship to investigate from a distance. They will come back to report if there is any news. Hearing Xilin's arrangement, although Moon felt it was a bit risky, he also thought it was the most appropriate way at the moment. If it is not a fight, but just investigation, the veterans are indeed stronger than Moon. By the way, how do you plan to solve the Bailey family's problem? I see they are interested in recruiting you. Hearing Xilin's words, Moon shook his head. I came here to agree to save people, just to learn more about the magic world and have a channel to obtain materials. As for recruiting, I will not agree. When Ryan was giving the patient medicine today, Moon found that their expressions were very wrong. After the experience of using memory recollection, Moon can still clearly remember when Lynn Bailey woke up. Ryan's expression was obviously more nervous, not happy. I don't want to contact this kind of family with magicians and strong power. After getting what we want, we will leave. Moon's position on the Bailey family is that they can only cooperate, but there will be no affiliation. After all, he just wants to use their power, not to become their power. After discussing with Xilin what to do next, Moon returned to the room and continued to study magic. It was not difficult for Moon to make the potion this time, but the Bailey family's test of magic talent attracted Moon's attention. A family with strong power like this can invite many magicians to test the children of the right age at the same time, but they can still miss any mistakes. And there may be many children who only receive one test or no test at all. Just like Moon himself, he only received a spellcaster's induction test at that time, and then he was judged to have no talent. Fortunately, he was discovered by Professor McGonagall in another world, so he could enter Hogwarts to study. Although my ability is strange, it seems to be of greater use. After Moon's potion was successful, everyone on the Scarlet Moon received the warmest hospitality in the Mayorzu Castle. Various delicacies and fine wines were continuously delivered to the Scarlet Moon, and many servants were busy serving. Moon did not stop this thing that made everyone happy. He cast multiple layers of thief sense spell on the Scarlet Moon, and was not worried that the Bailey family would have any abnormal behavior. The next morning, after enjoying a high-standard breakfast, Moon came to the castle again and began to refine the second batch of potions. Because the Bailey family was urging, the unicorn horn had been delivered this morning. This time, Moon spent an hour and got 3 doses of antidote potion. Mr. Scarlett, thank you very much. After Ryan took the potion, he handed it to the maid next to Lynn, and then he led Moon to the reception room. I apologize to you for what happened yesterday. I really didn't expect your potion to be so effective. After Ryan said this, He asked the waiter to bring a new silver ring. "This is my personal thanks. With this ring, you can get a 30% discount on all your spending at Bailey Chamber of Commerce. In addition, this is the reward for you to make the potion." Moon took the ring and a Bailey Chamber of Commerce deposit note with 1,000 gold coins on it. "Can anyone redeem this deposit note?" "Yes, if you don't have time, you can also ask your waiter to redeem it. It's very convenient." Moon still remembered that he had found a Bailey Chamber of Commerce deposit note with a face value of 3,000 gold coins on the two captured magicians. Originally, he thought that this kind of deposit note required him to go in person, but now it seems that he has an extra fund. Seeing that Moon put the two things away without hesitation, Ryan smiled and waved his hand to let the waiter go down. "I heard from Downs yesterday that Mr. Scarlett was asking about Montoya. In fact, you don't have to worry at all." "What? Mr. Bailey, do you think Montoya won't cause trouble for me?" Moon didn't have a good impression of the unbeliever magician, and he was also prepared for the other party to take action. After hearing what Ryan Bailey said, Moon still wanted to clarify something. "I don't think Montoya would. After all, the Faithless still have a very big problem to solve." "Big problem? What is it?" Seeing that Moon really cared about this matter, Ryan Bailey smiled and slowly explained. "The Faithless are indeed powerful in the Vina Islands, but their biggest problem is to deal with around it from the Spellcasters. The Spellcasters are the orthodox magician organization of the Gracia Federation, and everything else is declared heresy by them." Moon knew all this as early as when he was in Xilin. Although the Vina Islands are far away from the continent where the Federation is located, it still belongs to the Federation's jurisdiction. So it is not surprising that there are spellcasters stationed there. Mr. Bailey, according to what you said, do magicians often fight each other on the Vina Islands? In Moon's opinion, since Ryan Bailey said that the Faithless are powerful, and the spellcasters are regular wizard forces and do not recognize other magician organizations, then war is bound to happen. Yes, for most ordinary people in the Federation, the Vina Islands are indeed a good place to avoid the disaster of war, but for magicians, this is obviously not the case. With Ryan's explanation, Moon had a basic understanding of the situation on the Vina Islands. The Vina Islands were the least affected during the last Federation sovereignty war. It was also because of this that the unbelievers of unknown origin took a fancy to this archipelago. They came here 30 years ago, wanting to occupy the archipelago to collect magic information. However, they were resisted by the spellcasters as soon as they arrived. In fact, on the Vina Islands, the strength of the two magician organizations is not much different. But in the early days of this war, because the spellcasters had to guard the 5 main island groups, the power was too dispersed, so they were always in a disadvantageous state. Up to now, this tug of war has lasted for 30 years, and the Vina Islands have gradually stabilized. But the spellcasters have always wanted to take back the lost places, so small-scale battles have always existed. Mr. Bailey, according to what you said, will the battle between magicians affect ordinary people? Moon knew very well that magicians possessed extraordinary power. If there is a fight between these groups, it will inevitably affect the lives of ordinary people. This is not like the world where Hogwarts is located. The institutions that manage wizards there are very unified and complete, and there is even a powerful international statute of wizarding secrecy. This is inevitable, Mr. Scarlett, but compared to the war that is happening on the mainland, the impact of the fight here on ordinary people is already very small. According to Bailey, the fights between wizards rarely choose to take place in downtown or densely populated areas. First, it is because wizards know that places with dense crowds often mean more accidents. No one can guarantee that during the battle, the opponent's helpers will not rush out of the crowd. Another point is that both non-believers and spellcasters believe that ordinary people also have great value and ability. Act as servants, slaves, research materials, and inheritance tools. This is the most common perception of ordinary people by ancient magicians. Although spellcasters and non-believers do not agree, they also know that magicians do need to rely on ordinary people. It was only through Ryan's explanation today that Moon really knew the magician's evaluation of ordinary people. He did not understand why magicians would hide in the world of Hogwarts before. It seems that the world is developing along the same historical trajectory. Flintlock rifles have appeared, and firearms technology is still developing. The power held by ordinary people will become stronger and stronger. When this energy is so great that ordinary wizards cannot bear it, it is the time when magicians will truly withdraw from the stage of human history. However, this problem is not what Moon is thinking about now. His main task now is to find a place to study magic. Mr. Bailey, you just said that the spellcasters originally guarded the 5 main islands, but I remember there are 6 island groups on the Vena Islands, right? This problem will involve all the magician forces on the Vena Islands. As a magician born and raised on the Vena Islands, Ryan Bailey knows the wizard forces here very well. There are now 4 magician forces in the Vena Islands. The largest of them is the spellcasters. Not only do they occupy the 3 largest main islands, but they also have support from the Spellcaster Academy on the mainland. As for the second force, it is the unbelievers. After 30 years of continuous struggle, they have seized control of 2 islands, one of which is Solomon Island where Moon is now. Of course, their control is not comprehensive, and the spellcasters have been trying to regain control of the islands. The third force is the native island magicians like the Bailey family. They either hide or rely on their family to survive. In short, they will try their best to avoid participating in the struggle between the 2 sides. The fourth and most mysterious magician force, the tribal wizards of Xilin Island. I can understand the magician, but don't the tribal wizards on Xilin Island participate in the war? Being able to occupy an island group and let the 2 major magician forces not compete with them is a bit strange to Moon. We know very little about those tribal wizards. We just have business dealings with them on weekdays, but the magician's battle never affects their. Hearing Leon's ambiguous statement, Moon became more curious about this smallest island group. After seeing Leon's expression, Leon pondered for a while and continued. But I also saw a hint about them in the family records. The spellcaster once broke into Xilin Island, but they came out safely later, and then never thought of this island again. The spellcaster failed, Moon asked curiously. I don't know, but the wizards in the family have speculated that there should be a very powerful magician or some kind of magical guardian creature on Xilin Island. Thanks to Heath Iced Tea for the reward. 10,000 words will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 162, A More Perfect Magic. Xilin Island is not only where Moon is going next, but also the hometown of the tribe. Ryan Bailey said a lot of detailed information about Xilin Island, which all indicate that it is almost a forbidden place for magicians. Although it is very dangerous for magicians, there is one thing that Moon likes very much. That is, there has been no war in this island group for more than 1,000 years. For Moon and everyone in Veteran Lane who need to find a stable living environment at the moment, this is the most suitable place. However, before setting off, Moon still needs to learn more. After all, that place is too mysterious to him now. Mr. Bailey, I wonder if I can borrow some magic books about the Vena Islands. Of course, please follow me. The magician heritage of the Bailey family is not very long. It has been exactly 150 years since the first generation of magician Mayor Bailey. Because he was worried that the family's magician heritage would be broken, Mayor Bailey specially built a secret room to store magic information. After more than 100 years of continuous expansion of Bailey family wizards, this data room has become a rare treasure house of magic knowledge on the Vena Islands. Even non-believers and spellcasters sometimes request to borrow books here. This secret room is located on the 3rd underground floor of the Mayor's castle and is very well protected. Moon followed Ryan Bailey through 5 special doors before arriving here. Mr. Scarlett, all the information here is open to you. You can take your time to read it. Moon looked around and found that the walls of this underground secret room were all made of metal, and the area was about the same size as his dormitory in Hogwarts. Thank you very much. Moon's expression was very calm when he observed the secret room. This made Ryan Bailey, who originally wanted to show off, stop talking consciously. You're welcome. If you have any needs, just pull this rope and someone will respond outside, okay? After Ryan Bailey finished speaking, he turned and left, and Moon looked at the bookshelves around him. Magic history materials, magic geography, animal materials, magical herbs, metal minerals. There are a lot of materials on the bookshelf, but they are all some basic knowledge of magic. But Moon didn't dislike it. What he lacked now was the understanding of the basic knowledge of magic in this world. Moon first walked to the bookshelf where magic historical materials were stored, picked up a book and began to read Evolution of the Regime in the Vena Islands. Moon had been reading since the afternoon, and it was not until the evening that he finished reading all the books on the historical materials bookshelf. What Lean Bailey said is still too conservative. There should have been no war on Xilin Island during the first 2 empires, which is at least 2,000 years. Through reading this afternoon, Moon already knew that before the Manila Empire, There were two countries on this continent. The Kingdom of Avila and the Cerny Empire. In the era of the Kingdom of Avila, there were already tribes living on the Vina Islands. However, the war between the two countries did not affect Xingjian Island. This island is really becoming more and more mysterious. After coming out of the secret room of materials, Moon was about to return to the Scarlet Moon, but he never thought that a maid from the Mayorzu Castle stopped him. "You are the maid next to Lean Bailey." Moon only took a glance and recalled the other party's identity. "Yes, Mr. Scarlett, Our Lady would like to invite you to express your gratitude." Moon looked around and found that all the waiters here had withdrawn. The other party should be waiting for him. "Okay, please lead the way." Although Moon did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Bailey family, he would not deliberately avoid these ordinary people. Especially when he heard that the other party wanted to express gratitude, Moon could not refuse. When he came to Lynn Bailey's room again, all the tiger-tailed orchids here had been moved away. But the fragrance of the flowers in the room had not dissipated. The patient's complexion had recovered a lot, and he had put on a lavender dress and walked out of bed. After seeing this lady of the Bailey family again, Moon couldn't help but marvel at her appearance. Especially after drinking the potion, Lynn Bailey's originally very delicate face had two lovely faint blushes. "Thank you very much, Mr. Scarlett." After seeing Moon coming, Lynn put her right hand on her left shoulder and bowed gently. Moon just smiled at the other party, and waited for the other party to raise his head before he slowly spoke. "Actually, I have already received a thank you from Mr. Ryan Bailey." "Oh, that's different. After all, your potion saved my life." After Lynn Bailey finished speaking, she picked up something from her dressing table. "This is a gift from the Bailey family to the most distinguished guest. With this, you can always buy all items at the Bailey Chamber of Commerce at a 50% discount." Seeing Lynn Bailey take out another golden ring, Moon was stunned for a moment and immediately put it away. "Mr. Scarlett, you are really, very interesting." After seeing Moon's actions, Lynn originally wanted to say that Moon was very down to earth, but thinking of Moon's age, she immediately changed her words. "I'm short of money now, so these things are very practical for me." Moon doesn't care what others think of him. After experiencing the hard days of sleeping under the bridge, he now knows that money is a good thing. "Really? It seems that the gifts I prepared for you should be very suitable," Lynn said, and took out a deposit ticket with a face value of 3,000 gold coins. When he saw the deposit slip, Moon knew that he seemed to have been involved in the conflict of the Bailey family. Uncle gave a silver ring at 70% off, and niece gave a gold ring at 50% off. Uncle gave 1,000 gold coins, and niece gave 3,000. It was obvious that he was trying to win over Moon. But Moon did not refuse. Anyway, he planned to go to Xingjian Island next and would not stay here, so he took the gold coins. "Mr. Scarlett, these are all my thanks to you. If you can stay in the Bailey family to help me, you can make any conditions you want." Seeing that Moon accepted the thank you gift very readily, Lynn immediately gave a bigger temptation. "I'm very sorry, I promised to send someone home, so I have to leave." After only refining a potion once, Moon had already found that this family had a lot of trivial matters. If he wanted to stay here, it would inevitably affect his study of magic, so Moon didn't even think about staying. After hearing Moon's explanation, Lynn was not angry, but became more curious about Moon. She had learned from Downs that the person Moon was going to send was just a slave, and the other party did not pay any reward in advance. This made her feel more assured about Moon's character. "Well, since you don't want to stay here, Mr. Scarlett, I wonder if you are willing to accept students," Lynn said with a hopeful look in her eyes. "I'm very sorry, I don't accept students now, but as far as I know, the Bailey family seems to have a magic heritage." Moon had heard the meaning of the other party's words, but he didn't want to teach more people now. Of course the Bailey family has a magic heritage, but these magics are definitely not as good as yours, right? In Lynn's opinion, the Faithless, the Spellcaster, and even the Magician Association had not detected her magic talent. And Moon just took a look at her and confirmed her buried talent, which was already a clear judgment. "Your statement is not accurate, Miss Bailey. As far as I know, the Heartless have mastered very powerful defensive magic, but other shortcomings are also obvious." Hearing Moon's honest evaluation, Lynn Bailey couldn't help laughing again. "Mr. Scarlett, as you said, since their magic has shortcomings, why don't I pursue a more perfect existence?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Magical Talent Test. Lynn Bailey was already in charge of all the business of the Bailey Chamber of Commerce when she was 15 years old. This was the important task her father entrusted to her before his death, and he also asked his uncle, Ryan Bailey, to assist her. However, since the family had such a large industry, there would inevitably be people who would not obey, so Lynn had the experience of being poisoned by her cousin. It was also with this lesson that Lynn knew that in order to truly control the Chamber of Commerce, she must master powerful power. And now the opportunity to gain power lies in the young wizard in front of her. Miss Bailey, I have to remind you that there is no perfect magic in this world, only the magic that suits you. Although Moon has only been learning magic for 3 months, he has been exposed to much more magic than most magicians in this world. It is precisely because of this that he knows that even the magic of Hogwarts also needs to be improved. But Mr. Scarlett, shouldn't I choose to learn the most perfect magic first, and then make it the perfect magic that suits me? Lynn Bailey was able to completely take over the Bailey Chamber of Commerce in 2 years. Her eloquence and logical ability are far more powerful than ordinary people. Even though Moon had learned a little bit from Ron, he still had no chance of winning in front of the head of the Chamber of Commerce. Especially the choice mentioned by Lynn Bailey reminded Moon of what the Sorting Hat said to him, choice is better than blind effort. This sentence was very applicable to the previous Moon, but it was different for Lynn now. Because the person she chose did not accept his choice. I'm very sorry, Miss Bailey, I have almost no time to teach others to learn magic now. Seeing Moon say this solemnly, Lynn was disappointed for a moment, and then immediately restored her smile. Of course I can understand, even if you saw my magic talent first, I can't force you to teach me magic. Hearing that the other party could understand, Moon immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was still a little afraid that the other party would pester him, and in that case, it might affect his purchase of materials through the Bailey Chamber of Commerce. However, hearing Lynn Bailey talk about testing magic talent reminded Moon of something. Miss Bailey, can I study the magic talent testing device you bought from the Magicians Association? Moon still remembered that he took a magic test when he was 7 years old in Xilin. The test process was that a spellcaster pressed down on each child's head and cast a kind of induction magic. Moon didn't know what the content of this magic was, but he knew that the success rate of this magic should not be very high. Of course, in addition to this, Moon also experienced another kind of magic test. That is the mysterious admission notice of Hogwarts. Ron once told him that Hogwarts has never missed any young magician of the right age. This extremely high success rate comes from 2 magical alchemical items, the Pen of Acceptance and the Book of Admission. Most outsiders cannot see these 2 items, even the professors of the school. Moon happened to be studying alchemy recently. According to his current experience, the level of alchemical items that can test the talent of a magician will be very high. This made Moon very curious. What exactly is the alchemical creation that the Bailey family bought from the Magicians Association? Of course, although this alchemical item is very precious, it has been placed there for 5 years without being used. I will send someone to get it. After Lynn Bailey finished speaking, she looked at the maid beside her, and she nodded and left the room. By the way, Mr. Scarlett, judging from your accent, you should be from the mainland, right? Yes, Xilin Town, Liuyan City. Seeing that the other party agreed to lend the alchemical item so readily, Moon also responded very happily. Oh, a small coastal town in the Federation, but you don't seem to be a spellcaster, right? Hearing that Lynn was still asking, Moon stared at the other party instantly. Oh, don't mind, I'm just very curious about your origins. In Lynn Bailey's view, since Moon came from the Federation and did not participate in the war, he was not a spellcaster. He had never seen the test device of the Magicians Association, so he was not a wizard of the Magicians Association. And Moon himself mastered very advanced magic, which was obviously not the ability of those wizards who had and studied magic alone. While Lynn was thinking about the problem, Moon saw little potential of Hermione in her. It's just that this woman seems to be more powerful. Just when Lynn Bailey was thinking, her maid brought back a small silver box. When Moon saw her come back, he immediately stepped forward and took the box, then nodded to Lynn. It's late today, and the patient needs to rest early. I won't disturb you. As for this thing, I will send it back immediately after I finish studying it. After Moon finished speaking, he left the room filled with fragrance without waiting for the other party to say anything. "Miss, you let him take it away like this. Aren't you afraid that he will tear it down? That's the item that the family spent 100,000 gold coins to buy back." The maid became a little anxious when she saw that Lynn did not stop her. "What are you afraid of? Mr. Scarlett is not a person who doesn't care about the importance of things. Besides, there is no need to keep a device that doesn't measure my talent." Lynn Bailey was not interested in the alchemical creation worth 100,000 gold coins. She was more curious about Moon himself. What a mysterious young man. I am becoming more and more interested in him. Moon did not know what Lynn Bailey was thinking. After leaving the room, he saw Downs waiting in the corridor. Under the guidance of this acquaintance, he left the castle again and returned to the Scarlet Moon outside. After entering his own research room, Moon opened the silver box directly. Inside was an alchemical item with a main body of gold and a rectangular folding leaf. Moon first opened the folding leaf, which contained the introduction and instructions for use of this magic device. Lasco Magic Tester. One of the most important alchemical items of the Magician Association, its main body is an operating device made of secret gold. It is engraved with very complex magic runes and patterns. A round crystal ball is inlaid on the top of this device, and the sphere contains a transparent liquid. According to the description on the folding leaf, this liquid is called Lasco liquid, which was accidentally discovered by a magician of the same name. The most important part of the whole device is this extremely unstable liquid. As long as the temperature changes slightly, it will vaporize and solidify, and the color will change accordingly. The principle of its test is that the person being tested puts his hands on both sides of the secret gold device. Then the magic circle above will automatically detect the trace magic in the person being tested. When the existence of magic power can be detected, the Lasco liquid in the crystal ball will change, and then the magic talent can be tested. Moon now knows 4 ways to test the magic talent of wizards. The first is the induction magic of the caster that he has personally experienced. The second is the meditation induction method of the unbeliever mentioned by Lynn Bailey. The third is the acceptance pen and admission book of Hogwarts. The last one is the Lasco magic tester that Moon is currently studying. After Moon took this alchemical item back, he tried it himself. He put his hands on both sides of the secret gold base according to the instructions on the folded leaf. Then he felt a warm feeling coming from the alchemical item. Then the magic rune on the secret device flashed a red light, and then Moon saw that the liquid in the crystal ball had undergone drastic changes. First it began to boil and the color turned red. Then, the boiling liquid lined up and ran to the wall of the crystal ball. Moreover, the color depth was still deepening, and the liquid was constantly boiling and moving violently as if it wanted to run out. Seeing such a strange scene, Moon suddenly let go of his hands. Then he saw the Lasco liquid unwillingly slowly returning to the bottom of the crystal ball. The fold didn't say that such a drastic change would occur. According to the instructions attached to this alchemical item, the instrument does not have the function of testing the strength of the magician, it can only sense the existence of magic energy. Therefore, the biggest change of the Lasco liquid is generally solidification or boiling, and then the color will change slightly. But when Moon just tested himself, he found that this liquid seemed to come alive and wanted to get close to him. There must be something wrong with this device, otherwise why didn't even Lynn Bailey's magic talent be tested? When Moon was studying at Hogwarts, Hermione told him that there was actually not much difference in the talent of magicians. But Moon knew that this sentence should not be very accurate. Because you already knew through the Wizard's article that some magicians are indeed more talented than others in specific fields. And the drastic changes that just happened to the device made Moon have to doubt that there are actually differences in the talents of magicians. When Moon chatted with his roommates in the dormitory, he learned that each young wizard had shown some magical characteristics before entering school. Harry could make the glass of the zoo disappear. Neville could keep his body floating in the air. Seamus could set fire to his study at home with a scream. Of course, through these special things, Moon didn't know whose talent was stronger. But in comparison, Moon's magical talent was more bizarre. He could travel through the world. I hope Hermione is right. The talent of a magician cannot be measured. After testing it once, Moon no longer touched the test instrument directly with his hands, but put on gloves and took out a monocular. Through the monocular, Moon found that the level of Lasco magic tester was much higher than that of the alchemical key. It exuded a golden white light as a whole, but the color was far less intense than that of the old willow wand. After checking the level, Moon began to copy the alchemical runes on it in order. Because this thing had to be returned to the Bailey family, and Moon wanted to study the best way, naturally, to copy down the mysterious runes on it. The 5 sides of the base of the magic tester were engraved with dense runes, which formed nested magic circles one after another. The edges of 4 of the magic circles extended directly to the bottom of the crystal ball. It should be that they transmitted the magic energy to the Lasco liquid. Although Moon couldn't understand it now, he knew that it would be difficult to see this kind of alchemical creation again if he missed it, so he copied it very carefully. In the next 2 days, Moon read in the Bailey family's library during the day, and returned to the ship to copy the rune magic circle at night. In that small library, Moon found a hidden secret door leading to deeper depth through a monocular. He guessed that there was the real secret of the Bailey family's magic inheritance. But he was not interested in those, and the library of Hogwarts was enough for him to study. On the second night of studying the magic tester, the veteran sent by Xilin came back. We followed the ship for a long distance, and after we found that it left the waterway, it went north all the way, and should be back to Portnitz. After Hall came back, he first gulped down a large glass of water, and then slowly spoke. Portnitz was where Moon came from, and it was there that he dealt with the 2 magicians of the Faithless. Moon didn't know whether the magician named Montoya went to investigate the disappearance of his subordinates. Anyway, for Moon, since the other party did not plan to deepen the conflict, he had no intention of provoking the Faithless. Okay, in that case, we will say goodbye to the Bailey family tomorrow and leave Mayor's Castle the day after tomorrow. After Moon and Xilin discussed it, they decided on the next departure schedule. However, before their small meeting was over, Lance came outside the room. Mr. Scarlett, there is a Bailey family member under the ship, saying that he has something important to see you. See me? Ask him to come up. Moon did not intervene in the matter between Ryan Bailey and Lynn these 2 days. He originally thought that both parties no longer planned to find him, but he didn't expect that he couldn't avoid it. Soon Lance brought a man up from under the boat, and Moon recognized him at a glance. Are you the waiter next to Mr. Ryan Bailey? Yes, Mr. Scarlett. Moon remembered clearly that when he first came to Mayor's Castle, it was this waiter who cut his palm to test a hemostatic potion. Xilin also knew the other party's identity, so after seeing him, he immediately walked in front of Moon and blocked the other party's most likely attack route. Mr. Scarlett, I have no ill intentions, I just want to tell you that Montoya's ship has not left, but is hidden in a hidden place at the corner of a fjord. Hearing the other party say this, Moon took a breath unconsciously, but before he could say anything, Hall next to him stood up. How is it possible? We followed him for 2 days and found that he went north. You only followed him for the first half of the way. After returning to Nitzport, he quickly returned along the same route. And I was riding a horse and saw you on the road. After hearing the waiter's explanation, Hall did not argue anymore, because he really didn't know that the ship had returned. Sorry, I will investigate carefully next time. Knowing that what the waiter said was probably true, Hall bowed his head and said to Moon and Xilin, Don't say that, Uncle Hall. I think as long as we settle down, you can ride horses every day. After all, this is also Brad's wish. After Moon comforted the old soldier, he turned to look at the waiter in front of him. Sir, why are you helping me? Did Mr. Ryan ask you to do this? Chapter 164 The High Priest's Successor. Through Down's introduction a few days ago, Moon already knew that the relationship between the faithless Montoya and Ryan Bailey was actually very good. He had guessed that the magician of the Bailey family would not help him. After all, the power of the faithless was not small, and Ryan's behavior was not in line with the survival rules of the magician family. However, the behavior of Ryan Bailey's personal waiter made Moon somewhat confused about what these families were going to do. I just want to do this myself, and it has nothing to do with Mr. Bailey. After hearing the waiter's explanation, Moon became even more curious. Why? Or do you also want me to make a potion? Moon guessed that facing such an ordinary person who might have the same ability as Night Owl, the only thing he could do was to make a potion. No, because you helped me test the medicine the day before yesterday. Test a medicine? Moon was surprised for a moment, and then he recalled what the waiter said. When Moon was refining the antidote, Ryan Bailey and Montoya both thought it was highly toxic. In order to verify the efficacy of the potion, Ryan asked the waiter in front of him to test the potion. Moon only saw that the waiter was a little hesitant and didn't like Ryan Bailey's behavior, so he prepared to take the potion himself. But later, Chris snatched the potion away and detoxified the toxin hidden in the little witch's body. Is it just because of this? Moon asked curiously. Yes, it may be a small matter for you, but no one has ever treated me like this. Well, thank you very much for coming to inform me. Moon never thought that a casual thing would be remembered so deeply by the other party. Mr. Scarlett, do you need me to inform Mr. Bailey? He should not allow Montoya to do anything that is not good for you near the Mirzu castle. After hearing the waiter's words, Moon just thought about it briefly and shook his head. If possible, please keep this matter secret and don't tell anyone. As for Montoya, I will handle it myself. After hearing what Moon said, the waiter was just stunned for a moment, and then immediately put his right hand on his left shoulder and bowed. Please rest assured that Benson will keep this matter secret forever. If you have no other instructions, I will leave. After Moon nodded, the waiter got off the boat and rode a horse around for a long time before returning to Mirzu Castle. This person is really a bit strange, Hall expressed his thoughts after watching the other party leave. Moon could actually understand it vaguely, but he was not sure whether his guess was correct. In fact, people living at the bottom are far more loyal and righteous than those in power in the castle. Xilin said something and got the agreement of everyone present. However, after sending Benson away, Moon and his team encountered another problem: how to deal with the unbelievers. Don't worry, I will find a way to make him leave. If the other party disagrees, then he can only leave for real. Moon did not care about Montoya's threat. Especially now that he knows the other party's plot, he will naturally have more time to prepare to solve this matter. After dealing with Montoya, Moon still needs to learn more about going to Xinjiang Island. Let's find Ben. The situation on Xinjiang Island is more complicated. We'd better ask it clearly. Moon had promised to send this tribal slave home. At that time, he only considered Xinjiang Island to be a very suitable place to live. Now it seems that Moon's understanding of this island is far from enough. Ben, I want to ask you about Xinjiang Island. If possible, please introduce it to us. When Ben met Moon this time, he was much more excited than last time. Last time, he just wanted to ask Moon to send him back to Xinjiang Island, so he seemed a little helpless. But after meeting Moon this time, he showed the most sincere etiquette. Ben said he would tell you whatever you want to know. Mimir still did the work of translation as usual. I want to know the situation of the tribe on Xinjiang Island and whether it is suitable for outsiders to live. Great successor to the High Priest, Xinjiang Island welcomes you and all your people. The tribe is your home. These are Ben's original words. When Mimir conveyed this sentence, there was also an incredible look in his eyes. Great successor to the High Priest? Who? Me. Moon was a little confused, but looking at the extremely excited Ben in front of him, he knew that this tribesman must be hiding more things. Ask clearly what's going on. After Mimir questioned Ben for a long time, Moon also knew the information of this tribesman. Ben is the son of the leader of the Bengbeng tribe on Xinjiang Island. The tribesmen of their tribe will hold a grand ceremony when they come of age, and Ben happened to participate in the coming of age ceremony this year. But he is different from ordinary tribesmen. Because the leaders of the Bengbeng tribe have always shouldered the important task of finding the successor to the High Priest. Especially after the appearance of Fiayu, the coming of age ceremony of their tribe will be carried out according to the most ancient tradition. Originally, this was Ben's most important task, but unfortunately, the son of the chief encountered pirates after leaving the island, and was captured and made a slave for half a year. After knowing Ben's identity, Moon knew that the conditions promised by the other parties should be realized. When Moon decided to send Ben home, the tribesmen responded that there would be a thank you gift of land and houses. Moon was a little skeptical at first. But when he learned that the other party was the son of the chief, it should be true. Of course, in addition to this matter, Moon also needs to figure out another thing. What about the successor to the High Priest you just mentioned? How can you be sure it's me? Moon didn't think he was the successor that the tribesmen were looking for. He didn't have any tribesman blood in him. He was a real man of the Scarlett family. After hearing Moon's questioning, Ben immediately took off the magical bead from his neck. This is a sensing bead made of the branches of the sacred tree. It can guide me to find the real successor to the High Priest. Moon had seen the bead that Ben mentioned that night. After hearing what the other party said, he took out his monocular and looked at the bead. The bead faintly revealed a light green magic energy, but it was very rare. It is indeed a magical creation. After the test, Moon looked at Ben again. But you are just an ordinary person. How can you know the induction of the bead? Ordinary people cannot use alchemical creations at all, and this is the same no matter which world they are in. Oh, It's this, Ben said and pointed to a touch of red oil paint on his forehead. The tribesmen had a lot of oil paint on their faces, and Moon originally thought it was just the other party's custom. As long as the heir of the high priest appears nearby, this oil paint will become hot, and it will become hotter after the heir holds the bead. Moon remembered that night, he seemed to have held the bead and observed it. The primitive man also became more excited from then on. Little Moon is from our veteran alley, how could you be the heir of your tribe? Hall was very unconvinced. He snatched the bead and stuffed it into Moon's hand, then reached out and touched Ben's forehead. Look! I told you it was fake. Hall's hand didn't feel any warmth at the center of Ben's brow. His words also made the people in Veteran Lane feel relieved. No, the witch said that only people who apply the paint can sense it, and you can't touch it like this. After seeing that no one believed him, Ben was obviously a little anxious. He went out to experience hardships this time. After leaving Xilin Island, he was first blown to an unknown island by the waves and starved for 3 days, and then captured by pirates and became a prisoner. Then he was imprisoned in a cramped and dark cabin. When he thought he would never be able to return to Xilin Island in this life, Moon suddenly appeared. Then the prophecies told to him by the witch came true one after another. Thinking of this, Ben immediately said, "That's right. I have a prophecy. The witch's prophecy can prove that you are the successor of the high priest. On the western sea, suffering follows like a shadow. In the endless darkness, only the light of fire leads, and you will eventually meet the real stars. This is the guidance of fate, the hope of the tribe, the end of suffering, and the dawn of a new life." This is the farewell prophecy given to Ben by the Great Wizard when he left Xilin Island. He didn't take it seriously at first, but when Moon appeared on the pirate ship, everything was predicted. After Mimir finished translating the content of the prophecy, everyone present was silent. They could see that the tribesman was not lying, and ordinary people didn't know how to refute the mysterious power of prophecy. Moon actually didn't believe in the prophecy that much. When he was chatting with the young wizards last week, he already knew that most of the prophecy balls in the Department of Mysteries had not been fulfilled. Especially the divination professor at Hogwarts was not highly regarded by students. All these show that the prophecy is not actually recognized by most wizards in the magic world. Unlike the hesitation of others when they heard the prophecy, Xilin also agreed with the tribesmen after listening to Ben. After all, he was the only one present who knew that Moon's way of learning magic was completely different from other wizards. If there is really a new dawn mentioned in the prophecy, Xilin is very sure that it is Moon. Looking at the people present, who have become silent because of a prophecy, Moon rubbed his brows and looked at Ben again. Okay, let's talk about the prophecy later. Anyway, we have to go to Xilin Island, and we will figure it out sooner or later. Seeing that Moon still didn't believe him, Ben wanted to pull the beads off to prove it again. But Moon stopped him quickly. Don't worry about it anymore. I heard from other magicians that Xilin Island does not welcome foreign wizards. Is this true? Moon actually wanted to figure this out more now. Yes, the Great Wizard said that the wizards outside are all the people of the devil. If they go to the island, they will defile the land of Xilin Island, people of the devil. This is the first time Moon has heard such a statement. But he also heard from this sentence that the tribal wizards do have a strong prejudice against wizards outside. Yes, the wizards outside are not good people, but you are different. The Great Wizard will definitely welcome you home with the highest etiquette. Hearing that the tribesman wanted to continue talking about the heir, Moon quickly reached out to stop him. Okay, then can you tell me the specific situation of the tribesman? Ryan Bailey once told Moon that the spellcasters wanted to seize control of Xilin Island, but after they were all sent out of the island, they never thought about the island again. This made Moon very curious about the strength of the wizards of Xilin Island. After hearing Moon's question, Ben subconsciously looked around. After Mimir noticed the tribesman's actions, he immediately understood and said goodbye to Moon. Hall and Xilin also looked at Moon belatedly before leaving the room. I'm very sorry, heir, no one else can know about the tribal wizards. Moon didn't care about Ben's apology. He was just worried that he couldn't correct Ben's address of heir. Hey, tell me, I will keep this a secret. As the son of the leader of the Bengbeng tribe, Ben knows much more than the average tribesman. The 3 major tribes on Xilin Island have their own wizard heritage, and they will only train wizards from their tribesmen. From the very beginning of the medium, to the witch doctor, shaman, great witch, priest, and high priest. This is the inheritance sequence of the tribal wizards. But now there is only the highest witch in the 3 major tribes, and the high priest has not appeared for more than 1,000 years. After the priest of the Spirit Tree tribe disappeared 300 years ago, there are no more priests on Xilin Island. From Ben's description, Moon knew that the tribal wizards actually valued inheritance very much. Even if there is a gap in the wizards of one tribe, the wizards of other tribes will help train. But even so, there is still a problem with their inheritance. Moon guessed that in addition to the gradual decrease in the number of tribesmen, there should be some external force that restricted their wizard inheritance. Then do you know that the spellcaster once wanted to occupy Xilin Island? Yes, I was not born at that time, but this matter has been circulated among the three major tribes. The leading spellcaster at that time was a so-called Federal Navy Vice Admiral, but they could not defeat the patron saint of the Spirit Tree tribe. The patron saint of the Spirit Tree tribe is a sacred tree that is more than 1,000 years old. The magical beads on Ben's body were carved from its branches. Moon guessed that this big tree should also be a magical plant, similar to the Whomping Willow outside Hogwarts Castle. In addition, Moon knew when chatting with Ryan Bailey that the highest commander of the spellcaster in the Vina Islands was a vice admiral. In recent years, he has been trying to find a way to wipe out the faithless and take back control of the other two main islands. From all these news, Moon roughly deduced the wizard power of the entire Vina Islands. Moon already knew that Montoya was the person in charge of the faithless on Salmon Island, and his wizard bar was 2 grids. Then the strength of the leader of the faithless should be 3 grids or more. Correspondingly, the spellcasters have not completely wiped out the faithless for so many years, so this vice admiral should be as powerful as the faithless leader. The great wizard that Ben mentioned is the 4th in the inheritance sequence of tribal wizards, and he was able to fight against a vice admiral without losing. This shows that the strength of the great wizard should also be at this stage, or even higher. Of course, these are all the results that Moon has speculated based on the current conditions. However, this is also something that Moon must consider clearly before going to Xilin Island. Okay, you can go down first. If there is no accident, we will leave the day after tomorrow and then go to Xilin Island. After Ben left, Moon found Alan, Hall and Mimir again. Chapter 165 Returning with Items. The tribesman Ben was very happy when he left the small room. Because he not only got the exact date to go home, but he was also very sure that Moon was the successor to the high priest that the tribe's witches were looking for. However, when the 3 old men saw Moon's serious expression after returning to the room, they knew that things might not be as simple as they imagined. What's wrong? Does Amber Island really not welcome foreign wizards? After noticing Moon's expression, Xilin quickly walked up and asked. No, Ben said that Amber Island will welcome me very much, but there is a prerequisite. I am the successor to the high priest, he said. After hearing Moon's words, Xilin was silent. But Hall, who was standing next to him, said leisurely. Why don't we not go? Anyway, there are so many small islands in the Vina Islands. We can live on any of them. Hall's speech was not recognized by anyone, but no one spoke now. After a long time, another voice sounded in the room. Actually, I also know an ancient wandering poem. After seeing that no one spoke, Mimir carefully took out his worn-out original copy of Anvil Song. This is the first poem I collected. It comes from the eastern mountainous area of the Manila Empire. It is actually about an ancient tribal high priest. Mimir flipped through a few pages of the book and handed it to Moon. In the ancient temple of the tribe, the moonlight shines on his face. The high priest is dressed in silver and his eyes are like stars. His robe flutters in the wind and is embroidered with mysterious patterns. The light on his staff sings the lines of stars. Moon roughly read the content of the whole wandering poem and handed Anvil Song to Xilin next to him. You old man, haven't you been to Xilin Island? And you have this book, why didn't you tell us about the high priest in advance? Seeing that Moon's expression was still very serious, Hall accused Mimir. I really didn't know that there was such a secret on that island. Their wizards rarely communicate with outsiders. Hearing Mimir's answer, Hall was also very helpless. He looked at Moon, who had been thinking. How about it? Are we still going? Of course, it seems that the entire Vina Islands are not too safe now. Although it is far away from the war on the mainland, battles between wizards also happen from time to time. Only Xilin Island is the only peaceful place. Moon had actually been thinking about one thing just now. That is, if something bad happens, can he take everyone away from Xilin Island with his own ability? Considering the strength of the tribal wizard mentioned by Ben, Moon felt that it should not be a big problem. Xilin also agreed with Moon's point of view. He actually wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the little wizard he was protecting. Now it seems that only going to Xinjiang Island can get the answer. After deciding on things, everyone began to prepare. Moon packed up his things in the room and prepared to return to Hogwarts. Tonight happened to be the 7th day, and Xilin stayed here as usual. Because it was confirmed that the items could be brought back, Moon brought a lot of things this time. Monocular glasses, alchemy keys, and spell rings. Bringing all these 3 things will allow Moon to take time to study alchemy runes in Hogwarts. Batfish swim bladder powder, for Cedric to make a small living hell decoction to exchange spells with Professor Snape. Bring a few more flame snails, in addition to making dragon manure fertilizer for Sprout. They are also for the giant squid as snacks. The most important thing is of course the old willow wand, which Moon will always hold tightly in his hand. The suitcase is still a little too small, and it can't hold a few flame snails at all. Moon knew that the giant squid had a very large appetite, so he planned to pack a few more of these seafood snacks for the other party. However, the capacity of the suitcase is limited, and it can only fit 10 at most. I remember when I bought this box, the boss said that it could add the untraceable extension spell to it. Maybe I can learn it and try to add it to it. Moon spent a lot of money when buying this box. The owner of the second-hand shop kept promoting it, saying that it was made of very good materials. That night, Moon appeared on the 4-poster bed again after a long absence. After confirming that the suitcase and wand in both hands were there, Moon couldn't help but feel a little excited. Moon got out of bed quietly. Just as he was about to put away his suitcase, he saw that Harry, who was in the next bed, was not in the dormitory. He's not going out to visit the castle again, is he? Moon had just finished speaking when he heard the door of the dormitory being pushed open. Where did you go just now? I looked for you all around but couldn't find you. Moon was about to ask Harry where he went, but the little wizard asked even faster. I just went to a very far place in my dream. Moon didn't know how to explain, so he could only describe his experience in a euphemistic way. In a dream? Do you have sleepwalking? When Harry spoke, his face was still full of disbelief. It should be similar to sleepwalking. Hearing that Harry was already somewhat convinced, Moon hurriedly explained. Well, I think you'd better go with me to see something. It's simply amazing, Harry said and was about to pull Moon out of the dormitory. Noticed that Harry was very excited and might wake up the other little wizards. Moon had no choice but to follow Harry out of the dormitory. You know what? I just walked through the castle to find you, and then I found a magic mirror. Harry was not sure why Moon disappeared. He had been wondering recently who was most likely to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This incident kept coming back to his mind, and he inevitably ignored what was happening around him. I know you, like me, have never seen your biological parents, but this mirror can definitely make your wish come true. At the beginning of the school year, the young wizards introduced themselves to each other. Moon also said that he grew up with his uncle since he was a child. Harry felt very sympathetic for him at the time. Seeing that Harry was very serious and his expression was extremely excited, Moon couldn't help but feel curious. After making sure that no one had discovered them, the two sneaked through the portrait door and left the common room. Wait a minute, let me recall whether I just came back from here. After Harry led Moon down 3 spiral stairs, he was a little unsure of the direction he came back from. When he was wandering around the castle just now, he was frightened by Filch's voice and hurriedly ran back to the common room, so he didn't remember the exact route. It should be the staircase. Harry hesitated for a long time, still unable to determine. But Moon had a solution at this time. Seeing that Harry was still trying to figure out the direction, Moon walked towards the 2 small lanterns in the far corner. Mrs. Norris, I would like to ask you to help me find where Harry just stopped. Okay. Filch's cat had already appeared in the corner when Harry was just hesitating. But when it saw that it was Moon here, it did not come out or to make a sound. What are you doing? Moon, come back quickly. That's Filch's accomplice. After seeing a mixed-haired cat walking out of the shadow in the corner, Harry's expression became nervous. He knew that many young wizards were caught by this cat, and then Filch was attracted. Don't worry, Mrs. Norris is actually very friendly. When Moon was talking, the cat on the ground also tilted its head and glared at Harry fiercely, and then called to Moon sweetly. Meow, I want to stroke its fur. Chapter 166, Dark Mirror Vision. After 10 o'clock every night, all candles in the corridors of Hogwarts Castle will be extinguished. So when Harry and Moon came out, the castle was still very dark. However, With Mrs. Norris leading the way, they didn't have to worry about getting lost. But because of Harry's presence, Moon had to give Mrs. Norris too, smooth fur, as a reward. I remember that I didn't come back from this side. Halfway with Mrs. Norris, Harry looked at the walls on both sides of the castle with some doubts. Are you sure? Moon also stopped and looked back at Harry. Harry was still hesitant to observe, and Mrs. Norris in front of him had already called out impatiently. Meow, this is a shortcut, okay? It seems that this little castle administrator already knows where you are going. Hurry up and catch up. But Harry's doubts didn't last for 3 minutes, and Mrs. Norris stopped next to a piece of armor in the corridor. When Moon was about to observe the abandoned classrooms around, he didn't expect Harry behind him to exclaim. Oh, I remember it. It's here. Harry pointed at the silver-gray armor, and then immediately walked into the abandoned classroom next to him. Moon thanked Mrs. Norris before hurriedly following. The abandoned classroom was not large, but it was rather dim because there was no light. There were 3 windows, 1 large and 2 small, through which the moonlight from outside could make out some vague scenes. After Moon came in, he saw a 3-meter-high mirror against the wall of the classroom. The mirror was oval and wrapped in a black wooden frame. Look! That's it. After Harry found the target, he immediately ran to the mirror. He waited for a while, then excitedly pointed into the mirror and looked at Moon next to him. Look, these are my parents, and there are many relatives around. Moon had actually been staring at the mirror from the side. But he had never walked to the front of the mirror, but was carefully observing this magical thing. There was a row of words engraved on the base of the mirror. Through the moonlight, one could vaguely see the words Aries Stra Eroid Ube Cafroid on Wosi. Moon did not recognize the meaning of this sentence at once, but he could vaguely feel that this mirror seemed unusual. Because he only saw the shadow of Harry in the mirror, and there was no parents or a large group of people as he said. When Harry looked at the mirror intently, Moon quietly took out the monocular from his pocket. Through the glasses, Moon could see that the long mirror was emitting a faint white light. And some tentacles of these lights were constantly reaching out to Harry, as if they wanted to pull the little wizard into the mirror. Because the scene he saw was rather strange, Moon suddenly took off the monocular, but found nothing. Harry, I think you should not look at it for too long. Moon found through the monocular that the white tentacles were still slowly approaching. But Harry's expression at this time was very focused, and he did not hear what Moon said at all. Just as Moon was about to approach and pull Harry away, the little wizard actually reached out and touched the mirror, mumbling "Mom, Mom." It was only after Harry finished shouting that Moon's hand touched his shoulder, and then the little wizard reacted. Oh, Moon, come and see, I can feel that they are all my relatives. After Harry noticed Moon's hand, he pulled it over. Moon stood in front of the mirror without warning. Then he saw that the moonlight that was originally like silver sand disappeared in an instant, and then the whole mirror turned into a dark color like ink. These colors were still slowly becoming more intense, and then gradually formed of vortex. All the scenes in the mirror were constantly being sucked in. Finally, when the vortex spun rapidly and disappeared, the scene in the mirror changed again. What did you see? Did you see my parents? Harry's words rang in his ears, letting Moon know that he had not entered another world. However, the scene in the mirror still shocked Moon. In the mirror, Moon first saw himself standing alone on a ruin. Next to him was a huge plant. Moon could tell from its appearance that it should be a big willow tree. However, the willow tree did not look full of life. It was all black, more like a terrifying ghost willow. In the air not far away, there was a skinny black horse with only a skeleton. The horse had 2 bat-like wings, and it was trying to fly towards the moon in the sky. Scarlet Moon. This should be the thing that Moon was most familiar with. Moon once guessed that it was because of the appearance of Scarlet Moon that he came to Hogwarts. However, the Scarlet Moon in the mirror looked different. Huge cracks appeared on the Scarlet Moon, and black substances continued to emerge from these cracks. What did you see? Why don't you say a word? Harry's voice sounded again, and Moon suddenly came back to his senses, and then quickly left the area in front of the mirror. At the same time, Moon and Harry heard a sound of kicking something in the corner of the classroom. Who's there? Harry took out his wand first, used a luminescent flash, and slowly walked over. Moon turned his head to look at the mirror with lingering fear, and only breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there was no strange scene on it. Luminescent flash. Moon also took out a familiar old willow wand, cast a luminescent spell, and walked towards Harry. Is there anyone? What did you find? I didn't see anyone's shadow. but there was a big footprint on the ground. After listening to Harry, Moon came over and pointed his wand at the footprint on the ground. This should be left by a soft shoe, because there is no indentation print in the footprint. Would someone come here wearing slippers? Harry asked curiously. I don't know, but it should be a very tall adult wizard. Based on a footprint alone, the two little wizards couldn't guess who it was. The only conclusion they could draw was that it definitely didn't belong to Professor Flitwick. When Moon and Harry were guessing the owner of the footprint, Mrs. Norris, who was guarding the door, suddenly called out, "Meow, it's time to leave." After hearing this, Moon pulled Harry away from this weird abandoned classroom. Mrs. Norris was very conscientious and led the little wizards to the door of the Gryffindor common room. After Moon cast a smooth fur on it, the kitten left with satisfaction. I think I have to ask you to go on a night tour of the castle in the future. After seeing Mrs. Norris's performance tonight, Harry looked at Moon with some envy. It's better not to. It will make Mrs. Norris embarrassed. After all, its real owner is Filch. Okay, Pig Nose. After saying the password said by the fat lady, the two little wizards heard Hermione's voice as soon as they stepped into the common room. You went on a night tour of the castle again? This is against school rules. Seeing Hermione appear so early really scared Harry and Moon. After all, it was far from time to get up, and most of the little wizards were still asleep. Well, we went out for a wander once, but didn't you go out for a wander once too? Harry knew that Hermione was very concerned about school rules, so he simply stopped hiding it and admitted it directly. I knew it. What on earth were you doing? You wouldn't be wandering around the castle at night for no reason, would you? Are you going to duel with Malfoy again? Hermione frowned and guessed. No, since Malfoy was taught a lesson by Moon, he has never asked for a duel again. After Harry finished speaking, he saw that there was no one else around, but he still lowered his voice out of concern. We found a magical mirror in an abandoned classroom. I can see my parents and relatives in it. When Harry spoke, his face was still filled with a happy smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked at Moon. By the way, what did you see just now? Are they also my family members? Moon shook his head. Then he noticed the curious eyes of the two little wizards opposite. I saw a moon, a strange willow tree, and a skinny black horse with wings. A skinny black horse with wings? That's a thestral. You can actually see it. After listening to Moon's words, Hermione showed a surprised expression. Hermione, who had already read the entire Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, knew very well that this strange-looking horse was a magical creature that few people could see. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon, Hermione said as she tiptoed up the stairs, fearing to disturb others' rest. Moon and Harry also came to the sofa by the fireplace. Harry was still curious why Moon saw a different scene from him. I think it should be a magic mirror, and everyone should see something different. Moon had just finished explaining when Hermione came out holding a very large book. Come and see, is this what you just saw in the mirror? After Hermione opened the book, she pointed to a strange black horse with wings. But before Moon could speak, Harry spoke curiously beside him. There's nothing in the book. Hermione did not answer in a hurry, but stared at Moon with a burning gaze. After noticing the little witch's eyes, Moon nodded heavily. I knew that what Moon saw must be a thestral. The book says that this is a magical animal that can only be seen by people who have experienced or witnessed death. Ordinary people can't see it at all, even if they draw it. After Hermione finished speaking, Moon noticed that the two young wizards looked at him with more curiosity. Moon didn't know if Hermione's explanation was right, but he was very sure that he had witnessed death many times. Not to mention the night owl. When he was fighting pirates at sea, Moon saw gunpowder blasting many pirates' bodies. I don't think the things in the mirror are necessarily true, right? Moon didn't know how to explain it, because he knew that the world where Hogwarts was located was actually relatively peaceful, and the young wizards didn't see war at all, and rarely saw dead people. Not to mention the things in the mirror, but you saw the horse in the book, didn't you? Tell me what it looks like. Hermione had long known that Moon must have a big secret, but she was not in a hurry to explore this secret. What she was more interested in now was what the content of the book was. Although she had read the whole book, she didn't know what the picture was about, which made Hermione very uneasy. Harry didn't understand Hermione's strange train of thought, but he was indeed curious about what the thestrals looked like. It is taller than an ordinary horse, thinner, with almost no muscles, with wings like a bat, and a face like a dragon. Moon described the appearance of the thestrals in the book as detailed as possible, and the two little wizards listened very carefully. Okay, this book has been added to my series of completed books. After Moon finished describing, Hermione closed the book with satisfaction, and then looked at Harry and Moon again. Now, let's talk about the mirror, okay? I'm also very curious. At Hermione's urging, Harry described the appearance of the mirror again. However, what he remembered most was the relatives in the mirror. Moon wrote down the words under the mirror. I haven't seen it either, but it must be a rare magical creation, otherwise it would definitely be introduced in the book. Hearing that Hermione didn't know, Harry's interest decreased a lot. Well, if you can find the answer, remember to tell me. Now I have to go back to sleep. It was 5:30 in the morning. Harry was very sleepy after wandering all night. After Harry left, Moon looked at Hermione curiously. Because this time was when Moon got up to study every morning, but Hermione unexpectedly got up so early today. Don't look at me, I just feel that I wasted too much time before and don't want to go on like this. Hermione put the words that Moon had just written on the magic mirror into the book, and then flipped through another big book. The little witch was actually stimulated by Moon. She originally thought that she had read enough books. After all, this was also her own talent. But after knowing that Moon would get up every morning to study, and mastered the special memory magic, Hermione had a great sense of crisis. She knew that she had to work harder, otherwise she would probably be left far behind. Although Moon didn't understand, he didn't say anything. Returning to the dormitory, he took out the Secret of Spells, Methods of Spell Modification and started studying. Regarding spell modification, Moon has actually been studying. He has now disassembled all 3 growth spells. Although he has no idea about how to transform it next, Moon has a deeper understanding of the basic structure of spells. At the same time, Moon has densely written 5 3-inch notebooks about the structure of spells. This knowledge still needs to be sorted out and digested, but after Moon obtained the magic of another world, he knew that he still lacked something: Mirror Light Reverse Tide. This magic is very similar to the ancient magic of the current world that Moon knows. Both require very complex gestures and spells. And if Moon wants to transform this spell, he must figure out the meaning of those gestures. This is also the kind of knowledge that Moon lacks in spells. Maybe I can go to the library to see if there are similar books, and by the way, I can also consolidate the foundation of spells. Just when Moon and Hermione were studying quietly, a faint candlelight was lit in the principal's office of Hogwarts. Thanks to Heath Iced Tea for the reward, 10,000 words will be updated tomorrow. Chapter 167 Dumbledore's Arrangement. Dumbledore actually spent a lot of effort on the arrangement of the Mirror of East. It was actually his idea to place the mirror in the abandoned classroom. Dumbledore originally thought that Harry would at least discover the mirror after receiving the invisibility cloak. But he never thought that everything would develop faster and more complicated now, and even slightly exceeded his original expectations. Thestrals, strange willows, cracked Scarlet Moon. Dumbledore has been pacing back and forth in his office thinking since he returned from the abandoned classroom. No one knows the Mirror of East better than Dumbledore. The headmaster even used his superb alchemical magic to transform the mirror so that it could become the last guard level. But what he saw in the mirror tonight made Dumbledore unable to calm down for a long time. The strange black willow tree has no vitality, as if it has been cast under some mysterious curse. Being able to see the Thestrals means that he has witnessed death, but why did the Thestrals fly to the Scarlet Moon? Dumbledore's knowledge is far greater than that of ordinary people, and so are the magic books he has read. But there is a huge crack on the Scarlet Moon. He never remembers where he has seen or read such a scene. However, the headmaster, who is over 100 years old, is still worried and trying to recall all the books he has read. The Scarlet Moon often indicates bad luck, disaster, war and death. Dumbledore paced while sorting out all the information he knew. In the existing books in the magic world, all the information related to the Scarlet Moon is negative. As the favorite celestial body of werewolves, vampires, and zombies, the moon often symbolizes the rise of dark forces. But the appearance of the Scarlet Moon makes this celestial body even more unpredictable. Could it be Tom? But what is his relationship with Fiayu? Or will his return this time trigger a bigger war? No, according to the prophecy, Harry is his real opponent. As for Mr. Scarlet, when Dumbledore thought of this, he couldn't help but be curious about the secret of Moon. He originally guessed that this little lion was arranged by his old rival to enter Hogwarts, but now it seems that this option can be ruled out. Dumbledore knows the wizard imprisoned in Nuremberg as well as he knows himself. It is his dream to let wizards rule the world, rather than to cultivate a little wizard who may bring great chaos to the world. There is still too little information. Maybe we can arrange a divination. On Monday morning, the Gryffindor Little Lions only had one history of magic class. After entering December, the temperature outside became colder and colder, but it did not stop the Little Lions from taking a nap in this class. In the class, only Moon was still listening carefully to Professor Binge's explanation. Hermione had finished the content of this class early, and she is now reading books for higher grades. Magic families are also an important part of the history of magic. Through their evolution, you can know the other side of the magic world. Professor Binge is talking about the evolution of magic families today. They are also the most important group in the early days of the magic world. At that time, people with magical talents were mostly gathered together by inheriting the magic genes in their blood relationship. Because this kind of magic family has a huge energy, they inevitably affect the development of the magic society. The book lists many magic families, such as the Peveril family, the Black family, the Gaunt family, and the Ollivander family. Moon also associated the content of the book with a family from another world that he had just met recently. The Bailey family of the Mirzu Castle is the same as the ancient family in the early history of magic. Most of them live together by blood, and use magic to treat diseases for ordinary muggles, while quickly accumulating wealth for the family. But at the same time, they will inevitably be misunderstood. After all, muggles don't understand magic, and they only think about the bad side. This is also the period that the Bailey family is going through. After the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy came into effect, pure-blood wizard families began to rise, and most of them occupied an important position in the magic society. Moon now suspected that the author of this book should be a pure-blood wizard. Because the author wrote a lot of advantages of pure-blood wizard families at this stage. Helping to stabilize the wizarding society, improving various laws, participating in the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot, and actively leading the development of the wizarding world. When Professor Binns talked about this, Moon couldn't help but feel a little sleepy. Because the pure-blood wizards he knew didn't make these contributions recorded in the book. The most direct representative is Malfoy from Slytherin. Apart from maintaining a noble appearance, Moon can't see any advantages from him. The magic world has been developing, and the history of magic has been constantly recording changes. After the 18th century, although the pure-blood families faced huge challenges, their glory has always existed. After Professor Binns read this sentence, Moon fell asleep completely. He really didn't want to listen to a person from a pure-blood family compiling a self-boasting history. The magic history class ended on time at 11 o'clock. If there is one thing that Professor Binns does have in his class, it is that he never stays late. When the professor left through the wall, Hermione woke up Moon. "Let's go. Aren't you going to the library to look up information?" "Oh, okay." Moon yawned for a long time, relieving his energy from not getting enough sleep last night. "This is the first time you sleep in class," Hermione said curiously while packing up her books. "I didn't expect the history of pure-blood families to be so boring." After the two little wizards finished packing and were about to leave the classroom, a black shadow suddenly appeared at the door. Snape had actually been waiting for Moon to find him. Since they agreed to exchange potion materials for spells last week, he has been wondering when Moon would come. Especially after Dumbledore said that Moon still had a big secret, he became even more curious about Moon's magic materials. After he finished teaching the 6th graders how to make the Felixir this morning, Snape quickly came from the basement to the History of Magic classroom on the 2nd floor. When Snape appeared, not only Moon was stunned, but all the little Gryffindor lions stood there unconsciously. "Moon Scarlett, we should talk." After hearing the stern professor only called Moon's name, the little lions ran out of the classroom one by one with relief. "Do you need me to wait for you?" Hermione asked in a low voice. "Oh, no, I don't think it will be solved so quickly this time." After Hermione left, only Moon and Snape were left in the History of Magic classroom. "I hope you didn't lie to me." Now it's the agreed time. Moon never thought that Professor Snape would be so anxious that he would lock him in the History of Magic classroom. "Professor, I won't run away. If you do this, others will think I have made another mistake," Moon complained helplessly. "I don't have time to care about what others think." "Take out the things now," Snape said coldly and stretched out his right hand. Moon could only take out a small bag of batfish float powder from his pocket. This was prepared when he left the dormitory this morning. He originally planned to give it to Cedric first, but he didn't expect that Professor Snape would intercept it. Here are 10 ounces, Professor. Moon clearly mentioned the amount of potion materials, and then kept looking at Snape expectantly. I know the content of the agreement. 2 spells, this is not difficult for me. After Snape took the small package, he first opened it and looked at it carefully. After finding that it was not a prank material, he pinched a small handful and put it on the tip of his nose to sniff. The material is correct, but it is not ground finely enough, and there are still a lot of impurities in it. The price of 2 spells may be. Moon never thought that Professor Snape would bargain. In Moon's usual opinion, the more cold-blooded people like Snape are, the more they usually leave after throwing money, and never care about the price of the materials. Professor, the quality of the batfish more powder is the same as last week. We have already discussed it. After hearing Snape's words, Moon hurriedly reminded. Of course, I know, Snape said impatiently, then closed the material package and held it tightly in his hand. Well, since you have no objection, Professor, I want to learn the invisible extension charm. Moon had already thought about which spell he wanted to learn when he came to Hogwarts. This spell is very useful for him at the moment. As long as the capacity of the suitcase can be expanded, Moon can bring more materials, which can also make him gain greater benefits. Invisible extension charm? No. This is a spell that only 7th-year students can learn. You can't master it now. Snape took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and stuffed it into Moon's hand without saying anything. You should learn this. It's not difficult and easy to master. After listening to Snape, Moon curiously opened the folded parchment and looked at the content on it. This is. Professor, you are cheating. There were indeed 2 spells written on the parchment, but it was a spell in a spell-breaking spell, upside-down golden bell, and golden bell falling to the ground. Professor, this should be considered a spell. Snape completely ignored Moon's protest. After he stuffed the parchment to Moon, he wanted to turn around and leave. We didn't agree that removing the spell doesn't count, did we? Moon was really surprised to hear that Snape actually used this kind of transaction loophole to prevaricate. But he naturally wouldn't suffer a loss in vain. Professor, don't you need potion materials? Moon, who had done business, knew very well that now the most important raw materials were in his hands, so he should be the one to set the price. Even if the previous agreement was not clear enough, as long as there was the next transaction, Moon would be able to make up for this loophole. Snape chuckled, then turned his head to look at Moon. This potion material is very basic. 10 ounces is enough for me to study for a long time. If you want to use it to get a spell from me again, you'd better give up this idea. In Snape's view, this time he made a deal with Moon, which actually violated his own rule of not having too much intersection with Gryffindor. Now that he has obtained the potion material, he will naturally choose to withdraw. After Snape finished speaking, he did not pay attention to Moon's expression behind him, and prepared to leave on his own. But Professor, I have another potion material. Don't you need it too? The footsteps in the corridor that were originally full of wind suddenly stopped. Moon guessed that Snape should be struggling with his thoughts at this time, because he wanted to continue walking several times, but he stopped abruptly. You'd better not lie to me, Snape said while turning around slowly, with a very serious expression on his face. Of course, look. It's it. When Snape turned around, Moon had already taken out another small bag from his pocket. This is. Before Moon started to introduce Snape, he walked over quickly and grabbed the bag to examine it carefully. Is it a creature from the sea? Snape just sniffed it a little and looked at Moon again in confusion. Yes, this is a kind of sea snail that lives in the crater of the seabed. Their shells are very hard and can replace dragon scales for potion materials. After listening to Moon's introduction, Snape pinched out a small handful of this powder and muttered a spell that Moon didn't hear clearly. It was after the spell that Moon found that the material in Snape's hand was emitting a puff of white smoke, and then the professor frowned unconsciously. It's not as powerful as the magic energy contained in dragon scales, but this energy is gentle enough. It is an excellent material for refining hemostatic and healing potions. Snape used only one spell to determine the true use of the flame snail shell powder. However, after confirming the authenticity of the potion material, Snape became even more confused. He originally thought that Moon was lucky to come up with a potion material, but now it seems that this is not the case. Tell me, where did this come from? Obviously, Professor, they said it came from the sea. Hearing Moon's answer, Snape took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to explode. Of course I know it's a creature from the sea. I'm asking how you found it? It's only been a week. In addition to being surprised by the emergence of new potion materials, Snape was even more surprised at how Moon found these two potion materials within a week. "Well, Professor, my family has a large sailing ship, which is very suitable for ocean salvage." Moon was telling the truth. The two materials were salvaged by the sailors on the Scarlet Moon themselves, and then processed by Chris. When Moon answered the question, Snape kept staring at him coldly. For a moment, he even subconsciously wanted to use magic that violated school rules to explore the memory in Moon's head. But just when this idea emerged in his heart, Snape recalled what Dumbledore had said. "Mr. Scarlett should have a lot of secrets, and I don't know much." Recalling this sentence, Snape looked at the potion materials in his hand again. He now felt that he should know more than Dumbledore. Seeing the professor in front of him regain his calm expression, Moon subconsciously took a step back. He knew that this was usually a sign of Snape going crazy. "Professor, if you like the materials, you can take them first, and the spell can be given to you later." "No, Mr. Scarlet, the untraceable extension spell is indeed not suitable for you now, but this should be fine. Thanks to Heath Iced Tea for the reward. 10,000 words will be updated tomorrow." Chapter 168, A Guide to Ancient and Modern Magic. Noticing Professor Snape's sudden change of expression, Moon's body subconsciously prepared for defense. However, his movements were obviously not as fast as the potion professor. Snape just raised his hand and waved it lightly, and a notebook in Moon's hand flew towards him. After Snape caught it steadily, he picked up the quill in the notebook and started writing. Seeing that Snape could cast spells so smoothly, Moon knew that he still had a long way to go in learning magic. Moon's fastest, leg-locking curse, can only be cast 12 times within a breath, which is already his limit. If he wants to increase the speed of casting spells, it is difficult to do it by speeding up the gestures alone. So he can only work towards silent and wandless spells. Just now, Snape just waved his hand lightly, said nothing, and didn't even use his wand. A silent, flying curse was already cast. This is at least 4 times the speed of Moon's spell casting, and the other party was very relaxed. This made Moon know that the direction he had determined was not wrong. While Moon was still comparing in his mind, Snape had already written a new spell and handed it to Moon. Cutting spell, reconciliation spell. This spell is only learned by third-year wizards. As long as you can learn it and lay a good foundation, I will give you a more powerful spell. Seeing Snape suddenly become generous, Moon was still a little surprised. "Professor, don't you have any additional conditions?" "Of course, the transaction between us is very pleasant, isn't it?" Although Snape said happily, there was no smile on his face. Yes. After hearing Moon's answer, Snape rarely reached out and patted the little lion's shoulder. "Mr. Scarlet, I think you should have other potion materials, right? If you choose to exchange with me, then the transaction between us can continue." After Snape finished speaking, Moon knew what the potion professor was thinking. Moon naturally had more and better potion materials, such as the swamp lily that Snape said there was only one in this world. Moon had already bought 3 of the same herbs from the Bailey Chamber of Commerce, and also entrusted the other party to continue looking for them. "Don't worry, Professor, you will always be my first choice." Moon has no other trading channels now, and it is not realistic for him to go to the pharmacy in Diagon Alley. After all, first-year wizards are not allowed to go out privately. So in this transaction that is beneficial to both parties, Moon can only put Snape in the first place. "Okay, if you can come up with more precious potion materials, then I will also give you what you want, such as the invisible extension spell you mentioned." "Okay, it's a deal." Hearing Moon's straightforward agreement, Snape was slightly stunned. He remembered that the last time he made an agreement with the little lion in front of him, Moon also agreed very readily. This made him feel vaguely that he had fallen into a trap again. However, thinking that he might be able to get more potion materials, Snape tried to squeeze out a smile. "Well, then I'll wait for your new materials." Watching Moon hurriedly leave the History of Magic classroom with the 2 newly obtained parchments, Snape looked around the empty classroom and said leisurely, "I didn't expect there would be more advanced materials." Humph. The little lion is still as trusting as ever. After Moon came out of the classroom, he just walked down the stairs and saw Harry and Ron hiding in the corner. "How is it? Did Snape make things difficult for you?" Seeing Moon coming down, Ron pulled him and avoided Snape's path, then left in another direction. "No, I just made a deal with him." "Deal?" Moon's words successfully aroused the curiosity of the 2 young wizards. They had never heard of students making deals with professors, let alone a little lion and an old snake. I think you should stay away from Snape instead of making deals with him. After all, Slytherin people are very calculating. Ron's conclusion was the common understanding of their entire family, and it had been verified for many years. Don't worry, this deal is not a loss for me. Moon knew that Ron was concerned, but he also knew very well that he actually gained more in this deal. Cutting magic was the easiest type for Moon to learn, so it was very simple to master the cutting spell. Moon is also looking forward to what spell Snape will come up with next time. Harry was very curious when Moon mentioned the deal. Last week, when everyone suspected that Snape had cast a dark spell on his broom, only Moon ruled out the suspicion of the potion professor. Even though Moon's evidence was very substantial at the time, Harry also felt that there must be some secret between Moon and Snape. Now that Moon directly said that there was a deal between the two, Harry was even more curious and could not see through Moon. Because of Snape's delay, Moon missed going to the library with Hermione. However, when eating in the hall at noon, the little witch hurried back. "Look! I found something," Hermione said, pushing away the food in front of Harry and Moon, and then put a thick book on it. Ancient and Modern Magic Guide. This records a magic mirror, which should be the one you met last night. After listening to Hermione's explanation in a low voice, Moon and Harry carefully looked at the contents of the book. Mirror of Eries, isn't the scene shown in this mirror real? Harry's smile disappeared after seeing the content recorded in the book. How he hoped that everything in the mirror was real, even if it was only for a short time. It shouldn't be real. The sentence on the mirror that you copied back should be read backwards to get its true meaning. Moon still remembered the sentence he copied on the parchment this morning. Reading it backwards would be, "I don't show your face but your desire." Seeing Harry's increasingly disappointed expression, Hermione and Ron both tried to comfort him. Moon was even more confused. According to the explanation in the book, the Mirror of Eries shows people's desires. What is the cracked scarlet moon? What about the dark strange willow tree? Moon was very sure that this was not his desire at all. He had seen these two things, but they shouldn't look like this. "Harry, you should have called me last night. Maybe I could help you see more." Ron was very envious after learning about Harry and Moon's strange experience last night. He also kept urging Harry to go again tonight. "Don't worry, we'll go again tonight. Even if those things are not real, I want to stay with them for a while." After hearing what the two said, Hermione slowly closed the book and whispered, "Although the book says that the harm caused by mirrors over the years is far greater than the benefits, and many people will waste time in front of the mirror and become detached from reality, I also want to go and see." Harry and Ron have long known that Hermione is not a quiet person, so they are not surprised that she can say such things. After the three of them decided to go on a night tour of the castle again tonight, they looked at Moon together. Moon was actually still a little hesitant. He knew that those were not his inner desires, but he was also a little worried. Just when Moon was thinking, Professor McGonagall suddenly came to the hall and walked to the seats of the first-year wizards. "Mr. Scarlett, please come out for a moment." Chapter 169. Doing a Magic Test. Under the curious gazes of all the little wizards, Moon followed Professor McGonagall out of the auditorium. As soon as he arrived at the corridor outside, Professor McGonagall turned around and said earnestly, "Mr. Scarlett, the school has arranged a divination test for you. I wonder if you can participate." Divination. Hearing that the school arranged a divination test specifically for him, Moon subconsciously became nervous. Because he didn't know if the professors knew something, or if he had done something out of the ordinary. Yes, it's just an ordinary prophecy divination. There will be no harm, and it will not be used to judge anything. After hearing what Professor McGonagall said, Moon pondered for a while and then nodded. "Okay, Professor." For Moon, he has heard a lot about divination prophecies recently, including the many unfulfilled prophecy balls stored in the hall of the Department of Mysteries, the prophecy given to Ben by the mysterious tribal wizard, and the strange scene he saw in the Mirror of Eries. All these things, Moon actually wanted to figure out. And now that the school has arranged a prophecy divination, maybe it can also let Moon know more things. After seeing Moon agreed, Professor McGonagall was very happy to lead him to her office on the second floor again. Moon had come to this small office when he applied for a residence permit for Bengbeng. At that time, there was only Professor McGonagall, but today when Moon entered here, he found another professor. A professor of divination with messy hair, thick black framed glasses, and black fingernails. After leading Moon into the office, Professor McGonagall's expression unconsciously became serious. Professor Trelawney, the school stipulates that all professors are prohibited from drinking during lunchtime. Oh, Principal McGonagall, I don't have classes in the afternoon, and alcohol can help me make the most accurate predictions, so after hearing Professor McGonagall's stern tone, Sybil Trelawney immediately put down the bottle of sherry wine that had been drunk, and explained with embarrassment. Well, I hope there won't be a next time. After Professor McGonagall finished speaking to her, she slightly bowed and pointed to Moon. This is Mr. Moon Scarlett. McGonagall knew that the divination professor was usually an alcoholic. Now that he said that alcohol could help her make predictions, she couldn't stop him. After all, this was something Dumbledore had ordered. After McGonagall finished speaking, she went to the other side of the desk, leaving Moon staring blankly at the two professors. Oh, kid, don't worry, it's just an ordinary divination, there will be no harm. Trelawney obviously rarely faced first-year students, and she couldn't help but push her glasses nervously, and then looked at Moon carefully. Come here, sit down, I have prepared a cup of hot tea for you. I think you need it very much. Maybe because he drank a whole bottle of sherry wine, Professor Trelawney was already stuttering. Moon was not sure whether the divination in the state would be accurate, and he looked at McGonagall with some doubts. Noticing that his dean also nodded helplessly, Moon had to walk over and sit in front of the desk. This is very good black tea. I think you will like it. After Moon sat down, Trelawney picked up a white ceramic cup from the desk. Drink it. Drink it up and leave only the tea leaves. Moon looked at the tea that had turned from red to black because of too many tea leaves. He frowned and drank it in one gulp before returning the cup to the other party. Oh, the shape of this tea leaves is really strange. After taking the cup, Professor Trelawney looked at it. The black glass's frame was close to the mouth of the cup. Chaos, disorder. Oh, this is such a good standard prophecy material. It's just that I can't see it. When Trelawney was about to share the cup with McGonagall, she saw the other party's livid face, and she quickly took the cup back. Professor Trelawney, divination should be your strong point. Hearing Professor McGonagall's cold words, Trelawney quickly put the cup in front of her glasses. Oh, yes, that's right. This may represent war. Yes, only war can bring chaos. Hearing Trelawney's intermittent and suspicious tone, McGonagall sighed helplessly. She didn't really believe in things like divination prophecy, but since Dumbledore arranged it, she had no choice but to do it. Professor Trelawney, if you can't be sure that tea leaves are feasible, why not try something else? Hearing Professor McGonagall's reminder, Trelawney suddenly realized. Oh. Yes, thank you, Headmaster, for bringing it, Trelawney said and took out a palm-sized crystal ball from his bulging jacket pocket. After seeing the actions of the professor opposite, Moon felt that this divination test was full of absurdity. Moon was helpless, but he had to continue. Come on, kid, concentrate on looking inside and see what's in the crystal ball. Moon didn't hesitate this time, and he even wanted to end this terrible divination test quickly. There are many colors, jumping like flames, and a huge green pattern is constantly wriggling, as if avoiding something. Oh, there was also a meteor-like thing flashing by just now. Moon told everything he saw. Really? Did you really see it all? Or did you finish it so quickly? After Moon finished speaking, Trelawney seemed to sober up instantly and stared at Moon closely. Few people can clearly describe what is in the crystal ball. Is your brain very good? The biggest difficulty in divination with a crystal ball is that the person being divined cannot clearly describe the scene he sees. Because these scenes flash by very quickly, and they are not easy to remember. Professor, is there something wrong with my description? Moon didn't know what the other party wanted to express, so he asked curiously. No. Very good, I think you should come to learn divination, Sybil Trelawney. Remember, you came here with a mission today. After Trelawney finished speaking, Professor McGonagall raised her voice and shouted. She knew very well what Trelawney meant by good brain. In McGonagall's opinion, Professor Sprout had already slowed her down by recruiting Moon into the Herb Club in advance. Now a professor of a third-year elective course still wanted to win Moon over, which was a bit unreasonable. Oh, of course I know, Principal McGonagall, I'm just analyzing the contents of the crystal ball. There are many colors in it, and there is fire, which should be war, green and the pattern of escape, it should be failure, and there are also meteors. Trelawney thought seriously for a while. The meteor should have a very short turnaround, but it is fleeting and should not be caught. After Trelawney finished speaking, Professor McGonagall's face did not become much better. Noticing this, Trelawney looked at Moon again helplessly. Mr. Scarlett, right? Can I take a look at your palm? 10 minutes after the divination test was over, Professor McGonagall appeared in Dumbledore's headmaster's office. The furnishings in this room did not change much, but on that long table, Dumbledore had prepared 2 cups of hot chocolate, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Trelawney said his lifeline is very long, but his fate line is very vague. Is that right? After listening to Professor McGonagall's story, Dumbledore took a sip of his drink and repeated it curiously. Yes, but I think what Trelawney said is not very accurate. Professor McGonagall's expression was very unnatural when she said this. She unconsciously began to recall everything that happened in her office this afternoon. Oh, child, your lifeline is really long, rarely so long, and this wisdom line is also very obvious. It's this emotional line. Moon was listening to something that was very interesting, but Professor Trelawney suddenly changed the subject. Your fate line is too vague. This is simply not like a person's palm line, Professor Trelawney. Watch your words. As soon as Trelawney said this, Professor McGonagall shouted angrily beside him. Mr. Scarlett is standing next to you. He is a pure magician. Don't be angry, Principal McGonagall. I know he is a magician, but I also interpreted it according to palmistry. Trelawney had observed the palms of many young wizards, but Moon's palm lines were definitely very rare. For this reason, she had to ask about Moon's birthday and began to use the zodiac to find out why Moon was different. What about Mr. Scarlett's love line? After listening to Professor McGonagall's complete retelling of what happened at noon today, Dumbledore was also very curious. Principal, by comparison, shouldn't you be more concerned about Mr. Scarlett's fate line? McGonagall said helplessly and rolled her eyes. The Dumbledore she knew was always like this, always paying attention to these insignificant things. Oh, that's right, but I think you have actually told me a lot of information, which is enough for me to make a judgment. While listening to Professor McGonagall's explanation, Dumbledore noticed a high-frequency word mentioned by Trelawney, war. Regarding this point, Dumbledore had already had some vague guesses after seeing Moon's reflection in the mirror of Ares last night. However, Trelawney's divination confirmed his thoughts from another aspect. Albus, do you really think that Trelawney's drunken talk is true? McGonagall didn't know how Dumbledore made his judgment. She even felt that Trelawney, who had drunk a whole bottle of sherry, did not conduct a strict and formal prophecy divination at all. In particular, McGonagall remembered clearly that Trelawney had begun to sway from side to side in her seat. If Moon hadn't supported her, she might have fallen directly under the desk. Even so, the professor still held Moon's hand tightly to explore why the lifeline was so long. Minerva, it's just a bottle of sherry. It's just a sweet wine with a low alcohol content. In fact, you should try it. Dumbledore actually knew that Professor Trelawney had a habit of alcoholism. He often saw many empty bottles of wine in a room in Hogwarts Castle. Dumbledore guessed that those should have been put in after Trelawney drank. Drinking, McGonagall looked at Dumbledore in surprise, and then pretended to be angry. Hogwarts school rules do not allow me to drink while working. This is something that every school employee should keep in mind, Headmaster. After McGonagall finished speaking, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the cup of hot chocolate prepared by Dumbledore. Of course, school rules must be followed, but I think if there is alcohol, it will definitely help Trelawney make the most correct prediction, Dumbledore said, and his thoughts unconsciously drifted to a long time ago. Just like another very famous prophecy she made in the Hog's Head, McGonagall naturally knew which prophecy Dumbledore was talking about. This strange divination professor was able to join the job because she made that magical prophecy in the Hog's Head. But a magic fortune teller must rely on alcohol to make correct predictions, which seems somewhat incredible to McGonagall. After all, after studying magic for so many years, McGonagall knows that although magic is magical, it is also very rigorous. But since Dumbledore said so, McGonagall couldn't refute it. As for why Dumbledore specifically asked Moon to take the test, McGonagall actually had some doubts. Albus, I know Mr. Scarlett's background may be strange, but he is only 11 years old, and I have taught him for more than 3 months. There's really nothing to doubt. In Professor McGonagall's opinion, if an 11-year-old wizard really has a relationship with that person, it is impossible for him not to reveal anything in 3 months. Of course, if there is really something suspicious about Moon, it is that he studies magic more diligently than anyone else. which also makes this little lion's learning progress faster than anyone else. From the beginning, even the basics of Muggles must be tutored, and now it has surpassed the learning progress of all first-year wizards. Moon's progress speed makes McGonagall very pleased, but also a little distressed. She knows how difficult it is for a first-year wizard to do this. Don't be nervous, Minerva. I don't doubt his background, but I am a little interested in his desire, or even his future. Dumbledore has always been speculating about Moon's specific origins. As for the Mirror of Eris, Dumbledore had already made some changes. He knew that this mirror now showed more than just human desires. Hearing the headmaster lead the topic to this completely indescribable thing again, McGonagall could only sigh helplessly. Headmaster, if there is nothing else, I will leave. I have to teach the 5th grade in the afternoon. Professor McGonagall left after saying this, and she did not touch the drink on the table. But Dumbledore has been sitting in the chair thinking about the problem. After an unknown amount of time, he reached out and picked up a red berry from the table and walked towards the Phoenix Fox. War, curse, chaos, death. It seems that Mr. Scarlett has experienced a lot. Should we help him? Looking at the food brought by the white-haired old man in front of him, Fawkes pecked it lightly, and after finding that it tasted good, he swallowed it in one gulp. After enjoying the delicious food, Fawkes tilted his head and blinked, and made a crisp chirping sound. Yes, Fawkes, we may be able to try to catch that fleeting meteor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Plan to Destroy the Enemy. Moon originally didn't believe in prophecies that much. Now he met a drunk divination professor in the school, which made Moon's belief in divination prophecies even lower. Moon even wondered if it was necessary to take this course again in the 3rd year. In Moon's opinion, the only useful information provided by Professor Trelawney might be the war. But Moon already knew this information without the prophecy. The war had already begun. Shouldn't this prophecy tell us when the war will end? Or how to win the war? Moon couldn't figure out what Professor Trelawney's divination logic was. He just felt that the more than an hour at noon today was wasted again. In fact, compared to listening to a drunk divination professor, Moon might as well carefully sort out how to deal with the threat from the faithless magician Montoya. On the night when faithless Montoya left Mayor's castle, Moon was worried and interrogated the 2 captured magicians again. From their confessions, Moon knew the ability of this heartless mid-level magician. According to the captured magician, most of the wizards in the Faithless organization mastered attack and defense spells related to deformation magic. Their direct superior Montoya is good at attack spells related to human body deformation magic. Moon said as he took out a parchment he brought from the Scarlet Moon. It recorded Montoya's magic mastery in detail. Attack spell, bone-crushing spell. According to the captured magician, this is a spell that Montoya often casts. The destructive power of this spell is extremely strong. It can allow the magic power to directly penetrate the target opponent's body and reach the bones. After being hit by this spell, not only will the bones crack and shatter, but it is also likely to cause chain damage to muscles, blood vessels, and organs. This spell is really magical. It actually attacks the bones first, not the external flesh and blood. In the magic that Moon is learning now, the magic energy generated is all external and intuitive. That is to say, if the magic energy contacts the wizard, there must be a process from the outside to the inside. The bone-crushing spell is just the opposite, which inevitably makes Moon curious. This spell is a medium-level attack spell in the Faithless organization. It is easier to cast than Mirror Tide, and Montoya also wears a spell-assisting ring. Considering these 2 points, Moon guessed that Montoya's speed of casting, bone-crushing curse, should be the same as the speed of ordinary young wizards in Hogwarts casting small evil spells. This speed is actually quite good, but it is still not good enough for Moon. After all, if you compare a small evil spell alone, Moon can fight 8 to 10 young wizards of the same level at the same time. But Moon will not be careless when dealing with real enemies. After all, the effect of bone-crushing curse is far more powerful than the small evil spell. The second spell that Montoya mastered is Stone Skin Curse. After Moon carefully studied this spell, he found that this spell is another variant of Petrification Curse. It can transform the target opponent's skin or muscle tissue into a hard stone state. While making the target's body heavy and slow to move, it will also cause internal damage to the opponent's body. Compared to the petrification spell, the attack range of the stun skin spell is only aimed at a certain part of the body, not the whole body. This also means that the attack speed of this spell is relatively fast. In addition to these two attack spells, Montoya also masters the defensive magic, Mirror Light Reverse Tide. Moon now has the entire casting process of this magic in his hand. And he also knows that Montoya has mastered the second-level variant of this magic, and his defensive ability is stronger than the two captured magicians. However, Moon knows that the speed of casting this magic is a big flaw, and he can have plenty of time to deal with it. In addition, Montoya also masters a magic that transforms the body into a beast. This reminds Moon of the werewolves recorded in the school textbooks. But werewolves seem to transform only on the night of the full moon, and this Montoya doesn't seem to be like this now, according to the two captured wizards. The beast that Montoya transformed into is not just the appearance of a wolf, but like a combination of many beasts. If he wants to complete this transformation, he only needs to take a special potion and cooperate with the spell. After checking all the information, Moon knew that this kind of transformation was what he should pay most attention to. Montoya will become very difficult to deal with after the transformation. Strong strength, agile speed, and sharp senses. These are huge threats to any wizard. This is more like an enhanced version of a werewolf. After checking the opponent's information again, Moon began to prepare his own response plan. It is not difficult for Moon to defend or even destroy the opponent's spell attack. The speed at which the opponent casts the spell is a flaw. Even if the opponent can cast it, Moon has a way to deal with it. Stone Skin Curse is just a variant of Petrification Curse, and Bone Crushing Curse is equivalent to another, Thunder Explosion, that specifically attacks human bones. Moon's Iron Armor Curse can effectively play a protective role. And to deal with Montoya's body deformation magic, the most suitable spell is actually Obstacles. After the spell is cast, it will stay for a period of time. This just happens to limit the opponent's speed and powerful strength. It can also buy enough time for Moon to cast other attack spells. However, it was obviously not safe to rely on the obstacles that Moon had mastered. So after the afternoon herbal class, Moon brought snacks for the giant squid to the Black Lake for intensive training. This huge creature is now getting more and more familiar with Moon. Even if Bengbeng is not around, Moon can accurately respond and find him by splashing water and shouting. After giving the other party fresh flame snail meat, the giant squid readily agreed to the new training method. Moon has not mastered obstacles for a long time. He can only cast one such spell now, and cannot cast it continuously. So what he has to do now is to improve the speed of casting spells through continuous practice. The most intuitive and effective practice is of course to face the attack of the giant squid. Come on, I'm ready. After Moon set up 3 layers of obstacles in front of him in advance, he shouted to the big guy in the lake. After receiving the command, the giant squid raised a huge arm and stabbed directly in the direction of Moon. Swish. 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 The 3 layers of spells did not have any blocking effect. The tentacles of the giant squid touched Moon's body in just a moment. At this time, Moon's new spell was just halfway prepared. I can feel that my spell casting speed has increased. Please do it again, facing a powerful attack far beyond his own strength, forcing him to speed up the casting of spells. This is Moon's new training method. Only when pressure and goals exist at the same time, the effect of magic training will be maximized. It may be that Moon chose a training method that is closer to the form of combat. It may also be that the giant squid touched Moon's body countless times today. This huge animal is also very excited today. The color of its body has slowly deepened from the original grayish-white. Moon knows that the color of its body will change only when the mood of the giant squid changes. Moon was also under the pressure of the giant squid's excitement. Finally, at the end of the training, he achieved the expected effect. Before the triple obstacles hastily disappeared, Moon was able to add another layer in time. I will take time to visit you in the next few days. After saying hello to the giant squid, Moon left with satisfaction. The faster spell casting speed means that his means of dealing with enemies have been strengthened. After returning from the Black Lake, Moon hurriedly ate dinner and came to the Herbal Club classroom. Here he will look for his second plan. To deal with a wizard, Moon never thought that spells alone would be enough. Especially when the opponent is likely to transform into a large animal. After seeing Cedric had come to the club, Moon walked over very happily. The target of his second plan was Cedric's sleeping face fungus spore powder. You want to borrow 5 bottles of spore powder? You're welcome. You've helped me a lot, since Cedric tried to apply dragon manure fertilizer to the sleeping face fungus 2 weeks ago. This small mushroom has begun to grow wildly. Now another week has passed, and Professor Sprout has moved more than a dozen pots of water lily fungus. But Cedric's research station has added 3 more pots. And there are more than 20 bottles of glass jars filled with spore powder placed densely next to it. Isn't 5 bottles enough? How about another 5 bottles? Cedric is now worried about how to deal with these materials. Knowing that Moon needed it, he naturally stuffed a few more bottles without hesitation. Okay, as long as it doesn't delay your use, don't worry, they will add more than a dozen bottles in the next few days. Fortunately, the sleepy face fungus has started to grow a little slowly, otherwise I think Professor Sprout might be worried. Moon understood the reasons why Cedric and Professor Sprout were worried. Sleepy face fungus itself is not terrible, but once the number becomes huge, it is completely different. In the potion classroom, Snape just sniffed a little and was forced to drink a large bottle of antidote to relieve it. This time, Moon prepared 10 bottles for Montoya. Even if it is not purified spore powder, this amount should be enough to knock the opponent down. Use obstacles to hinder the opponent's actions, and then combine it with the spore powder that is not easy to detect in the air. The success rate of this plan should be very high. After packing the spore powder tightly, Moon took out a batfish swim bladder powder he had prepared. How is your preparation of the little living hell decoction going? All the materials are ready. I'm doing the preparatory work. I should be able to try to make it this week. Seeing Moon handing over another paper bag, Cedric happily took it and said, now I can try to make it twice. Moon knew that the original version of the living hell decoction required wormwood infusion, tranquilizing grass, lacewings, moondew flowers, and valerian roots. Cedric's improved version used water lily fungus spore powder instead of lacewings, and batfish more powder instead of tranquilizing grass. Only 3 other materials need to be prepared. Wormwood infusion and valerian root are both relatively easy to prepare. Because there are many of these 2 herbs planted in the school greenhouse, members of the herb club can withdraw them at will after obtaining permission from Professor Sprout. This is also one of the benefits of joining the herb club. The only thing that Cedric really needs to buy himself is the moondew flower. Most of this plant is wild, and the price sold at the Diagon Alley Pharmacy is 5 gold galleons per plant. 2 portions of moondew flower, 2 portions of fishmore powder. I will prepare them well in the next few days and start refining them on the weekend. Do you want to come with me? Of course, Moon will not miss any potion learning now. Even if the refining of this potion is impossible to complete in a short time, it is also very good to see Cedric's refining techniques. However, when it comes to potion refining, Moon remembered another thing. Can you lend me your 2nd and 3rd grade potion textbooks? I want to preview the relevant knowledge. Hearing Moon's request, Cedric was just a little stunned and answered immediately. If it were someone else, it would definitely not work, but you have no problem. Potion refining is actually a very dangerous thing, especially potions that are beyond the ability of young wizards. For this reason, the professors of Hogwarts will warn senior students to try not to teach complex potions, spells and dangerous magic materials to young wizards. As for junior students, professors have been repeatedly emphasizing that learning magic beyond their ability is very dangerous. But for Cedric, after 2 months of contact with Moon, he already knew that the ability of this little wizard in front of him was far beyond his peers, and he was even about to catch up with him. But are you sure you can study it? I remember that you have a lot to learn. Cedric knew that in addition to joining the herb club to learn about herbs, Moon also had his own small spell classroom to practice spells. Now he had to study the senior potion textbooks. This way, Moon had almost no time to rest. Of course, I will arrange the time reasonably. Moon wanted these potion textbooks, of course, not to study in Hogwarts, but to prepare for returning to another world. Now that Moon has established a relationship with Bailey merchants, it is very convenient for him to obtain herbs. And now he needs to master a large number of potion formulas and refining techniques. For him, the most suitable way is of course the Hogwarts potion textbooks. In order to help the little wizards understand the potion course as soon as possible, the Hogwarts potion textbooks are designed very reasonably. The first-year little wizards learn basic knowledge. In addition to identifying various potion materials, They also have to learn how to use crucibles, basic stirring and heating methods. The practical content in the potion class is only a few simple potions for treating scabies, burns, and cuts. In the second year, the teaching content will be advanced on this basis. At this time, the young wizards will learn some slightly more complicated potions and begin to get in touch with the precise proportions and specific steps of the potion formula. At the same time, they must also learn to identify and analyze potions. Practical potions will also be specifically directed to more serious physical injuries, such as treating fractures and excessive blood loss. In the third year, the potion textbook has become intermediate content. At this time, students are required to master the specific application of magical plants and animal materials in potions. And this grade will learn to make potions with effects such as changing appearance and enhancing strength. For example, the shrinking potion. In Chapter 168, the spell that Snape took out has been changed to the cutting spell. I apologize to everyone for the inconvenience caused. Chapter 171, Head Soaking Curse. Although the third-year potion textbook already contains intermediate potion content, it does not mean that you can become an intermediate potion master after completing the third-year potion class. This classification is just a knowledge summary and arrangement made by Hogwarts to facilitate the learning of young wizards. Of course, if a student can truly understand all the potion content from the first to the third grade, then he is already qualified to become an intermediate potion master. For Moon, the second-year potion textbook contains the identification and analysis of potions, as well as the precise proportions and specific steps of potions. There is also the use of magical plants and animal materials in potions in the third grade. He needs all this knowledge now. After all, there are all kinds of magical herbs and potion materials in another world waiting for him to identify and use. Okay, since you said so, then I'll ask my family to send my old potion textbook to me. After getting Cedric's consent, Moon was relieved to check other plants in the club. After taking care of the plants left by the old members of the club for so long, Moon has mastered more and more herbal knowledge. The accumulation of this knowledge gave him great confidence to open up his own herb garden or herb greenhouse in another world. When Moon was fertilizing the dragon blood grass again, Professor Sprout had already arrived at the club. Only after solving the problems of the senior students and promising to help Cedric deal with the sleepy face fungus did Sprout look at Moon. In fact, there is no mandatory order for consulting questions in the herb club. Everyone habitually lets the senior students ask first, and then the junior wizards. This is because the questions of senior students are generally more unique and urgent, while most of the questions of junior students are more basic. In particular, these questions are already known by the senior students. Another point is that everyone will voluntarily leave more time for younger members. Especially for a young wizard like Moon who is amazingly talented in herbology. Mr. Scarlett, did you tell Hagrid something about the Christmas cactus? Before Moon had time to ask the question, Professor Sprout showed an inquiring look. Professor, I just suggested that Hagrid should strengthen the defense, but I didn't say anything specific. Moon certainly knew that the most important thing in the current Hogwarts was what the deans and Hagrid were doing. Moon only knew about this incident accidentally, but he didn't want to get involved too much. However, as Hagrid's friend, Moon couldn't bear to see him blame himself for worrying that he had revealed too many secrets, so Moon proposed to strengthen the defense of the checkpoint. Don't worry, you did the right thing. I'm just curious why the big dog upstairs has been barking these 2 days. Professor Sprout didn't care about these things. Anyway, she thought her checkpoint was impeccable. Has Hagrid started? Moon asked in surprise. He remembered that he told Hagrid that this happened yesterday in this world. He didn't expect that the Forbidden Forest administrator would find a way so quickly. I guess he is also trying. Fortunately, the trapdoor is locked tightly, otherwise I am worried that the spores of the sleepy face fungus will float up and make the big dog fall asleep completely. After hearing what Sprout said, Moon felt a little relieved. Professor, the sleepy face fungus there will not delay other levels, right? After thinking that the spores may make the big dog comatose, Moon was also curious whether there would be other chain reactions. Don't worry, now there is no trouble in and out of there except for casting a bubblehead curse, and the sleepy face fungus is growing well. Professor Sprout was actually worried that putting the sleepy face fungus near the devil's snare would have some bad effects. For this reason, she observed for many days, and also used transfiguration to let a dummy made of a piece of wood to test the devil's snare. She was relieved after finding that there was no problem. Bubblehead curse? Can this spell solve the problem of spores? Moon had never heard of this spell before, so he was a little curious. It's not a solution, but to prevent the spores from getting into my nose. There are more and more of those little guys, and the thickened mask is no longer effective. Sprout took out her wand and tapped it lightly, and a large transparent bubble immediately appeared on her head. That's it, it's very useful. It allows me to get enough oxygen after wearing the big bubble. Professor Sprout spoke as if he had put his head into a big fish tank, and Moon could hear a buzzing echo. Professor, can you teach me the spell? Moon liked this spell very much. In his opinion, this is simply one of the necessary spells for underwater exploration. Oh, of course, Sprout said and began to cast the spell again, but this time she read the spell instead of casting it silently. 3 minutes later, just as Professor Sprout finished explaining, Moon immediately cast the spell successfully at once. It's just that the range of his bubblehead spell is not as large as Sprout's. After casting this spell, Moon was very happy, but Sprout's expression unconsciously became serious. She had only heard Professor Flitwick say that Moon was very talented in spells before, but this time she really saw it. There is actually a little wizard who can learn spells in one go, and the spells and gestures seem to be completely copied. Professor, what did you just say? After Moon learned the bubblehead curse, he found that this spell actually needed some modification. That is, after bringing a large bubble, it became difficult to hear the sound. Oh, nothing, the newly made dragon dung fertilizer has already worked. Do you want to try it? Although she knew that Professor Flitwick had always wanted to persuade Moon to learn spell dueling, Sprout was not nervous at all. Because after such a long time of contact, she knew what this talented little wizard really needed. This new fertilizer is milder than dragon dung fertilizer. I have tried it on daffodils, dandelions, and wormwood, and the effect is very good. Professor Sprout's new fertilizer uses flame snails instead of dragon dung. This underwater creature does not have the violent fire attribute magic energy of a fire dragon. However, Moon was also surprised to hear that it could be used on common herbs like daffodils. It turned out that he had tried to use dragon manure fertilizer to grow food crops, but unfortunately the seedlings were burned to death. Now it seems that the new fertilizer may be very successful. After getting Professor Sprout's consent, Moon took a small bag of the new fertilizer and returned to his place. All the tools and seeds here are very complete. Wheat, oats, corn, and pumpkins were all obtained by Moon from Hagrid, and they were also the main crops he tried to grow. Most of these seeds germinate in about 5 days. If the new fertilizer is really effective, then we may see new green seedlings appear this week. After fertilizing and watering all the crop seeds in the Herb Club, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The Herb Club's meeting also ended at this time. After confirming that all the seeds were planted, Moon left here and returned to the common room. Chapter 172 The Magic Mirror Changes. Moon, come here. Hagrid asked Hedwig to send you a letter. Harry ran over and handed over a letter just after entering the portrait hole in the lounge. Moon took it curiously at first, and then noticed that Ron and Hermione seemed to be waiting for him on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Thank you. Moon just took the letter and was about to open it to read it when Ron came over and asked curiously, Moon, why don't you buy an owl? Ron remembered very clearly that Moon was a generous little wizard who was willing to give gold galleons to Bengbeng. The price of an owl should not be a big deal for Moon. That's right, owls can not only send letters, but also send gifts to friends at Christmas. Harry also agreed with Ron's statement, although he was not sure whether he would receive gifts at Christmas. Moon had never thought of buying an owl before. In his opinion, Bengbeng was enough. But Harry's words surprised Moon. Do you still need to give gifts at Christmas? Moon asked in a low voice. Of course. Not only do you have to give gifts, but you will also receive many gifts from your friends. Ron actually likes this festival very much. Even if the most expensive gift he receives every year is an old-fashioned sweater, he still enjoys it. At this time, Hermione, who had come over, immediately caught a loophole in Moon's words. Don't you celebrate Christmas? Moon was afraid that the little witch would immediately say, you still say you are not the son of a tramp, so he immediately gave an answer against his will. Of course I celebrate. Well, I hope you are telling the truth. Hearing Moon's perfunctory answer, Hermione pretended to be indifferent and sat back on the sofa. She already knew that there was a secret about her classmate, and she had already planned to start exploring Moon's secret. Moon did not celebrate Christmas, but there was a similar festival in another world. In the small town of Xilin, Moon remembered the 3 most important festivals. Bathing Festival, Sabbath Festival, and Harvest Festival. At the end of each autumn, when the Harvest Festival came, the neighbors in Veteran Lane would give each other some of the best crops of the year. Moon guessed that this should be similar to Christmas. In fact, Christmas not only can you receive gifts, but also 2 weeks of vacation. Starting from next weekend, will you stay in school? Moon, Harry has actually registered for the list of people who will spend Christmas in school. He is very sure that doing so will allow him to have the best Christmas. Ron and his 2 twin brothers will also stay, because the Wheeleyes are going to Romania this year to visit Charlie, who raises a dragon. I'll think about it. Moon couldn't be sure yet. He would disappear from the dormitory for 3 minutes on weekend nights. During the Christmas holidays, the little wizards will inevitably party and stay up late. By then, the possibility of him being discovered will be very high. Well, anyway, the registration for the list will not end until next week. But let's go to see the Mirror of Ease together tonight, okay? Harry said that he would feel more at ease with you. Moon certainly knew what Ron meant by more at ease. He looked at the curious eyes of the 2 little wizards in front of him, and the same hopeful expression of Hermione sitting opposite, and Moon nodded helplessly. Okay, but we have to come back early. Night tours of the castle mean delaying bedtime. And delaying bedtime will delay getting up early tomorrow, which will eventually affect the time to learn magic. So Moon was not very interested in night tours of the castle. But considering the requests of his 3 friends, he had no choice but to agree. The only thing Moon can do now is to balance all his time and try not to delay the progress of learning magic. After seeing Moon agree, Harry and Ron clapped their hands happily. In their opinion, with Moon joining the team, the plan to visit the castle at night has been more than half successful. Moon did not pay attention to the 2 little wizards all the time. Noticing that they were talking about other things, Moon opened the letter sent by Hagrid on the side. Moon, I have a very special little idea, but I may need a little help from you. If you have time, you can come to the cabin by the Forbidden Forest on Wednesday afternoon. Hagrid, after reading the content of the letter, Moon guessed that Hagrid's little idea should not be very small. After all, for this tall guard of the Forbidden Forest, the range of his gestures is much smaller than that of ordinary people. But Moon was more curious about what this idea was, so he immediately wrote a reply to Hagrid. After blowing the ink off the paper, Moon borrowed Harry's headwig and made it run for a while. For this, Moon paid 2 strands of flame snail meat as a reward. After 11 o'clock in the evening, the little wizards in the Gryffindor common room began to return to the dormitory one after another. After Wood returned to the dormitory with a newly researched Quidditch game record book, only the 4 little wizards who had planned for a long time were left in the common room. Let's go. There's no one. Although it was the second time to tour the castle at night, Ron was still a little excited. Even though he was still in the common room and hadn't set off yet, he kept his voice down. Don't worry, just follow me. After coming out of the portrait door, Moon became the leader of this night tour team. With a memory ability far superior to others, Moon was able to accurately recall the route and Harry took last night. Even though the stairs had changed dozens of times during this period, Moon was still able to distinguish the direction through tiny differences. After walking down 5 changing stairs, there were no problems, which made the nervous little wizard relax a lot. It doesn't seem that difficult. Ron was worried that there would be accidents when there were more people. After all, there were only 4 of them last time and they were almost caught by Filch. It's not that difficult, but it depends on who you go with. Hermione had been following Moon closely. After hearing what Ron said, she frowned and replied. But just after Hermione finished speaking, Harry suddenly found something very familiar to him. A tall set of silver armor. Here it is. I knew your ability is most suitable for night tours of the castle. After Harry confirmed the armor, he looked at Moon with some envy. Yes, if there is a next time. Ron wanted to say something else, but Moon had already entered the abandoned classroom first. After finding the magic mirror still in its original place, Moon took out his wand and cast a luminescent flash. You can watch first, I'll be on guard. Okay, I'll go first, then you have to be quick. Moon didn't care about the order of the little wizards. He first took his wand to the place where the footprints were found yesterday. What made Moon worried still happened. The half footprint that was originally there disappeared completely. Moon took out his wand and shone it around again, but found nothing. Did anyone else come here? When Moon first found the footprints, he couldn't be sure when the footprints were left. After all, this is an abandoned classroom, and it may be left by someone a long time ago. But now only one day has passed, and half of the slipper footprints have disappeared, which can only prove that someone has been here on this day. After using the luminescent spell, without any discovery, Moon took out his monocular glasses and observed the surroundings. In the entire classroom, except for the mirror of Aries emitting pale white magic energy, there was indeed no other discovery. Moon checked the entire classroom before turning to look at his 3 classmates. Harry still saw his parents and a bunch of family members in the magic mirror. Ron saw himself when he grew up. Oh, look, I'm the president of the male student union, wearing the badge that Bill used to wear, holding the house cup and the Quidditch cup in my hands, and I'm also the captain of the Quidditch team. Ron's tone became more and more excited, and in the end even he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. What happens in this mirror is definitely my future, Ron said excitedly. However, the 2 little wizards next to him looked at him strangely. The book says that the mirror of Aries will only show people's desires, and Ron, you'd better keep your voice down, Hermione reminded him impatiently. She couldn't stand boys who liked to brag. But I'm too real in here. Ron would not give up his guess because of what others said. But just when he wanted to look at it for a while, Hermione couldn't wait to stand in front of the mirror. Oh, wait, I haven't seen enough. Seeing Hermione's back appear in front of him, Ron's voice unconsciously increased again. Keep your voice down, Ron. Hearing Moon's reminder, Ron was reluctant to leave the range of the mirror of Aries. What did you see, Hermione? I seem to have become a professor, and I teach transfiguration. I have also published many books, appeared in newspapers, and many people interviewed me. After seeing Hermione's surprised and satisfied expression, Moon's resentment towards the mirror grew. He couldn't understand why his classmates saw themselves, while Moon saw a cracked crimson moon and those strange scenes. However, Hermione's will was also very firm. She only stood in front of the magic mirror for 3 minutes before walking away consciously. I think what the book says is right. The harm of the mirror far outweighs the benefits. It will make people indulge in it and become not practical at all. Although Hermione's explanation was correct, it did not hinder Harry and Ron's eagerness to see it again. Seeing that the 2 little wizards were still pushing each other, Hermione said helplessly. Wait a moment, Moon hasn't seen it yet. After Hermione finished speaking, the 3 little wizards turned their heads and stared at Moon. Moon, who was still on guard, was actually hesitant. After all, the scene he saw was too strange and had nothing to do with him. But seeing that everyone made way for him, Moon walked over automatically. No, why has everything changed? What has changed? Moon did not answer Harry's question immediately, he just stared at the scene in the magic mirror. The Scarlet Moon was still the same, but the original very obvious crack had become much smaller. The big willow tree, which was originally pitch black and looked like a ghost, also regained a little green. The most important thing was that the originally black thestral had now turned into a unicorn. Why is this? What did you see? After seeing Moon's expression change, Hermione asked worriedly beside him. It was similar to last night, but the changes were a bit big. After Moon told her what he saw, Hermione thought for a while and said solemnly, if the mirror of Aries shows people's desires, then I think everyone's desires should also change. Hearing Hermione's uncertain tone, Ron added before Moon had time to respond. The mirror must be the future, because the future will also change. However, his point of view obviously could not be agreed by the rigorous Hermione. The 2 little wizards were arguing louder and louder, and Harry took this opportunity to stand in front of the mirror. But at this time, a burst of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor outside. Hurry up, let's leave. After hearing Moon's reminder, several little wizards quickly followed the team and ran towards the stairs in the distance. It was just after they walked up 2 stairs that Mrs. Norris led Filch to this classroom. Meow, where are the people? After sniffing hard for a while, she found that the familiar smell was gradually dissipating, and Mrs. Norris left unwillingly. Dear, it's okay, let's look for it somewhere else. Filch did not blame Mrs. Norris, but followed his cat step by step and left the classroom. Shortly after they left, a pair of large footprints appeared on the ground in front of the mirror of Aries. It seems that Fox is right. Maybe we can really catch this fleeting meteor. When this old voice sounded in the abandoned classroom, Moon and the others had already returned to the portrait door. After checking the password, the fat lady complained impatiently about the little wizards who went out late at night. Can you please not disturb my sleep in the future? Okay, we'll try our best. Not try our best, but definitely. Child, entering the lounge again, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. They were not discovered by anyone along the way, but when they were about to enter the dormitory, they were blocked by a little beast. Shiji, I caught you. After the arrival of winter, Bengbeng slept longer and longer. After waking up tonight and finding that Moon had not returned, it thought that a new game of hide-and-seek had begun. So it began to search for Moon's traces in the public lounge. You are really amazing. Moon picked up Bengbeng from the ground, and then turned his head to look at the others. You guys should go back and have some rest. After seeing the little wizards leave, Bengbeng tried to open his eyes wide and looked at Moon. Chi, out exploring. How did you know? Chi, Mrs. Norris told me. Bengbeng raised his head when he said this, as if to say that I already knew it. Oh, so Mrs. Norris is a little cat who likes to tell tales. It seems that I should have less contact with her in the future. Chi, no way. On the way back to the dormitory, Bengbeng kept defending Mrs. Norris. He was afraid that his good friend would be misunderstood by others because of his words. Chapter 173 Flitwick's Training Plan. On Tuesday morning, even though Moon was very sleepy, he got up at 5 because he had developed a biological clock. When he came to the common room, Moon found that he was not the only one who insisted on getting up early. The tired look on Hermione's face was very obvious, but the little witch was still pretending to be strong. She would slap her face after reading for a while to prevent herself from falling asleep. Actually, there is no need to be so hard. Moon noticed that Hermione's eyelids were about to fight again, and walked over to remind her softly. No, I can't waste any more time. When Hermione shook her head to refuse, she tried to open her eyes again. Okay, Moon noticed that Hermione had not turned over the Transfiguration textbook in her hand for a long time. But seeing that the little witch was still insisting, he just responded and sat on the sofa on the other side to read the alchemy book borrowed from the library last week. Because everything was concentrated on yesterday, Moon had no time to go to the library to find books about ancient magic. So he could only continue to study alchemy runes. In the book The Most Obscure Words, an exploration of alchemical runes, a lot of basic rune knowledge is recorded. The most important one is ancient runes. This course can actually be taken as an elective in the third year of Hogwarts, but for Moon, it is not very difficult to learn it now. After reading the introduction of ancient runes in the book, Moon had a basic understanding of this kind of writing. The letter form of runes is very unique, usually composed of straight lines and simple curves, and the shape is simple and powerful. The first difficulty to learn it is the difficulty of writing. This ancient writing direction is usually from right to left, which is completely opposite to ordinary writing. The second difficulty is that it is difficult to remember. Runes are ancient magic runes in Northern Europe, each of which has a specific shape, name and meaning. For example, the rune, Fihu, represents wealth, livestock and material resources, symbolizing prosperity and success. And every small meaning of this rune wants to be expressed, and the rune pattern will change. There are also others. Uraz means wild bull, symbolizing strength, courage and vitality. Ansas, related to wisdom, revelation and communication, used to enhance thinking ability and understand mysterious knowledge. As long as each rune undergoes a slight change, the meaning it represents will change accordingly. This is very difficult for those who want to study it. However, these are actually within the acceptable range for Moon. But Moon wants to learn more than just understanding the meaning. He also has to compare these ancient runes with the alchemical texts in another world and find the common points. This work is relatively troublesome. After a morning, Moon only found 3 common runes. One of them comes from the enhancement rune of the alchemical key, and the other 2 come from the transmission rune and induction rune of the magic talent detector. Do you want to go again tonight? After Harry woke up in the morning, he was still obsessed with everything in the Mirror of East. But Ron had passed the excitement. After a night of careful consideration, he finally faced the reality and felt that he would not be the president of the Boys' Union. Forget it, unless Moon agrees to go. After the experience of fleeing in a panic last night, Ron knew very well that if Moon hadn't been there, their night tour plan would have failed long ago. Forget it, Harry, we might be able to avoid Filch, but it would be difficult to deal with Snape. Hermione had the same idea. However, the reason she didn't want to go was more because of what was shown in the Shy Magic Mirror. Hermione thought about it for a long time after she came back last night. She believed that everything shown in the magic mirror was actually the deepest secret of a person's heart, and she regretted telling the secret last night. After hearing Snape's name, Harry didn't insist anymore. But Moon still saw a hint of determination in Harry's eyes. After the herbology class on Tuesday morning, Moon finally had time to come to the library. He was looking for books about ancient magic this time. Whether it was learning alchemy, runes, or transforming mirror light against the tide, it was inseparable from the reference to ancient magic materials. However, Moon ran through all the book areas open to first-year wizards and only found 2 reference books that mention ancient magic in a small amount. The Origin of Magic, The Essence of Basic Magic Principles, a complete collection of magical questions. After asking the administrator, Ms. Pants, Moon knew the reason. Ancient magic? There is very little information on this, and it is all in the Forbidden Book area. After hearing Moon's question, Ms. Pants looked at the little wizard in front of her in surprise. She actually had a very deep impression of Moon. As a first-year little wizard, he had been allowed by the professor to read banned books many times, which was unique in Hogwarts. Especially since she knew that Professor Snape even wrote a book specifically for this little wizard. It seems that I have to ask the professor for a book loan note again, Moon said helplessly. After hearing what Moon said, Ms. Pants smiled and shook her head. This time is different, kid. Ancient magic is very different from the books you read before, and no professor will allow an 11-year-old student to study it. Why? Moon asked curiously. Although ancient magic is outdated, its power is extremely strong and difficult to control. If you are not careful, it may cause serious consequences. Ms. Pants did not explain it in detail. Not only did the school rules not allow it, but she herself did not know much about ancient magic. But as an old employee of Hogwarts, Mrs. Pants also knew very well that ancient magic was actually one of the sources of black magic. Moon did not give up studying ancient magic because of what Ms. Pants said. In his opinion, even if it is difficult, you have to try. After the spell class on Tuesday afternoon, Professor Flitwick left Moon alone and talked about the difficult spell-casting competition again. It's the Barnabas Finkley Xilin spell-casting competition. After Flitwick explained the name of the competition again, he took out a parchment scroll. Mr. Scarlett, this is the training plan I made for you to participate in the competition. Professor, isn't this competition held during the summer vacation? Moon took the scroll blankly and asked subconsciously. Yes, but I think if you can get in touch with these in advance, the chances of winning will increase a lot. Flitwick seemed to have noticed that Moon did not care about the result of the game, and he quickly added. Of course. The plan I made can make up for your current shortcomings in casting spells, and it will be of great help to improve your combat strength. Hearing that there was such a practical benefit, Moon instantly felt that the value of the scroll in his hand had increased several times. The scroll brought by Professor Flitwick was very long, and the content inside was also very detailed. It took Professor Flitwick a week just to write this scroll. Of course, for Moon, the biggest benefit of this suggestion is that it came at a very timely time. After all, Moon will deal with Montoya the Unbeliever next week. The arrival of this suggestion at this time is equivalent to making up for all his shortcomings in casting spells. Of course, Professor Flitwick's training suggestions were originally formulated according to the spell-casting competition. There are a total of 4 points in it. The first point is the accuracy of the spell. This includes the accuracy of pronunciation and the accuracy of gesture coordination. This is the most basic requirement for wizards in the spell-casting competition. Only those who master these 2 items are eligible to sign up for this competition. Because the spell-casting competition has some age restrictions on contestants, most of the students who can meet this requirement are in the 6th or 7th grade. But compared to the senior students of Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick is obviously more confident in Moon. In fact, you don't need to look at the first item at all. I know you have done very well, especially your pronunciation of the spell. After seeing Moon casting a spell, Professor Flitwick knew that the pronunciation of the little wizard in front of him was far more accurate than other students. Even when he heard Moon chanting the spell, Flitwick thought that the spell pronunciation magic book was moved to the classroom. Whether it is timbre, pitch, or tone, Moon did it exactly the same as in the book. It feels like Moon was a blank sheet of paper before learning magic, and was not influenced by any dialects in various regions of the UK. After entering Hogwarts, this blank sheet of paper began to draw using the most formal and correct method. The same is true for the accuracy of spell-casting techniques. Each time Moon cast a spell, he was completely copying the gestures of the school professors and the standard tutorials in the spell book. Although I don't know how you did it, you have only studied spells for 3 months, and you have already met the standards for signing up for this competition. It was only after discovering that Moon's pronunciation and gestures were very accurate that Professor Flitwick remembered this spellcasting competition that was usually only open to senior students. Moon knew the reason for Professor Flitwick's suspicion very well. That was that before he came into contact with the magic of Hogwarts, he had indeed not been influenced by any language or other magicians in this world. Professor Flitwick's second suggestion was the speed of spell casting. This includes quick reaction ability, the speed and rhythm of continuous spell casting. Regarding the second point, Mr. Scarlett, you have actually only mastered a quarter, that is, you can cast spells continuously better than others. Moon did not refute Professor Flitwick's evaluation, especially after seeing the professor's analysis of the speed of spell casting. He knew that his previous understanding was indeed a bit biased. Moon used to think that the speed of casting a spell was to release spells continuously so that others could not react, and that was considered fast. But Professor Flitwick's summary of casting speed is obviously more detailed. In fact, for continuous spell casting, in addition to ensuring speed, you also need to master the rhythm, that is, you should know who and where your next quick spell should be cast. That is to say, before I cast a spell, I should immediately know what to do next. Hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Moon couldn't help but recall his few battles. You understand it very well, especially when we face many enemies, or the enemy has many means of attack. This ability is particularly important. When Professor Flitwick said this, Moon thought of one of his exclusive sparring partners, the giant squid in the Black Lake. This huge magical creature not only has a very strong attack power, but also has 8 arms that can attack and defend at the same time. Moon is often embarrassed by the water arrows it shoots from all directions. In fact, this is why Moon didn't master the rhythm of spell casting. If he could master the rhythm, then Moon's numerous obstacles should be able to accurately resist every attack from the opponent without being in a hurry. After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation of how rhythm is very beneficial in dealing with multiple enemies, Moon knew that he must master this ability as soon as possible. In another world, Moon had already had a big conflict with a faithless organization. According to the information he now has, the Faithless has at least more than 20 magicians on the Vina Islands. He must consider the possibility that one day he will go to war with multiple wizards at the same time. Another aspect of spell casting speed is quick reaction and casting ability. Looking at Professor Flitwick's dense and detailed introduction to this ability, after studying it, Moon knew that he was actually weak in this aspect. Quick reaction and casting ability determine the wizard's ability to deal with emergencies. At critical moments, this ability is particularly important. When Professor Flitwick explained this ability, he was worried that Moon, who had not experienced actual combat, would not understand it. After all, it is difficult for a young wizard to understand the importance of this ability based on words alone. But Moon is obviously different from others. When Professor Flitwick was explaining, he remembered the most suitable reference object he had met at Xilin Farm, when ambushing Night Owl. This powerful killer in black used this ability to dodge 2 rounds of arrows shot by Xilin. At that time, Moon was very surprised. Why could an ordinary person master this ability? Now it seems that mastering this ability is actually more important for wizards. After all, spells are faster than arrows and are more difficult to detect. Professor, I think this ability can save people's lives at critical moments. Yes, you understand it right. Professor Flitwick was very surprised. He was worried that he would have to talk to Moon for a long time. After all, in his opinion, Moon was just an 11-year-old first-grade wizard. But he was also very curious about why Moon could think of using this method to save his life. But this is not the point. Seeing that Moon could understand, he immediately explained again. Mr. Scarlett, if you master this ability, you can first ensure that you will not lose, and then you can defeat the opponent by the speed of continuous spell casting. But it is not so easy to master this ability. After knowing the importance of this ability, Moon could understand that it must be difficult to master it. But now that Professor Flitwick's advice has pointed him in the right direction, he will naturally pay more attention to the practice of this ability. Especially now that Moon has a very suitable sparring partner. The 8 arms of the giant squid are much faster and stronger than those of ordinary wizards. If Moon can hold on to its hands, then it will not be difficult for him to gain super fast reaction ability. Chapter 174 Professor Flitwick is relieved. Perhaps many years later, Moon will be grateful for this special spell course. Professor Flitwick's explanation continued. And after discovering that Moon's comprehension ability was also very good, Professor Flitwick was also slightly excited. He rarely saw students like Moon, so he couldn't help but explain it in more detail. The third suggestion is that the spell achieves the expected effect, the quality and strength of the spell effect. For this point, Mr. Scarlett, in fact, you only consider the first half. After Professor Flitwick's detailed explanation, Moon finally understood why the professor said only the first half. Moon is actually quite satisfied with the expected effect of his spell now. However, because the first-year wizard has been exposed to magic for too short a time, his own magic power is not very strong. Therefore, the quality and strength of the spell are far inferior to those of senior students and adult wizards. But even so, Moon did not deliberately pursue the effect of the spell, but only pursue the speed of casting the spell. Regarding the quality and strength of the spell effect, Moon can actually understand it. This is very similar to the matchlock and flintlock he saw in another world. Moon's current spell effect is equivalent to tying up a whole row of matchlock guns. It can be fired quickly, but its power is far less than that of flintlock guns. But if the quality and strength of the spell effect can keep up, it is equivalent to turning a whole row of matchlock guns into flintlock guns. And it is not a kind of flintlock gun that fires a single bullet. By then, the power of Moon's spell will be increased by dozens or hundreds of times. Professor, I have to say that your experience is too valuable. After imagining the effect of spell enhancement, Moon felt that the value of the scroll in his hand was more valuable than he imagined. I really didn't expect you to have such insight, Mr. Scarlett. Professor Flitwick was also very happy. Few people could truly understand the importance of his scroll. Everything Moon showed now was almost in sync with Professor Flitwick. This made Flitwick want to take Moon to the Three Broomsticks for a drink. Mr. Scarlett, when I was young, I participated in many magic duel competitions, and accumulated a lot of valuable practical experience at that time. Professor, you told me that you are also a duel champion. Moon praised him at the right time. Of course, Professor Flitwick's smile became even bigger, and his two small fists were clenched tightly together, as if he was still immersed in the great honor after winning the duel competition. My experience is all the experience of victory. After coming to Hogwarts, I have plenty of time to summarize these experiences, and then form the content of today's scroll. Professor Flitwick's words were like telling his friend the origin of this suggestion, and the relevant evidence that its origin was extraordinary. Moon could actually understand it very well. Although the nature of duels and battles is different, Moon also needs these experiences to ensure that he can win in the complex environment of another world. Professor, in fact, if you can take out these materials earlier, I might have agreed to learn magic duels with you a long time ago. Hearing Moon's words, Flitwick's smile froze on his face. When he wanted students to do something before, he would use honors like duel champions and competition victories to encourage the young wizards. After discovering Moon's talent, he also thought of using this method to get the young wizard in front of him to agree. But what Flitwick didn't expect was that Moon didn't care about these honors at all, but cared more about these ancient experiences that made the young wizard's headache. Mr. Scarlett, I have to say that you are really different from other young wizards. If you didn't stay in school every day, I would doubt whether you have participated in a duel competition. Flitwick certainly didn't understand Moon's situation. After all, the competitions that the young wizards in front of him participated in were far more severe than duels. Professor, I think many students should understand the value of this suggestion. Moon has not experienced the influence of this world, or the young wizards in this world do not have the special experience of Moon. This has caused them to have different attitudes towards Professor Flitwick's long-winded suggestions. After all, for a young wizard who has no pressure, is lively, active and rebellious, no one likes to listen to such long-winded suggestions. Well, what you said is not very accurate, but I am really happy to see that you can understand it. Professor Flitwick actually has a little understanding of Moon now. He knows that compared to those invisible and intangible honors, Moon actually cares more about these practical ways to improve his strength. Moon is also very happy now. The reason why he was better than the young wizards of the same age in spells before was that he cast spells quickly enough to make others unable to react. But if he follows this suggestion and strengthens the effect and quality of the spells, then his spells will be fast and fierce, which can ensure that he will not be defeated in any battle. The fourth suggestion listed on the scroll is innovation and adaptability. This suggestion also includes 2 points, innovating the way of casting spells and dealing with emergencies. This is the highest score in the spell casting competition. After all, if a young wizard can innovate spells during his school years and can use this spell to deal with emergencies, this can not only reflect the true comprehensive strength of a wizard, but also show that the future development potential of this young wizard will be unlimited. You don't need to be anxious about this aspect, Professor Flitwick deliberately stopped to explain here. Why? Professor, isn't it the highest score? Moon was also a little curious. He could see that Flitwick actually cared about the champion of this competition. Its score is high, but in the spellcasting competition, no contestant has used his own spell to deal with emergencies for more than 20 years. Through Professor Flitwick's explanation, Moon knew that the organizer of the competition set this condition, which was actually very harsh. But as long as a contestant can master it, he almost locked the championship of this competition in advance. I know you have started to try to transform the spell, but spells that can be used in the competition are generally not that easy. Moon once transformed a fire spell, and Professor Flitwick also judged the results. But with the characteristics of this spell, it is not used at all in the spellcasting competition. But Moon's idea is completely different from Professor Flitwick's. Now that he has decided to participate in the competition, he must choose to go all out. Moreover, Moon now has better conditions than others to transform spells, that is, he can learn from the spell knowledge of another world. Thinking of this, Moon recalled that he seemed to have a spell that was suitable for him, Mirror Light Reverse Tide. This magic can quickly rebound the attack while being attacked. Although the power of the spell rebounding will be reduced, it will also make the attacker unable to react in time. Moon has long wanted to transform this spell, but now he can't access the books on ancient magic in the library. But now it seems that there is a suitable professor standing in front of him. Chapter 175 Dumbledore's Help. Moon had already known this from the librarian, Madame Pants. Because of the particularity of ancient magic, the professors would not agree to lend ancient magic books to first-year wizards. But Moon really needed to refer to the information on ancient magic, and he could feel that Professor Flitwick was in a very good mood. Of course, in order to prevent Professor Flitwick from refusing, Moon might need to change to a more tactful way. Thinking of this, Moon suddenly became reluctant to speak. Professor, your suggestion is actually very detailed. I think if you follow the above method, you will definitely get good results. Of course, the smile on Professor Flitwick's face became more obvious. In his opinion, although Moon was only a first-year wizard, he was much more accurate in mastering spells than his senior classmates. Now with this detailed training suggestion he provided, he would definitely be able to get good results in the competition. Even his suggestion would help Moon make greater achievements in spells, and maybe he could even train a genius magician in spells. Flitwick was a little excited when he thought of this. In his opinion, the sense of achievement of cultivating a talented magician is more proud than those champions of duel competitions. However, Moon's next words poured cold water on the professor's heart. Professor, but this suggestion is a bit too complicated. If I really follow the method above, it will definitely delay my study of other courses. How could it be? This is me. Professor Flitwick was about to argue, but suddenly he couldn't say anything. This suggestion condensed his more than 10 years of duel experience and his continuous summary of more than 20 years in Hogwarts. Although he didn't want to admit it, looking at the length of this scroll, Flitwick knew that this might really be very complicated for an 11-year-old wizard. Okay, Flitwick sighed helplessly. If students are asked to practice according to the method on the scroll, they will inevitably need to spend a lot of time, which will inevitably affect the other courses of the little wizard. But when he thought that the little lion he chose might break the record of the spellcasting competition, Flitwick was a little reluctant. 11 years old, Flitwick's eyes were fixed on Moon, but his thoughts were in a mess. When Moon saw the expression on Professor Flitwick's face gradually freeze from a smile to embarrassment, he knew the time had come. Then he pretended to have thought of something and said with sudden enlightenment, Professor, maybe you can provide me with the convenience of learning other courses, so that if I work harder, I may be able to carry out this plan. Hearing that Moon could find a way by himself, Professor Flitwick suddenly felt that the little wizard in front of him was very considerate, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't misjudge you, Mr. Scarlett. Wizards should endure loneliness in order to break through themselves. Tell me, what convenience do you want, Professor? It's actually very simple. If you can give me a note to borrow books on ancient magic from the library, that's enough. After listening to Moon, Professor Flitwick's smile froze on his face again. This is really embarrassing. Professor Flitwick rubbed his hands and looked at Moon tentatively again. Mr. Scarlett, Maybe you can change to another request. Okay, Professor. Moon tried his best to maintain the disappointed expression on his face. If you can lend me information about ancient magic spell gestures, I can reluctantly accept it. In fact, this sentence is Moon's real purpose. He knows that few first-year students can borrow ancient magic materials, so he can only choose the relevant information about spell gestures as a second choice. Moon can actually cast the defense magic, Mirror Light Reverse Tide, of another world. It's just that he can only cast it by imitating the movements of two captured magicians. As for the principle, he still has a half understanding. And if Moon wants to modify this spell, he must have a deeper understanding of it. Regarding the basic knowledge of spells, Moon's problem is not big. By studying books on spell modification, he has now mastered a lot of knowledge that constitutes the basis of modern spells. But now spells have been greatly simplified and gestures have been completely abandoned. So Moon can only focus on the spell-casting techniques of ancient magic. Well, although I don't know why you are so obsessed with ancient magic, as long as you don't touch spells and things like that, just gestures, I think there should be a book that is very suitable for you. Professor Flitwick thought for a while, then picked up the quill on the table and wrote on the parchment. Ancient spell techniques, exploring the original mark of magic. The gestures of casting spells have actually been abandoned by modern wizards. If you want to study, you can only do it yourself. After handing the borrowed book to Moon, Professor Flitwick said with some concern. I know, Professor, I will practice strictly according to the suggestions in this plan. Seeing the borrowed book in hand, Moon couldn't help but feel happy. He knew that these books and materials in Hogwarts were actually more meaningful for him to transform ancient magic. Because the magic of this world also evolved from ancient magic, and it has evolved into modern magic after hundreds and thousands of years of efforts by wizards. Now with these materials, all Moon needs to do is to walk the path of his predecessors again. Okay, if you have any questions about spells, remember to ask me. In addition, I will check your progress every month. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, Professor, being able to consult a spellmaster at any time is what Moon wants. And Moon is very confident about the monthly checkup. After all, he now has twice as much time as others, and he is fully capable of balancing training and learning. After the transfiguration class on Tuesday afternoon, Moon came to the library with a borrowed book note. After seeing Moon again, Mrs. Pants wanted to refuse. But after seeing the content of the borrowed book note, the lady couldn't help but raise her head in confusion. Wait a moment, I'm going to confirm its authenticity, Mrs. Pants said, and left quickly. But she didn't let Moon wait any longer. After confirming the authenticity of the borrowed book note, she took out the book that Moon wanted from the restricted book area. What's so special about this little wizard? The potions professor specializes in writing books, and the charms professor agrees to issue a book loan slip for ancient magic. This has never happened before. Watching Moon leave, Madame Pants fell into deep thought as she looked at his back. The book Moon borrowed was the thickest he had ever seen. Even more than the dozen volumes of Oxford reading tree that Hermione had lent him. When Moon was holding the book and just returned to the common room, Bong Bong suddenly found him. Chiji, a new friend is here. New friend? Moon was very curious, because those who could be introduced so solemnly by Bong Bong must not be ordinary. Chiji, she is very beautiful and brought a gift, Bong Bong said and led Moon to the dormitory quickly. Bong Bong has very strong communication skills, which Moon actually knew a long time ago. However, Bong Bong has many friends, but there are not many friends who can be praised by him for being beautiful. Anyway, as far as Moon knows, only Cedric and himself have been praised by Bong Bong in this way. Moon followed Bengbeng curiously back to the dormitory, and then he saw a huge grey cloth package on his four-poster bed, and there was a letter on the package. There was no one in the dormitory at this time, only Bengbeng kept urging him. Chiji, this is a gift for you. Bengbeng pointed at the package and said. Me. Moon was a little curious. He just knew that Christmas in this world is to give gifts to friends. But there are still more than 10 days before Christmas, and Moon is not sure who will give him a gift. He walked up and picked up the envelope curiously. There was no information on it. Moon curiously opened it. I hope this thing can help you. I also hope that you can help others when you are able. There are only 2 short sentences on the letter, and there is no signature. Moon read it back and forth several times, and he didn't know what the letter said. But Bengbeng kept urging Moon to open the package quickly on the bed. Don't worry, I'll open it right away, The package was sealed very tightly. After Moon opened it, he found a silver-gray, shiny object-like liquid inside. What is this? Moon picked it up curiously. He found that after holding this thin cloth-like thing in his hand was completely invisible. This is an invisibility cloak. Moon has been studying alchemy recently, and those materials have introduced this magical alchemy item. But now Moon is not sure. He put on this cloak and walked to the mirror in the dormitory. Bengbeng, can you see me? Chi, where are you? Seeing that Bengbeng was still looking around in a hurry, Moon knew that this was really an invisibility cloak. However, after confirming the true appearance of the gift, Moon hurriedly took it off and put it in his hand to examine it carefully. After Bengbeng saw Moon's figure again, he also ran over to put on the cloak and had a lot of fun looking at himself in the mirror. Moon once asked Professor McGonagall for help and borrowed a book-detailed explanation of ancient alchemy from the library. This book once had a not very detailed introduction to the production process of the invisibility cloak. On a full moon night, collect the silk of mysterious animals, weave it into basic fabric, and soak it in magic liquid. Add mysterious mineral powder and the tears of various precious magical creatures to the crucible for forging, so that every inch of the fabric can fully absorb the magic energy. A magician who is proficient in alchemy uses a special feather pen and magic ink to draw complex runes on the clothes. While chanting the spell, it is also necessary to ensure that the magic circle is formed. Finally, it needs to be sealed in a specific environment for a long time to absorb the magic energy of the moon before it can be truly completed. In this introduction, although the materials and process of making the invisibility cloak are not described in detail, Moon knows that the value of this thing is very high. Who would give me such a valuable gift? Moon looked down at Bengbeng, who was still playing with the invisibility cloak on the ground. Chiji, no one can find me anymore. After Bengbeng got the invisibility, the first thing he thought of was the hide-and-seek competition. At this time, the little guy was still thinking, the title of 6-time champion may be extended a little longer. Bengbeng, do you know who sent the gift? Moon interrupted the little guy's fantasy and asked curiously. Chirp, I know, and I also received a gift. Bengbeng was very happy when he talked about the gift. He first looked around to make sure there was no one, and then stretched his little claws to the small pocket in front of his belly. Chirp, look! Isn't it beautiful? After seeing Bengbeng holding a fiery red feather in his hand, Moon knew who it was. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox. No wonder Bengbeng said that his new friend was very beautiful. The phoenix was indeed the most beautiful of all the birds Moon had seen. Since the feather came from the phoenix, the invisibility cloak must have come from Dumbledore. Help? The principal wants to help me. Could it be that he has guessed something? Moon recalled the content of the letter just now. He really needs help now. After returning to the Scarlet Moon at the weekend, Moon will find a way to deal with the unbeliever magician Montoya. Although he has prepared 2 solutions for this, they are not safe enough. Now with the invisibility cloak, the success rate of this matter will increase a lot. Are you going to express your gratitude to the principal? Thinking of this, Moon hesitated again. Dumbledore did not sign the envelope, which made him completely unable to guess what the principal was thinking. But looking at the invisibility cloak in his hand and the phoenix feather that Bengbeng had been holding in his arms, Moon knew that this gift was really too valuable. Moon only knew that phoenix tail feathers could be used to make the core of a wand, and the level of the wand made would be quite high. But after reading books on alchemy, he knew that phoenix feathers could do more than just make wands. The tears of this magical bird are a very powerful healing material, and its feathers also have this effect. Moreover, phoenix feathers are also very good magic media, and the power of magic runes written with them will be very powerful. Not only that, phoenix feathers can also be used to make various alchemical items of jewelry, and they have very powerful protective functions. Even Moon read in the book that some magicians speculated that phoenix feathers could carry wizards and ignore any magic barriers for long-distance transmission. Bengbeng, this gift is too valuable. Have you given a return gift? Although Moon knew that neither he nor Bengbeng had a gift of equal value, he still wanted to express his gratitude. Especially since he didn't know who Dumbledore wanted him to help. Chi, I forgot. Hearing Moon's question, Bengbeng's little paws, which were waving phoenix feathers, froze in midair. Well, it seems that we can only wait until Christmas next week to return the gift, Chi. Okay, Bengbeng actually likes to celebrate the Wizards' festival very much. It knows that the little wizards will bring it a lot of delicious food during those days. But Moon is more worried because he doesn't know what to give to the principal. In addition, other people use owls to give gifts, but Moon doesn't have one yet. Bengbeng, other people use owls to give gifts, what should we do if we don't have one? I can do it. After hearing Moon's question, Bengbeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his little paws and jumped to recommend himself. Well, most of our friends are in Hogwarts anyway. As for Uncle Gaia, it should be fine to use the school's owl. Moon didn't know what Bengbeng was thinking, but seeing that it was so enthusiastic, it was hard to refuse. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.